And if I may, quickly in the meantime, just want to point out, we've got Professor Phil in the VC, one of the first few times we've ever had him in here. Professor, would you, given that you've, graced us with your presence, would you be so kind as to actually jump on the mic and voice your take on all this, as opposed to, forgive my French, bitching in the chat? We've seen enough of your texts back and forth with some of the other guys in DMs and stuff like that. I'm not sure if it's doing much service by just doing it here. It's already a real pain in the ass anyway, so why not, do yourself a favor and do everybody a favor and voice up? That would be great. Thank you.
Oh my.
I just watched back the live stream of what CB was talking about earlier and why people were typing ones in the chat. Yeah, he lied.
Yeah, and I just watched the video that Travis posted. And in that video, the manual said it was 123 meters for distance maximum. So, do you have that manual or the spec? Did you grab that?
Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah.
Did you grab that?
Grab what?
He's asking if you got the manual yet.
Yeah, good post. Or the spec sheet.
Post it.
Oh, you did? Okay. More dots?
Well, that's the second AI that I asked the Google Gemini, and I'm looking for more specs, but it says no. You can't.
Look, if you're just going to ask AI, ask it what the shape of the Earth is.
Hostile witness.
Let's cut to the end. Hostile
witness.
Travis, can you ask? Travis, if you're going to ask me. All right, Mez. Quit the. All right. Travis, can you get the sources for how it derived this information? I would recommend Perplexity, dude. It's really, really good. It gives you links for like almost every sentence. So if Mez is not happy with this, he does, rightly so. I mean, AIs are not, great there all the time. They're great for synthesizing stuff, but unless there's source material, it's not really.
No, I agree for sure. Just
try Perplexity.
I don't know.
Right. And if you think about it, right, if we got three different AIs, with the same information, it's more likely than not it's sourced from the same thing. But it doesn't matter anyway because we'll look at the source directly. But it is interesting that they're pretty much to use the term, the famous term consensus. They're all, adhering to that. So, or there seems to be a consensus about this. So. All right, Eli, did you get the sheet there? 1 minute after the hour.
They have already. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Got it. Thank you. Good.
I see the next step. They clean them up, and then as they prepare them and roast them with a special garlic sauce and serve them on a hot iron skillet.
Okay, did someone want to ask me some questions? Or can I ask some questions?
We're ready to go to the oven. Okay.
Good to have you on the mic. I think this is a first. You made a welcome you. I think it's a real privilege. Thank you very much. I don't have any particular questions, but I'm sure many people in the
Can I ask some questions then?
No, I do. I have questions. I've just typed it out in the side chat.
Go for it, man.
What did you? So I haven't seen what.
Yeah, concerning your so-called observation, you got a citation that sinking refraction excludes the CRISPR horizon.
Yeah, I could do that. Yep.
Yeah, you get one.
And what else? I want data, time, author. What for? You could see what's happening.
No, because this will
Yes, you
determine.
can.
No,
Stop trying to
bro.
evade
No, you
it.
can't, bro. I want those
Don't be
details,
fair
bro.
income for
I want
it.
those
For
details.
once in your fucking life, be fair income, mate.
Yeah, so you're just going to post something, you just ripped off YouTube, right? You don't know any details about it. You're just going to throw it at us and say, see there, I'm a professor, I said so.
Oh, the delicious irony. Look at my black swan photo from this random video I pulled off YouTube.
Exactly.
No, that's not a random photo pulled off YouTube. It's got a lot of data that goes with it and a lot of details.
Well, there is details with this one. I just don't have it with me now. That's all.
How convenient.
Yeah. You can see it anyway. In any case, you can see the ship's going away, and it's going bottom first. And there's no way this can happen on flat Earth.
All right. Is there no distortion to the image at all?
Very, very little.
Oh, very little. Very little. Even though someone's pointed out that there's compression, obvious compression going on.
Not like the Black Swan, which is all over the place.
So there's no compression in that image?
There might be.
There is.
Yeah, but it's tiny. It's infantile
It's
compared
tiny.
to how much
It's tiny.
it gets lost. The entire ship goes away.
Yeah.
Not a little bit of it. Not like the Black Swan. The whole ship. And that can't happen on flat Earth.
Why not?
Why would it? The ship would just go away and get smaller and smaller and smaller till you can't see it anymore. And then if you've got a powerful lens, you'll be able to see it again.
So you can exclude any other reasons why?
This ship, no matter what lens you have...
So what's the distance? So what's the distance to the ship? What's the distance to the ship? What's the distance to the horizon?
I can calculate it.
Calculate it?
Yeah, easy. I can do maths, actually. I'm not a flat earther. I can do maths.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. You could do us a bit of a favor and get the actual recorded distance.
All right, now forget the picture. I wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Professor.
Yeah, I'd skip past all that too.
You think so?
Okay, do you want to answer a question or not? If you don't,
I was going to ask.
He's got nothing for it. It's just Ipsy Dixit. It's just, this has to be on a globe. That's it. That's all it's got.
I want to see if he's going to be willing to actually openly concede. Sorry, 1 second, Travis. Professor, would you be willing to actually get the recorded distance as opposed to handcraft it yourself?
Yes, I can. I'll look for it. I respect the question.
That would be great. That would be great, because for all we know, right, the number that you calculate might be off by a significant margin.
Okay.
We don't know.
I will try to find it, because it's a pretty good picture and I like it, and I would like to stand by what I've got there. So I'll definitely look for it.
Okay, yeah. It might do you a favor, right, to help you refine your argument anyway.
No, I agree.
And hopefully
you see it, and I provide you the data, and you agree that the data is accurate. You'll agree that the Earth is not flat. Okay.
Well, if that's what it shows, it's what it shows. But so far, you got not really anything yet.
It's all right. It's a challenge I'm willing to take up. Don't worry.
And if I may ask also, might there happen to be a data set with regards to the weather conditions, i.e. the air pressure, the temperature, the humidity, all these sorts of things throughout the line of sight in that image available?
I don't know, but I think, but we can deduce a lot of that just by looking at the image and making some measurements from it.
Okay. Well, we can make measurements. I don't know if that's an accurate way of putting it. We can make inferences or best guesses as to what's going on based off of very limited information and hunches and all sorts of stuff like that may or may not be accurate. Whereas if we actually have the data point, I'm going to finish my sentence, please, Professor, if you don't mind, right? If we actually had the data points, we could actually draw more accurate conclusions instead of just going by, a leap of faith or whatnot, right? So if we have that, you might be able to draw better conclusions as to what's going on throughout the optical path. You know
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
agree.
So if it's available, that would be great. If it's available, I'm just going to say, if it is available, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, it's almost as if it's meaningless in the end, because we actually require that in conjunction with all the other stuff. So
it's only meaningless to people who want to who don't want to see the facts. That's all.
Sure about that. So do you disagree?
I'm not disagreeing with you that I will look for it. Okay.
Right. I just want to be clear, right? So you acknowledge, right, that all these factors are necessary contributors to the optical path, the path of light, and everything, and what the observer actually sees, right? So if we know all that, you acknowledge that this plays a critical role going on, right?
What I am saying is this, there is enough information in what you see there in those photos to conclude.
What's the distance to the horizon?
Can I finish now?
What's the distance to the horizon? It doesn't show that in your GIF image of 5 photos.
Can I finish, please?
You just claimed there's enough information there. I want the distance to the horizon.
I said there's enough information for anybody with common sense to conclude that this cannot be on flat Earth. But I will get the information for you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Now, I joined because I was interested in asking some questions. So I just want to know if you're interested in answering them. That's all.
By all means. Now, if you can multitask, that would be fantastic.
I just want to have a conversation. That's all. All right.
Go ahead.
Okay. So my first question is, obviously, if you were, say, 45 degrees away from the North Pole, okay, so you're at 45 latitude, would the Earth be flat between that? Would the Earth be flat from the 45 degree latitude to the North Pole?
Well, if the Earth is flat anywhere you are, sir.
Okay, all right. No, that's all I'm asking. You just have to say yes, and I'll go along with that. All right. And you can, and this 45 degrees, you could be in Europe. You could be where would be 45 degrees? Yeah, probably be there. You'd be somewhere in Europe. You'd be in Russia. You could be in China. You could be in the United States. You'd still be 45 degrees to the North Pole. Agreed?
45 degrees latitude, yeah.
And it would be flat.
Wherever
in other words, 45 degrees is a latitude, a circle.
Is it?
And at different countries, you'd see everybody would have a flat 45 times the 69.1 miles to the North Pole, right?
Would they? Where do you get that number from, sir? Where do you get the 69 miles per degree from, sir?
It's standard celestial navigation, 69.1 miles per degree. If celestial navigation doesn't work on flat Earth, tell me now. Then I won't go any further. Does celestial navigation work on flat Earth?
Yeah, but does the 69 nautical miles per degree actually apply, or is that a backwards engineered value derived? I'm going to finish my sentence.
Without it.
I'm going to finish my sentence, please. Right? Celestial navigation in and of itself, yeah. My understanding is that it operates fine, but the assertion that there's 69 nautical miles for every degree of elevation change being consistent throughout all of the land or water or whatever, throughout all altitudes or latitudes, excuse me, that's only a claim that I've heard. I've never actually seen where that was derived from, except for mathematical derivations, not actual real world tests and observations. So if you could provide that would be very interesting. And then maybe we can move forward.
So your contention is that 69. It's not 69 miles per degree for latitude, right? That's your claim. Is that your claim?
I didn't claim anything. I'm asking you where it came from, sir. That's all I'm doing.
Technically, it's your claim, Phil.
Okay,
Yeah,
so here we have the flat earthers now disagreeing with celestial navigation, right?
Wrong.
Did I disagree, or did I ask you where it comes from, sir? Do you understand English?
Do you think that I would give you 69 miles per degree if it wasn't that in celestial navigation?
Sure. For all I know, you could be giving me anything. You're claiming that the Earth is a
Look it
ball,
up
and
then.
you haven't proved it
Please
yet.
look it up.
No,
Be my guest and look it up.
I've seen the claim. Professor, with all due respect, sir, okay, you would think that you'd be a little bit more cordial than this. Okay, I asked you where this came from, how it was derived, either through observation, real-world observation, or was it derived mathematically with all other sort of mathematical models and assumptions baked into it?
No, it's imperial. People, it's imperial. In other words, it's empirical.
Okay.
Sorry, empirical.
Okay, so where?
People look at the star and then travel back 1 degree, and that's 69 miles. Actually, they did 10 degrees.
I'm very sure that has happened. I'm very sure that there are instances of that. The question that I'm having is, does that apply uniformly throughout the entire trajectory from the equator all the way to the North Pole? I.e., is it consistent in the fashion that it's being planned?
If the Earth was flat, it would have to.
Well, hold on.
That's not the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm making, sir. I'm asking you, has this been confirmed, or is it just asserted as such?
It's been confirmed within 1%. All the way down.
Thank
Excellent.
Paper.
Now show it.
Could you provide the data for that, please?
Okay.
Yeah, I can provide you now, nautical almanac data for that going back, what was it, 200 years?
All right, Paper Rock. If you want to maybe provide that would be great. But we are speaking to Professor Phil. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, do you agree that if you're at 45 degrees, everybody who's at 45 degrees, whatever country they are in, where they are, it's flat to the North Pole, right?
It's flat everywhere, yeah.
Okay, good. And 50 degrees?
Mm-hmm.
And 35 degrees?
Sir, how many times do I have to say it's flat everywhere?
I'm going to keep going. 20 degrees, okay? Because T-Dub he likes to put in his little bit. T-Dub, 20 degrees, okay?
Your questions are redundant, sir.
Just say yes or no, that's all.
It's already implied, yes, of course.
Okay.
Are you going to keep asking?
Zero then. Okay, then we can imply that zero. Okay, then we can say that 45 degrees south is also flat all the way to the North Pole, right?
The ground is flat, sir.
And yeah, from everywhere. So everybody at 45 degrees south is the same distance to the North Pole then.
Are they?
That's your claim?
Yeah, are they? If you assume uniformity...
Shall we start again?
Yeah. No, Professor, again? No, we don't have to. You still have to back up your claim.
Because you got confused.
Hang on. Sir, no, you see, you don't seem to understand. No, Professor. I understand very clearly. Mathematically, okay, if we were to chart out a polar coordinate where every degree change, okay, is equidistant, okay, then yeah, it is. But for you to assert that that's actually what's happening in reality requires some support. And as of yet, right, because you've just been pushing forward and asking questions instead of actually going and getting the required material that I asked. You're going to try and paint the corner.
Let me try again. You're trying
to pigeon. Hang on. You're trying to pigeonhole the room and myself into agreeing with something that we don't actually have the proper information for. Thank you very much.
Stop gaslighting.
So could you actually go get that? And then maybe we can talk. Until such time as you actually have that, voice, don't you? We don't know.
You really love your voice, don't you?
No, sir. Sounds like you do after asking the same question.
We better start again because I had a feeling you'd get confused.
It doesn't need to start again, Phil. It needs you to back up your claims. You make claims of distances, back up your data, yes or no?
45 degrees. Is the distance from 45 degrees to the North Pole the same for everybody?
We don't know that, sir.
Well, what the hell is 45 degrees then if it isn't?
It's an angle
45
measurement.
degrees of what?
Angle of elevation.
What's the 45 degrees of what?
Angle of elevation.
So it's the angle of elevation to the star.
You're taking an angle measurement.
Everybody
You're taking an angle measurement to the star. You're taking an angle measurement to the star, absolutely.
Right. Is the GP of the star at the North Pole?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Okay, great. That means the distance must be the same for everybody at 45 degrees.
That is, of course, if you assume
it's just
uniformity.
Geometry, for Christ's sakes.
That's the problem, sir. So you're assuming, right? You're assuming that it's uniform throughout the entire.
Wow, I don't believe this.
See, I understand geometry very well. Okay.
You know you don't.
I also understand. No, sir. See, I also understand that to reify this angle measurement and map it onto the territory, right? As you know, in the fashion that you're talking about, like it is laid out on a map, right? Without actually having done that and actually demonstrating that it does form a perfect circle, right, around this pole or around this GP, right? That's you're basically performing a reification fallacy, right? So until such time it's actually demonstrated, right, that these distances are actually accurate, I cannot confirm or deny this. So instead of trying to pigeonhole everybody, how about you go get that fucking data, present it to the room, please? Thank you very much. We have already covered 2 or 3 topics, right? So instead of moving forward, how about let's go back to the first one, right? And
no, I'm not interested. I just want to get past this one.
Okay. All right. So then go get the data, right? That shows that all 1 degree elevation changes actually show 69 nautical miles.
You don't have to worry about the 69 miles. I can do that later. I'm not worried about that. I just want to know, when you look at Polaris, is the GP at the North Pole? You said yes.
As far as I've understood, yeah.
Now, for anybody at 45 degrees looking at that, the GP of the North Pole, the GP of Polaris would still be at the North Pole. That means, from just a geometry perspective, they have to be the same distance to the North Pole. They have to be. That's just geometry. It's
so
like
you didn't hear what I said
prove that a right angle triangle with 3, 4 will have a hypotenuse of 5. It will. Mm-hmm. It's an axiom.
An idea of geometry, yeah. But as applied to the reality, in our reality, outside, we don't know any of the variables, for example, that may be interfering with the light path at any given point on the ground looking up at the star. So to assert that it's actually a circle, right, without knowing these variables, hey, you're laughing, but if you think about it, you don't actually know this, right? So you have to infer that it's true and run on that assumption. And until such time as you can confirm that, you can work with a model that lays out, lays this out on a map. But to project it onto the territory is a reification fallacy until you know it to be. Don't
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Right. So that's the way you deal with stuff. If that's your pathetic way of dealing with stuff, fair enough.
Now you see.
Anybody else over there want to actually be fair income with me?
All right. I'll yield to the room if anyone wants to take that on, but they're going to give you the same answer pretty much because we all know this.
Because you're a flat earther. That's why. Come on, anybody who wants to be fair.
Either that, or we're willing to critically think about the information being presented.
What are you scared about? What are you scared to just say?
Instead of just consume it outright, without any questions. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, loving your freaking voice again. What about all the ships and airplanes that fly? Here you are taking about using celestial navigation. What about all these ships that use celestial navigation? What about all these ships that use GPS? Do they get lost? They rely on it on every latitude being 69 miles. Do they get lost?
Is that me or is that for me or for the room, sir?
It doesn't matter.
Anyone want to take that? He's already sick of me.
I just thought I'd have some intelligent people to speak to. That's all.
Yeah, well, you got what you asked for, so feel free, guys.
No, I didn't. You confused.
Yeah, I'm sure. Go for it, man.
Okay, so you think so if you're at 45 degrees south, would it still be flat to the North Pole?
The ground's measured as flat. What's the problem?
Okay, good. And then everybody...
So, Phil, how about we do it the easy way? Instead of you asking me stupid questions, and you know I'm going to answer it's flat, why don't you just present your data, and then we'll go over it? Instead of asking me, do you accept, do you agree? I'm not going to agree to your bullshit, all right? You put your data forward, put your story forward, and we'll go from there. Please go.
Okay. Good. So you tell me if somehow you agree with this, that everybody is the same distance from the North Pole at a given latitude. So at 90 degrees south, everybody's still the same distance from the North Pole. Now, tell me how substantially different that is to the AE projection.
Well, this is your claim, your story. You tell me.
It's not.
Who said anything about the AA projection?
Not me. Phil was putting forward his proof of Baltardia.
Why is it significant?
You've got no choice. It has to be like the AE projection.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you for telling me, informing me about what I should and shouldn't accept as being true.
Of course I'm telling you that, because it's logical.
Why?
I just told you why.
What, a straw man's logical?
Because you know that everybody all the way from the North Pole all the way to 90 degrees south, everybody is the same distance from their latitude.
Prove.
Okay, good. How is that different to the AE projection?
Prove it. Prove it.
I'm asking you the question. How is it different?
I just told you to prove it. Prove your claim.
I did.
No, you didn't. You gave us a story. T-Dub said prove it, and then you're pretending you did. I don't know whether senility or just old age has worn you down, Phil, but prove your claim.
Bullshit. God, I really got you on the ropes, haven't I, buddy?
You don't even have any ropes, mate.
If you're in Melbourne...
Yeah, I'd be a little coffee snob, so what?
Somewhere in the suburbs, would you know your GPS coordinates?
Why would I care? I'm in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Why would I care? I'm in Melbourne.
Yeah, great. So
he's answering excellent to shit questions that you must be hearing shit, Phil. Can you find your GPS? You're in Melbourne. I don't care. Excellent. Like, come on, Phil.
So wherever you are in Melbourne, you know your GPS coordinates, don't you?
No, I use the Gregory's. So what? If you're silly enough to use GPS, that's great. I don't have GPS in my car.
Seriously?
Seriously?
You don't have a phone with GPS on it?
Why would I need it? Unlike you, Phil, I don't get lost. I look at the map, that's where I got to go, off I go.
Oh, no, I use my GPS, actually.
Well, good for you.
Road signs.
High five, happy days.
Too.
Turn left 4 kilometres to Melbourne.
You know what? And you know what? It works. The GPS works.
So do the road signs.
It's extremely accurate.
I'll take your word for it.
The road signs didn't work. The GPS works fantastic. All right.
That's great. Now, so how is that proof of anything?
People in Perth?
I don't know. Go and ask one.
People in South America?
Go and ask someone. I'm not going to make claims for South America when I'm not there.
The GPS works for everybody around the world.
Ooh. This sounds intriguing. Please continue.
So therefore, we know where people are with respect to the latitudes. Okay.
And
Now,
what is that to prove, Phil?
All right. So we're talking about we now have the flat Earth kind of worked out, right?
Well, you haven't got anything. All you've said is GPS proves where people are.
Yeah. So now we know about the latitudes too, don't we? We know there's concentric circles around the North Pole, right?
Well, this is your claim again. Off you go.
No, it's yours.
I've said no such words. Thank you very much. Please do not strawman my position.
No, you said the Earth is flat, therefore...
I said it's measured as flat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, who measured it?
Those dudes with a laser.
They measured the whole Earth?
Well, you fucking well haven't. So don't be surprised if someone hasn't done the entirety of your fucking known existence. Fuck me, Phil.
Well, they have, actually.
Stop being arrogant. You haven't?
Yeah, they have.
No, you haven't.
Well, he hasn't measured the whole Earth, but he measured it in one sense. One night he was in here and he said, if you draw a vertical line down from a star, imaginary vertical line, until it meets the horizon, that's 90 degrees. And he was quite adamant about that. And I agree with him. That is 90 degrees.
Mm.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we'll just forget that one, T-Dub. I don't like the sounds of that.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, all right. Now, so the GPS works, right? Do you know that along the
GPS?
If you go between, let's say you pick two longitudes along the equator, how come?
Well, if you're using GPS, you won't need two longitudes.
No, you got two longitudes along the equator. Okay.
Well, GPS is more accurate, mate. Use your GPS.
GPS is longitude and latitude. Okay, that's what is the GPS. But you haven't got one, so you don't know that. But I'm telling you now, the GPS tells you your latitude and longitude. Okay, so it tells you your latitude. You know that those concentric circles that we spoke about before. The GPS.
That you were gibbering on about, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So when you're along the equator, when you're at the equator, between two different longitudes, let's say you pick, let's say they a couple hours apart or 3 hours apart or whatever, or say 150 degrees apart, or even 40 degrees or 50 degrees apart, doesn't matter. The distance along the equator between two longitudes is greater than the distance along any other latitude, both north and south of the equator.
And you've verified this how?
Absolutely. GPS.
No, I didn't say you verified this. You have verified this how? There was a how on the end of it, Phil.
Longitude and latitude coordinates. And the distance.
And you verified this how, Phil?
No problems.
It's like having a third conversation with an imaginary person, isn't it?
Yeah.
How have you done this, Phil? Tuesday was awesome.
You're starting to remind me of...
Because, mate, I can calculate the distance between two longitudes, which, by the way, is impossible. I can calculate the distance between two latitude and longitude coordinates.
But you don't need to. You've got GPS. You don't need to calculate anything.
Calculate? Yeah, what are you calculating for? Aren't you measuring?
Supposed to be.
What do I need to measure it if I know the longitude and latitude coordinates for? What do I need to measure it for when I can just calculate it?
And how have you verified these numbers, Phil?
You think it changes?
You think you verified it?
Yeah, absolutely.
How?
I guarantee you, I can tell.
No, I don't want you guarantee. I asked how you verified it.
Because the Haversine formula works.
Oh, so you're assuming a ball? That's awesome, Phil. Of course you're going to get the results of a ball if you assume a ball in the first place.
No, you can assume it's a flat Earth, and still the Haversine formula is going to work.
And still, I'm going to assume it's flat and then use ball mathematics to assume it's flat. Phil, are you stoned or stupid?
You're going to have to.
I'm going to have to. I don't going to have to do anything, my friend. You don't know me too well.
every people, if you're in a ship and you know your location, and you've got
so we're in ships now. Okay. Yeah.
And you've got the GPS coordinates or the longitude latitude coordinates of where you're going, and you want to know the distance between where you are and where you're going. You have to use the Haversine formula or the Vincenti's formula. You know.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know, there is no other way to do this.
And
so how does a sailor?
Your problem is
at sea. How does a flat Earth sailor, who's got their fix at sea, they've got their latitude and longitude coordinates of where they exactly are, and they want to know what the distance is to where they need to go with the latitude and longitude coordinates of where they need to go. How are they going to do that?
Without using. Don't ask a sailor.
Without using.
You're going to tell me anyway, so it doesn't matter.
It matters to them.
What if it doesn't? What if they just go, hey, I'm here, I need to go northeast, and then they go northeast?
No, they want to know how long it's going to get there, especially if they're flying.
Oh, so now they've gone from ships to flying. You are all over the place tonight, my friend.
They need to know if they've got the fuel and all that sort of jazz, and they need to know how many days they're going to get there. You know, ships know how long it takes to get from one place to another.
Oh, we're back in the ship again.
Well, it doesn't matter. Plane, ship, whatever.
Well, it does matter. What planes do you know stay in the air for days on end, Phil?
You can't just talk, intelligent.
You're the one that's all over the place, bro, not me. I'm just listening to you jump from planes to ships and back in ships again, and you're all over the place. Like, holy Toledo, mate. Go and have, you're probably low on sugar. Go and get some sugar cubes and settle your nerves.
Perhaps, if I may, quickly, Professor, maybe it would do everybody some good if you actually took a break and got that data that you said you would get to support your arguments.
Now, we spoke about the
data that you're going to get.
Circles. We spoke about the latitudes, which are concentric circles around the North Pole. Okay. Tell me about the sun. Does the sun go around like that too?
No. It's not.
Hot yellow thing in the sky. There you go. Tell me about it.
It's actually yellow. It's actually white. Yeah.
Oh. You call it whatever colour you like. Hot, yellow, white. I don't give a shit. It's still hot.
That thing.
That thing.
Do you agree that it travels between
non-conditional? I don't have to agree to anything.
Matrix, do you really think this is going to work out?
Of course you don't.
This way?
Of course you don't.
No. It's not going to work out because I know as well as you do, 20, he is not going to provide any data whatsoever to back up any of his bullshit.
I mean, he did say he would, right?
So, back up the fact that the sun goes between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn?
No. See, Professor, that what you just said there, this is maybe about the fourth or fifth topic that you've talked about already. I've asked you for data for at least 2 of the first 3. All right, do you even recall what they were, sir? No, I didn't think so.
You asked me about.
And that's why you don't get your data.
Yeah. Right. So I asked you at least
to verify the 69 miles.
Yeah. Where were they measured? Yeah. How were they derived? Yeah.
Well, you wanted me to verify whether the 69 miles between each degree of latitude is true at south of the equator.
How is it verified? All that. I mean, supposedly it's there.
So I haven't forgotten what you want. Okay.
Right. So that was one of them. Okay. Do you remember the other one?
Yeah, that's all right. Now let's do this next thing. So the sun.
Do you remember what the other one was?
No, I'm not going to provide you with data. We're going to jump to the next topic.
Professor,
I told you I'll come back to all that. We can have more fun. We don't have to have all the fun on one day.
I asked for some data too.
We don't have to have all our fun on one day.
Professor, I'm not asking you to fetch it all right now. I'm just asking you to be able, if you can articulate what I actually asked you, so when you do go, you know what to look for. So you already provided, okay. You know you have to get the 69 nautical miles per degree being uniform throughout the entire string. That's great. And there were two other topics that we talked about. Do you even remember at least the topics?
Yes, the ship. Okay. The 69 miles, and you wanted to know if that was south of the equator.
Not exactly. Again, I'll try and reiterate. Right.
Yeah.
So the
I'll put the whole package together. It's going to include everything that you can think of. All right.
Right on. Okay. So just so we're all clear, right? Because I'm getting a little bit discombobulated by all this, right? So just so we're all clear, right?
I'm not surprised. Go on.
So, well, I mean, sir. With all due respect, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning for me. I don't know where you are, and here I am.
It's okay. It's about that,
right? And you guys are yelling and screaming
at nearly 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, exactly. And you guys are yelling and screaming like maniacs. So forgive me for all that. Right?
I didn't consider your time zone. Sorry about that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I'm in the west. Right? So, anyways, so the point is, you got the 69 nautical miles per degree elevation being uniform for all latitudes, where that was derived, and how it was actually verified to be uniform in reality. And the other one was if you happen to have the humidity, temperature, and air pressure data throughout the entire line of sight between the observer and the ship, in addition to the actual distance to the ship. Right? Is that fair?
I don't think I belted to give you the climate. No.
Well, see, there's an issue with that then, because then we don't actually know. There's no way to really confirm what the light path it was, what its behavior was, whether there was stooping or looming or any sort of other phenomena going on that might yield the effect that we see, leading you to think it's an actual physical curvature that thing's going down below, or if it's just an optical. We don't know that then, right?
Actually, we would because what I can bring you are the limits. Okay.
Okay. How do you know those limits?
Well, they again, they're empirical data. We can work out what we know what those limits are. Okay.
Get the data.
Right. So they would be bounded. Okay. Fine. Then if we don't know that on these particular days throughout that trajectory that the actual values are at the extremes of the bounds, creating an extreme effect, we don't actually know that if we don't actually have the data. Right. So helpful to have that.
We know that we'll know that they fall within a range, don't we?
Perhaps. I don't know where that range came from. Right.
You obviously don't know much about science, then, do you?
You're not going to be able to eliminate anything without the data, bro.
Yeah. Why are you going ad hom, sir? If you're going to bring me a bounded range, it derived by some sort of statistical model, right? That model would have been derived from actual data points collected at some point, right? So you actually have,
yes, of course,
exactly, right? So perhaps maybe going to that. Thank you very much. So perhaps going to the source, right, as to where those from where those data points came from, might actually give you some more clear insight of what would have happened on that particular day, for example. Right?
Is there any chance, if I do all that work for you, that you will stop saying the Earth is flat?
Just because you give me the data is not going to be sufficient, sir. We're going to have to look into it. But I would appreciate you to back up your claim with this.
Don't worry, I don't care.
Bro, this is your claim. No, bro, listen. No, bro. No, you're not doing that. No way. This is independent of anything we've said. This is about your claim about that image. Mm-hmm. Solely and independently, all by itself, your claim standing all out alone, right? By its little lonesome, under the spotlight, being scrutinized to see if what you're saying about it is true. It's got nothing to do with whether it indicates that the Earth is flat.
And then it's true, then what?
What's true? That it's the curvature of the Earth hiding the ship from view?
Yeah, if I show you that.
Yeah, go and get the data then.
Then what?
Then you'll have confirmed your claim.
And then
if you can validate that the absolute, if you can validate absolutely with 100% certainty that is the curvature of the Earth obstructing the view of that ship, then nobody has got any choice but to accept it, right?
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, well, no shit, sir. Professor, that's already implied.
That's good. That's good.
But that's already implied. Okay, we just need the actual material to make accurate decisions and understandings.
All right, let's test to see if that's true. All right.
Okay, we'll go get the data.
Does the sun move between the?
So get the data. That's what we're talking about, Phil. The data. Grab it.
He's trying to bulldoze.
Answer my question.
Get the data, and we will.
In the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of.
Don't care, Phil. No? Go and get the data. If you've made a claim, get the data to back it. We'll scrutinise it. The data will represent itself if it's true and correct.
So this is more data. You think I have to go and get data that the sun moves?
Your claim, you're backing it up, not me. I'm not doing your shit homework for you. I'm not one of your stupid students. I'm not one of your stupid students. You are not a professor above me. Your professing is a load of crap. So get the data, back up your claim.
What do you say about it?
Say about what? You getting your data, go and get the bastard. That's what I say about
it. What do you say about what happens to the sun?
Who cares? Go and get your data. Back up your ship claim first.
Don't tell me who cares. Tell me what you think.
I think you should get the data.
No. Tell me what you think about what the sun does.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. The next time you say no, Travis, hold up a second, mate. The next time you say no to getting your data, Phil, your claim is null and void. So please get your data.
My claim that the sun moves between...
No, the ship. We're talking about the ship, Fortnite. Keep up.
No, forget that. I'm not...
That's it.
I've got to...
There you go, T-Dub. The ship one's out. We don't have to worry about that bullshit anymore.
No, I'll come back with it.
Oh, that's all right. Because at the end of it, I was just going to make him realise that he's wasted his time by presenting the Black Swan anyway.
I know. Yes.
The Black Swan has got to be your weakest argument.
Really? Okay? How do you construct that in your broken mind?
It's your weakest argument.
Why is it the weakest argument, Phil? This will be entertaining, please.
Because the photograph is shit. It's got distortion everywhere. It's not worth looking at.
How about, Phil? How about you get the photograph and you circle the distorted bits?
Yeah, you see the cranes?
What about them? The cranes are nothing to do with our argument, Phil.
It doesn't matter. Yes, they are.
Yes, it does.
The whole photograph's shit. You can't make any decisions about
Phil,
because
the crane. It's not a Phil. Is it a photograph or is it a frame taken out of video footage?
That's a photograph.
Then you're an idiot. You've got no idea what's going on.
Photograph. One frame out of a video is a photograph. Okay.
I mean,
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I didn't.
It's out of video.
There are much better examples. It is one that's not one that should be really used as the primary example of what we're trying to.
Is that another
portray?
Is that another claim I have to go and make? Another thing I have to say is that a photograph that a single frame out of a video is the photograph is another thing I have to go and get.
Oh, Phil, you haven't backed up your own claims yet, so don't worry about other people's.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I never said which Black Swan. I just said the Black Swan.
Yeah, because
we all one inside.
Every single observation is a black swan. There is no so-called white swan, right? That matches up with
exactly.
Take it, DJ.
Now,
you're gonna.
All right. Okay. What about the sun business?
What about the sun business, Phil?
Does the people who think the Earth is flat, do they think that the sun moves between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn? You know, like everybody observes.
If you're talking about the AE map model, like the Jaren and David Weiss and flat earthers used to use more often, where it's like a little physical sun and moon that rotates between the tropics on the AE map. No, that's not what we're claiming.
He tried forcing that on us before, DJ. He tried forcing that map on us before. We have to accept that.
What is your claim?
That has to be our map.
Yeah, what is your claim then? What you could, because we do know the sun travels.
That the Earth is that the surface of liquid is flat. The surface of liquid's flat. Yeah. Oh, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So how does that happen on Flat Earth?
So welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Not so. How does that do anything? No, that's just it. The surface of liquid is horizontal. Game over, bro.
I'm talking about.
If you accept that, you're on our side. No, not about. What about the sun?
It's never horizontal. It's never flat.
It's never horizontal.
It's never flat.
Do you want a citation? Do you agree with your peers?
What about what?
No.
Why am I fucking doing you?
Sorry.
Water can never ever be flat.
Do you agree with your peers?
What about my peers? I don't know what you're talking about.
So if I showed you a statement from your peers from a physics textbook stating
saying what?
Contrary to what you're saying right now.
Well, what's it like? Tell me what you'll show me. What will it say?
Well, what about I just post it?
Well, just tell me what. Just tell me. I'm not going to read.
I think just posting it to up. That's a lot cleaner.
It states that the surface of water at rest, or liquid at rest, being horizontal, and all points on a horizontal surface within a liquid at rest, right, being of the same pressure, is actually the definition of a level surface.
This
often used as the definition of a level surface.
Let me put it this way. There is no textbook that will say that the surface of water can ever be flat. Not ever. Not in a cup.
Horizontal? Horizontal? Horizontal?
Horizontal doesn't necessarily mean flat.
Doesn't necessarily mean flat.
No, it doesn't.
Wait. Could you repeat? Could you repeat what you just said? But slowly.
Do I lie in bed horizontal? Am I flat?
Horizontal doesn't necessarily mean flat. Is that what you just said?
Draw a semicircle and hold it vertically or hold it horizontally.
What are you talking about again?
On a piece of paper.
Is flat synonymous with horizontal? Is the word flat synonymous with horizontal?
Listen carefully to me. Stop being an idiot.
No, you're the one being an idiot, Phil. Phil, step back. Phil, step back and answer the question. Phil, you're just scattergunning again, mate. You're jumping to another topic because you don't like the answer that you were just given.
Draw a straight, wavy line on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And hold it.
Hey, draw a straight, wavy line.
Straight, wavy line. How do I draw a straight, wavy line?
Do you know what a wave is, Phil?
Yeah, draw a wavy line.
Oh, shit.
Wait. Right. So it's not straight anymore, it's wavy.
Not straight.
Are you talking about where it's max? Are you talking about where it's maximum? Are you talking about where it's maximum?
Draw a wavy line.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I get it. You're talking about where its maximum and minimum peaks, right, are going to be equally distant from each other.
Water is never, ever, not in any cup, not in any glass, not in any ship, in the sea.
Curving.
Water
never. Okay.
Curving.
All right, I'll grab your citations. I'll grab your citation and see if you agree with what it says. Okay.
This is just me, or kind of starting to sound a little bit like Donnie. I guess it's just me.
Oh, Phil, you're giving us.
Where's your claim? Where's your citation? I'm waiting for it.
I think it's coming.
I want to find a citation that says water lies flat. That's what I want. Not an interpretation of what other words are. I want the citation has to say water lies flat.
Okay, Mr. Wavy Horizontal.
I can get that too, right? But first I'm going to post this one.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Levels. It says level surface. It doesn't say flat surface. Level is not flat.
Horizontal.
Level is
Find
flat.
another one.
Level is flat.
Level is not flat.
Yeah, it is. It's none of them. You can use level and flat in the same way.
No, it doesn't apply. Get rid of this nonsense. Get another one.
No. Yeah.
He doesn't like that.
I don't know why they do
It's a physics textbook, bro, on hydrostatics. He doesn't like it.
Level is not flat. I don't care.
What's horizontal mean? What does horizontal mean?
Okay.
What does horizontal mean? Yeah, that's what I thought, bro.
Within a body of liquid at the same pressure. Within a body of liquid. What's within a body of liquid mean? Does that talk about the surface or what? At least I've got your thing.
Well, the fact that it says surface just before that, Phil, I don't know where your mind is off to, but yeah, well,
level surface. Okay. Yeah. It can still be a surface in the water. Okay.
What, without a body of water?
It says within a body of water. Read.
So which bit do you have contention with, Phil? The within? So let's change it to without. So you're not talking about water anymore?
Are you changing the text now?
No. You've got a problem with it, so maybe you should. You're a professor. Aren't you qualified to do that kind of shit?
I'm going to read the whole thing so that I can. Wise
choice.
Yeah, I've got to now that you've left me a link there, I can. Okay.
See how easy it is to post links up, Professor Phil? That's what you should be doing.
That's fantastic, yeah. That's good. Okay.
There you go. There's one from Science in Pre-K.si.edu, Science Water. Museum.
They're lying to the kids, T-Dub.
They're lying to the kids.
There's another quote above, right, by the American Meteorological Society.
It's physically impossible.
A horizontal surface such as that of a body of water.
And utterly misspoken. Water cannot form a flat surface. I will bet anybody any money.
No, you should get onto them, mate. They're teaching kindergarten children. You must save them, Phil. Save them. It's your duty.
If any fool is teaching people that surface of water is flat,
well, they are. They
need to be called out.
Well, they are.
Good. Well, good. I'm going to don't you worry.
And so is your peer, Robert Katz. So is your physicist peer, Robert Katz.
Who's this science?
Better write him an email, Phil.
si.edu. Is that Singapore, is it?
How about this? Can I ask, Professor, what's your contention really with these statements?
They're wrong.
He's using the Bev logic where it's not completely flat.
Right.
It's basically
water cannot be flat. It's impossible.
Well, let me see. So if I have a cup of water, right, and I fill it to the just from the brim or something like that, a large majority of the surface appears flat, but we do see around the rim, right, or the perimeter of that surface, it's a little bit beveled, right? But we understand that that's caused by surface tension. But besides from that, those little uplifts and shit like that, beyond that, right?
It's not, not flat, though.
Okay, so what's the curvature rate on that thing?
It's the same curvature rate as the Earth.
So what would it be at a small scale like that? Like in numbers?
It would be really small.
It would be irrelevant. It would be so small you wouldn't notice it. But look, this is the thing, right? You need to show us. You need to show us evidence that such a thing exists, right? Curving water that matches up with the curvature of the Earth. You're not able to show us any kind of evidence that happens happens. Like a single observation where you've taken, the possible explanations into account, right? Because you're making a hyper-specific claim.
I'll get you the same kind of source that there's.
Like, I've never seen one in the last 8 years. Not citations. I want to see empirical evidence. I want to see a real world. Like,
it will be.
I want to see something that counters, like Dr. John Dee's observations or something. Yeah. Well, go ahead.
They'll have the citations I give you will have measurements with them.
Okay. Well, we want empirical evidence.
Stuff. Yep. Right. That's what they'll be.
And while you're at it, Professor, don't forget the 69 nautical miles per degree and the boat.
Yeah, of course.
Stuff.
Sure. Okay.
Well, it shouldn't take long to find that, surely.
Can we get back to the sun?
No, we don't know what the sun is.
You don't know what the sun is?
That's right.
You don't know that it travels between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn?
No, we don't make claims.
You don't know that?
No, I don't know how the sun works. I don't know exactly what the sun is. I don't know what medium the sun is, or what medium what the sun is made out of. Could be something beyond our comprehension. We don't know. We can't test it empirically.
You can't tell.
Test the water. We can test the water, and it's not curving.
Flat Earthers, as a group, don't know that the sun goes between Capricorn.
Nobody knows what the sun is. No, we have some delusional people that think they live on a spinning globe. They think they know everything because they parrot textbook information, but you don't actually have any empirical evidence to back your claim up.
You think we just parroting information. The sun goes between Capricorn.
I hear you keep saying that you can provide all of this empirical evidence, but you're never actually presenting any of it.
So you don't
keep wanting to divert away from the topic of the room, which is the Earth, and talking about the sky. You don't want to talk about the Earth. You were just saying that you have some kind of practical demonstration that shows that water is curving. That's the prerequisite of all of your additional claims about the sky working over the top of a globe.
You think you flat earthers don't know that? So this is what I'm getting from you. Flat earthers don't know that
you're not even listening, Phil.
Between Capricorn and Cancer, right?
So where's that data?
Correctly? Did I say
you're getting data?
Did I say that correctly?
Don't know what the
Which bit about getting data? I didn't hear you say that bit correctly, mate.
Did I say correctly that flat earthers don't know that the sun travels between Capricorn and
what's the sun?
Cancer?
If you want to talk about something, right, you need to define what it is and then back up your definition with empirical evidence.
We all know what the sun is. You know that thing.
No. You know how to parrot what you've been told the sun is
during the day.
Just parroting information isn't.
Now flat earthers don't even know what the sun is.
No, nobody knows what it is. You don't know what it is.
Of course, I know what the sun is.
No, you don't know what it is. You just believe.
Yes, I do.
You just
believe.
Don't
know. You may not know what it is.
You're a man of faith when it comes to the heliocentric religion. That's what you are.
No, I know.
Yeah, how about this?
I know what the sun is.
How about this, Phil?
But not only that, I know that the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn at the height of summer, and I know at this summer and at the northern summer it's at the height of Cancer. I know that.
Professor, if you
is that something flat earthers don't know?
Let me clarify something. Okay, the extent that we can know what the sun is, quote unquote, is that we see a massive light in the sky that moves across the sky. Okay,
let's
the composition of it, or what it's made of, or all these kind of finer details.
Okay,
right? All these things. Let me finish.
I accept you don't know what it's. I accept you don't know what it's made of.
Professor,
I accept you don't. I accept that you don't know what it's made of. But do you know?
Do you know what? Do you know what it's made of? We know we were told that, just in the same fashion as we're told that sun is burning balls of like plasma or gas or whatever. They keep changing their fucking mind on that or their story.
So you don't. Where we know, don't think it's true.
Let me finish, sir. Okay, we know the stories presented to us. Okay, we know that most of us have heard that, if not everybody. But to make a statement that we know that to actually be the case, okay, requires significant scrutiny and actual data and some method of actually testing all this stuff. Now, if you make the claim that you actually have all that, okay, that would be very interesting to look at. Do you have that? Again, we're going to ask you for data. Okay, so how do we know what the...
hang on. Can I finish now? So let me just reiterate. Flat
Attempted straw man. Continue.
Earthers don't know that the sun goes between Capricorn and Cancer. Got it. Gotcha.
I didn't say that.
Well, if that's what he heard, it's okay if he heard that. Well, I mean, Professor Phil, can you define what is...
Don't know.
What is that?
Flat Earthers don't know that the sun goes between Cancer and Capricorn.
Okay, sure. We don't know that. So what is that? What's that called? The Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn? What is that?
Like 23.4 degrees, both sides of the equator.
23.4?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know what that is either then?
Yeah, that latitudes.
Yeah, that's wrong. That would be the wrong... You got your own globe that doesn't match what Google says or Wikipedia or basic textbook. You just came up with a new model that moves these lines to different locations that don't exist.
Well, flat earthers don't think the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer exist.
Well, you don't, because you put them in some place else. It'd be like you walk into a Burger King and you order a Big Mac.
Yeah,
and then you're like, then all of a sudden you tell the person, hey, I want a burger, and you're like, well, yeah, you can order a Whopper.
Yeah,
and then you start telling them you don't. Go ahead. I don't know. I think you cut out there.
What's the latitude for the Tropic of Cancer?
How about let's go back to the other one? Does it move? Does the sun move between these two?
Just answer my question, please.
Yeah, the same. Well, use your answer. What was your answer originally?
(23.5 degrees latitude north and 23.5 degrees latitude south.
So why'd you change your answer?
I'm being accurate. Okay?
So how about this? Google, does the sun move between... Number. Yeah, here, just Google this. Does the sun move between the Capricorn and Cancer? No, the sun does not move between Capricorn and Cancer. No. Rather, the Earth's tilt causes the sun's direct rays to appear to shift.
We know that. Yes, of course. Of course.
Okay, so now what is the tilt of the Earth? What's that supposed to be?
You don't know what that is? Another thing the flat earthers don't know?
Yeah, let's say flat earthers don't know it. So what's the tilt of the Earth?
Okay, all right.
But Google it.
The tilt of the Earth is the tilt that the equator makes with the ecliptic.
Okay, so what does that equal?
23.5 degrees.
And what was your Capricorn and Cancer?
23.5 degrees.
Would you call that, is that a clue, do you think, or not?
Yeah, of course, isn't it? So the flat earthers think that the sun travels between those two extremes?
You're talking they don't. All of us.
Yeah, they don't. You're in your worldview. They don't do that.
I don't think.
Yeah, you don't either.
No, I'm talking about
you. Shouldn't.
Forget me. I'm asking you. Yeah. The flat earthers. What do you think?
Flat earthers would say the sun is a light in the sky.
Yeah, and?
That would be the wrong direction. That's up.
And what
up.
would be the latitude at the height of summer?
Whatever you put it at. You can mark it here, you can mark it there.
What it is.
You can mark it anywhere.
No, it's got its GP. Its GP will be somewhere on the Earth in those two times, in the northern summer.
The bastard keeps moving.
It's latitude.
What the sun is.
Here's another one. I asked, does the sun have a GP? No, the sun does not have a GP.
Well, it does at a certain given time, obviously.
So that's what I'm saying. It's interesting.
They wouldn't be able to use it.
If someone was in your class and hear you talking and they had their phone in their pocket and you're like, is this professor telling me the right stuff? Let's see what Google says. And Google would be like, well, no, he's talking straight shite.
Yeah, right. So now, all right, what about the stars? Do they go around the North Pole?
What's that?
The stars.
Okay, around what?
Do the stars go around the North Pole in
let's ask Google.
Just answer the question. Do the stars go around the North Pole on flat Earth?
Which is what's flat Earth?
Whatever your flat Earth is, I don't know.
No, your flat Earth.
What's in your head for flat Earth?
What's your? Well, that'd be the Earth.
Actually, I do, because I showed you that flat Earth had to be what flat Earth was. Yeah.
So flat Earth is flat Earth. And is that the sky or the Earth? If flat Earth is flat Earth.
I'm talking about on your model of flat Earth, right? Which, by the way, does it include the dome?
Which is what?
This container, whatever that is.
A container. Okay, yeah. So where was that? Back to the sky again?
Yeah, we're talking about the sky when we're talking about stars.
So if I'm going to talk about my countertop, am I going to talk about how flat my countertop is?
Don't care about your countertop. I just want to know.
Well, I'm trying to see the glitch here. Where's the glitch?
No, there's no glitch.
Yeah, your head keeps tilting up.
It's just a question.
Okay, so you're talking about the sky?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about that.
Well, I am.
Okay, so you are talking about something I'm not talking about.
Well, I don't.
That would be a choose your own adventure category.
I'm talking about the stars now.
Okay, well, go to a star channel, a channel that's all about the sky. There's plenty of them.
Is anybody there apart from this one who wants to obfuscate want to talk about the stars?
Yeah, you could find anybody who wants to talk to the stars in any forum where they talk about the stars.
Of course you don't want to talk about the stars, you poor little thing. Of course you don't. You know why you don't?
Why not? This is appeal to motive.
Because you know where I'm going with this.
No, I don't. I have no idea where you're going. I would predict, using the flat Earth model, that even you don't know where you're going with this.
I know where I'm going with this, and you
have no clue because you haven't
that's
never.
Why you
there.
don't want to. That's
you'll
why
never
you don't
get there.
Want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about the stars because you know where I'm going with this.
That's appeal to motive. That would be a logical fallacy and a mental break with reality.
Sure.
You have to
want to talk about the stars or not?
If you want to talk about flat Earth, there's two words there: flat and Earth.
Do you want
Which
to talk
one
about
of those words? Let's see if you can answer a direct question. Which word did you understand as sky, stars, up, dome, container? Which one of those words? I said flat Earth. Which one of those words drove you into a pipeline to invoke a conversation about sky magic?
I don't care. I want to talk about the stars.
Okay, yeah, you have needs and wants that are in direct contradiction with the forum you're in.
Anybody want to talk
about proposing a cosmology? We're not proposing a cosmology, bro.
Go to another channel and try this. You could do science right now. Cause and effect.
Let me just
go to T-Girl, just like all the different channels that are active right now. Go into each one and just start talking about the stars.
Let me just add this up. You don't know. You don't know whether or not the North Pole is the same distance.
We're not proposing a cosmological view of something that you will never experience. If you want to know what reality is all about, you go out into reality. You go outside. You look around. That's reality.
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah,
though.
Dr. Phil,
I know about something else.
I know the Earth. This is what flat earthers know. I know the surface of the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. And I know...
Measurably?
Yes. And I know the surface or the motion of Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as stationary. If you want to put your heads in the clouds, that is no problem. You can do that.
How do you know that it's stationary?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways of getting into this, but like the main topic right now is, can you get to flat or Earth, or at least roll the clock back? Let's just say you can roll the clock back just a couple hundred years before the Catholic Church just derailed the whole world with like some sort of creation myth. Can you get right that one moment, or at least when you say that flat earthers are talking to kids and brainwashing children, can you diffuse this victim status instead of like, church lady on The Simpsons? Will someone please think of the children? That's what the goal would be. When I see you in this channel, I'm like, can I get this guy to make an observation of the surface of the Earth? Is today that day? And I already know the answer. The answer is no. Nothing new under the sun. You'll never look at the surface of the Earth. You're not capable of doing it. It would be impossible to get you to make an observation. That would never happen. But what you will do is to go into some meth field symposium about sky magic and then hallucinate some children you think are in the channel that we're trying to brainwash. That's what you will do. And you'll do it today, and you'll do it tomorrow, and you'll do it forever. That is where you're at. And that will end.
Your little rant.
That will end when you choose to.
Now that you've had your little rant, do the stars rotate around Polaris?
Yeah, as predicted. Right back to the sky.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to you. Now that you've had your rant, I'm just going to continue on where I was, but I'm really going to forget about providing all the data that I was asked for earlier.
I told you I'll come back with that.
Well, you say that every time. An hour. You never do.
Okay, now, can we talk about the stars, please?
No.
Bring your data.
Of course not.
What?
Go to astrology. Go to astronomy.
Well, hang on. Stars like Hollywood stars?
Yeah, the
Hollywood stars like Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong?
No.
Neil deGrasse?
No, the stars that you look up and you see the stars at
Bollywood
night.
stars. Maybe Bollywood stars is more your
like
style.
The Southern Cross. Like the Southern Cross.
All these things we can never empirically validate, right? You would just want to avoid talking about the actual Earth surface.
I want to talk about.
You're just saying, you're going to come back with come back with some empirical evidence, but you never do. You say that every time. No, you don't ever do that because you're a liar.
Now.
Do you have a claim to make about them regarding the surface of the Earth, the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, the shape of the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the prerequisite to all of your star claims. Okay, so you're going to have to validate that first if you want to have all of these
and
other conversations.
the Earth is the
so
one,
go ahead.
and the Earth is spinning. The stars are relative to the Earth.
Yeah, just keep chanting your religion. That's going to make it real. If you keep chanting your religion.
Say it 6 more times. Just get it over and done with.
Chant for me, Phil.
No.
It might turn up like Bloody Mary.
Yeah, it's going to start curving before your very eyes.
God, there's some obfuscation going on. I want to hear what you think the stars do. You don't know what the stars are now.
No, we're going to talk about the geometry of the surface that we live on.
Yeah.
Come on. You can do it. What do the stars do?
If you have a claim to make about the stars with regards to the geometry of the surface that we live on, then you can go ahead and make it if you want.
Do the stars
Yeah, what? Hey, Dr.
rotate
Phil.
around Polaris on flat Earth?
Dr. Phil, what do you call that if someone is divining the nature of creation by looking at the stars? What was that? There's a name for that. What's that called?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, somebody looks up at the sky.
Yeah.
And they believe the stars are divining them information of earthly bound events.
Oh,
what is that called?
Astrology you're talking about.
Astrology. Bingo. There you go. You got it. So you're practicing divination right now.
No.
If you look at that star and that star, and you're adding anything else other than what you observe from the stars, you are practicing divination.
No, the stars are vitally important because people use them for navigation.
That is called divination.
They don't use stars.
The stars will direct me.
Yeah, telling the stars are like. If you just look around and say that star is telling me to put my pineapple on my pizza, that is called divination. It's telling you which way. Telling you which way to go.
Telling you where you are on the Earth.
Well, there we go. That's also divination. Hey, star,
proud you are a dusty.
Tell me where I am and tell me where I'm going.
Celestial navigation. Is that a new thing that flat earthers don't know? That celestial.
Proud you are a duster, Phil. Proud you are a duster. You keep
celestial navigation.
And the amount of things that you don't know is
4,000 BC.
Now you don't even know that celestial navigation is a thing.
So you don't know that celestial navigation.
Why do they call it celestial navigation?
You don't know this, that it dates back to 4,000 BC. Before any globetard, people were using celestial navigation.
Okay, good. So you agree that.
So you didn't know that. You didn't know that. You walked in this conversation not knowing that flat earthers invented celestial navigation.
No.
You came into this conversation completely unprepared.
So now we've established that the stars are important. Like 4,000
No, you've established that you did not know that celestial navigation predates every single heliocentric model, like all 3,000 of them.
Being serious, you think Cryptid is being serious, dude? He's been trolling the whole way.
No, I'm not.
Any evidence for anything?
I know. But I just wanted to bring it back to the ground. I just wanted to bring it back to the ground because it was getting very non sequitur. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, you can leave. No issues.
So the Indian guy, India sent a bunch of rockets, right? And rockets don't work on a globe; they work in reality, and the reality is not a globe.
Yeah, we launched a hypersonic missile, bro. Check the news. Get yourself updated.
Hypersonic missile that works in reality, not on a globe. Unless it's a cartoon.
And we have proven
if you got a cartoon for the hypersonic missile, that's not the real one. We need the real one.
We do got ICBMs. So update yourself.
We? When you say we, do you mean like you and I?
I means we means here the Indians. We do have ICBMs.
But what do you have? You have cartoons of the ICBMs, or do you have the actual ICBMs?
Do you know what ICBM stands for?
In Canada, what's the other word?
Good luck
British. International Canada British.
Good luck with that. And Madagascar?
So you know that everything that you're talking about works in a horizontal, right? No globe required because the Earth is not curving. You know that, right?
You asking me?
Yes, you know the ground that you're standing on is not in motion, it's not curving, so it's not a globe. Like they show you in the TV, in the cartoons.
Were you aware that Indians have a heritage and we had these temples of 9 planets since last 2,500 years? And the one thing which you people identified in the last 100 years? Maybe?
That again in English?
Yeah, that's the point. You will not understand my slang. It's okay.
You know he's speaking English, right?
You said something, planets, Indian planets, but I don't get the context. You say Indian planets? What does that mean?
Yeah, we have temples for planets where we have 9 planets for the past 2,500 years plus.
You mean that there's structures in the ground in India that have been aligned to the luminaries, to the planets and the lights in the sky?
Not just the luminarities, luminary orientation. It is not just that. We have it in our scripture. There are 9 planets, and
nobody's denying that there are planets up in the sky, the wandering stars. But the ground that you're standing on, that's not one of those.
It is not a planet?
They also have an interesting story about the sun and the moon, don't they?
Yeah, the earth you're standing on, terra, you know, terra firma, the ground below your feet that you're standing on, is not a celestial up in the sky. The earth is not up in the sky, like the planets that you're talking about.
We are down here. We're not up there flying around. We are here with you on the same, standing on the same ground that you are, even though you're far away. We're all on the same floor.
What's the point in that?
It's to your point that when you are addressing, you're saying we have temples for the planets. Sure, yeah, you have temples for the planets, but that doesn't mean that the Earth is a planet. The sky, the wandering stars, those are the planets, not the Earth.
I mean to say that our historical predictions were right. And it was way before all those English education came to us.
Yeah, we're not saying they weren't. The ancestors were highly intelligent. But that doesn't make the Earth round.
It's not perfectly round. Okay, I do agree to that.
It's not round at all.
But mostly based on the shape, you can say, but it is not 100% round.
It's not round at all. Nobody knows the shape of the Earth.
No, by now everyone should be knowing it. We have moon landing.
No, there's a difference between knowing and believing, and everybody believes that it's round or a ball, but it's not, right? Nobody knows the size of the Earth.
Yeah. It's like, you know your height. You can measure this, right? SRK, your height is not a belief. This is knowledge, correct?
Okay, now we are talking about logics. Okay.
Yeah, knowledge. And in the same way, we don't have a belief about the Earth. We have measurements.
Yeah, when we measure the Earth, it doesn't measure curving. So whoever shows you a cartoon as the Earth being a sphere, that's a cartoon, fantasy, not real. Because when you go to the Earth and it's measured, it doesn't curve. So the misrepresentation of the Earth curving in a cartoon, that cannot be real. That's not the Earth. It's a misrepresentation. You get that?
Okay.
It's pretty simple. Glad you get it.
Yeah. But I trying to figure out what is the point. I mean, where are we heading to?
What is the point of what? Of the conversation?
Yep.
Having a conversation, learning English. You're in the English hub and you're learning about reality and how to differentiate between fantasy and reality. The globe spinning ball in the vacuum of space is a fantasy, like a cartoon, like a movie, like an anime, you know? And then reality, not curving Earth, motionless Earth, contained, loss of nature, that stuff is real. And we can communicate based on reality basis or fantasy basis. Globe fantasy, and then there is a reality.
Okay, I'm there with you.
Yeah. So when you mention, you know, there is I don't disagree myself. I've seen rockets and I've seen many of the equipment that we can launch and do different things with it, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that because we see rockets going up and down to the sky, up to the sky, down from it, that doesn't mean that the Earth is the cartoon that they show us on the TV. Not the same thing.
Then pretty interesting topic you have pulled in. This guy Elon Musk, he's dreaming about having penthouse in Mars. What do you think about that?
He's selling a dream so people can dream. You know, the American dream. You have to be asleep to believe it. There, it's a dream.
Yeah,
fantasy dream.
And I also read some 8 years back, people were buying lands on moon.
They've been saying that since the 1950s. Still hasn't happened.
I read an article regarding this. I remember it. It was some 8 years ago.
It's just dream selling, so they can push the can down the road, and they keep scamming, and people keep, propping up their contracts for whatever. Oh, we're gonna go to Mars. Just give us billions of dollars, and we'll take you to Mars so you can have a penthouse on Mars and on the moon. Just keep paying us.
So
you see the scam?
Yeah, I see the scam. So, according to you, what are the two big scams on Earth you experienced? Or you believe that is the biggest scam ever?
It might be one of the biggest ones. Yeah, there's a lot of money involved in the globe fantasy. You see how you see the globe, the globe on everything. They push the globe fantasy. You see it on the news and cartoons. You see it on the school, and everyone believes like it has to be probably the biggest one, because most. I mean, I don't want to say most or generalize, but a lot of people believe it, but they don't even know it's true. People just believe because they saw it on the TV.
Okay, but yet for me, scam should be something where you are trapped in. I mean, someone is losing money or someone is chasing something.
Okay,
this is
I get it. No, you're correct. You are correct. So let's say, for example, the American taxpayer. You know, people pay tax. People go to work, being productive, and then out of their pay, there is a percentage being taken off their working their pay, and that percentage is being used for space stuff, wars,
blah blah blah,
and stuff that you don't agree with. So basically, the work that you put is being used for something that you probably don't believe in, you don't agree with. So that's a basic scam right there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Tax is one of the biggest scam ever on Earth. What else? For me, the second biggest scam is your dream house. Building your own house. Biggest scam. second biggest scam.
Global warming, global war on drugs, global war terror, global this, global that.
But in those things, you don't chase behind something, you don't oblige yourself to pay something. But when it comes to home and tax, you are directly being impacted.
Sure.
Just for this dream house.
Another scam, property taxes. That's another big scam.
I totally take taxes as a scam.
I mean, if you go to the store and you buy something and there may be like a, I don't know, like 2%, 3% tax attached to that thing, I think it might be okay if it's gonna fund something of use for, let's say, the town or the community. If the money is gonna be put to good use, it's okay. But your earnings being used to promise people that they're gonna be taken to outer space, I mean, that's a scam.
When, 18 years back, I was graduated from the college and I joined the work. My first salary, before that, I never happened to learn about taxes. From my first salary, some 18% was deducted as tax. Then, whatever thing I used to buy, I have to pay an additional tax. So, for example, I am filling my bike with fuel, I am paying fuel tax. I am having my food at a restaurant, I am paying food tax. You have taxed me from my salary. Why are you taxing me again for everything which I am spending?
I think that's part of it, but also the human resource, the time people are consuming to promote the scam. People are being scammed in a way that they don't even know they're part of the scam. Like these people promoting space and working within the space team, most of them, they don't even know they're working for a scam, and they're, instead of doing productive things, they're just wasting time instead of doing something good for humanity, something good for the world, something productive that will make the nation better.
My point is, if someone is working on NASA or ISRO, I don't mind because they are not impacting in my day-to-day life. But when it comes from my pocket, from my sweat, from my blood, then it hurts me. I see it as a scam. It's my perspective. You can take it on your
religion is the whole space religion, because it's people are believing in this nonsense absurdity. So there are
nothing wrong in that.
Listen, the scam affects you directly and indirectly, because if you can convince people to believe in absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities. So the people believing in this nonsense fantasy and having this mindset of we are living in a vacuum of space, spinning in a ball. There's like this mentality that goes with that. That's scarcity and fear. It affects everybody in the world because
I'm not spending anything on that. Nor do I am spending my time. Neither do I am going to spend my money on it. So I am least bothered if the world is round or square or rectangle. I am least bothered. I am just worried about my tomorrow and for my kids. That's it.
Yeah, that's good. You definitely have to worry about your kids and take care of them 100%.
So I don't see it as a scam. My point is,
if you have children, but if your children are being told a fantasy and they're being scammed and they're being taken advantage of and they're being promoted ideas that are not true, do you care about that if they're being lied to?
I don't care about that because, say, for example, you are always told that being married is a happy ending at your life, but it is never true. So
So you don't care that your children are being promoted to believe in a fantasy and in an absurdity?
Yeah, everyone does believe it. Do you believe that marriages are good?
Not everyone.
Do you believe marriages?
That has absolutely nothing to do with the ground, dude. But marriage, keep on talking about it.
No, bro. I'm saying having a fantasy doesn't impact you, but scam is something which impacts you directly. Having a fantasy, having an ideology will not change anything in your life. So I don't see it as a scam. I just see it as a fantasy.
Living in a fantasy can be dangerous.
Yeah, at your age, I can hear from your voice you are at least in your 20s, early 20s or in 30s. Having a girl is a fantasy for you. Is it a scam?
I'm already married and I have 4 children. You can do better with your ad homs and strawman, though. Do better. You really suck at insulting people.
Okay, man. I was giving you a credit. I was giving you a credit. Your voice is so young, but you are losing that credit of young voice.
That's okay. I'm about to fucking mute you. Attacking the person instead of focusing on the subject matter is a sign of immaturity and mental weakness. So you're just showing everybody how weak you are. It's really sad.
Okay. So sad. Okay.
Yeah, your weakness in a debate. Like, you can't even stick to the debate topic. You're going to start personally attacking other people in this room.
Bro, I didn't start the personal attacking. He started me saying Indian. Were you listening?
The first person that brought up India was you and the other guy saying India has launched hundreds of rockets or whatever. You brought it up.
When you being racist, when you being racist and you are calling me,
I'm going to keep talking over you. We're a part of an international community, and I don't insult anybody when it comes to stuff like that. So you can keep on lying about me if you'd like, but it's not going to end well for you.
Guys, I mean, I'm being straight to that point. If you are trying to be racist, I would attack you.
Buddy,
I don't have
you're not doing very well.
give a damn.
You're not doing very well in this conversation. Maybe you should go elsewhere.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Stop lying to your children.
If Earth were a globe, why is it flat?
Good point.
Good morning, fellas. Or actually, good evening.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, it's you again. What's up?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I was just talking about you in a different voice chat.
Was it anything good? Hopefully.
Yeah, it was all positive, brother.
Okay.
I said you were a good influence.
Just trying to break it down and meet people where they're at and speak to them in a language that everyone can understand.
And what language is that?
Well, currently it's English, but when I say speak to you in a way that you can understand, it's, that's part of me coming down to your level.
Exactly. That's live. Who's that guy?
I can tell you, Disael, right? But that's Hebrew for be careful.
Hebrew? Do you speak Hebrew?
Not very fluently, but I know just enough to probably get me by if I needed to.
Damn. Fair enough. Well, are you from the U.S.?
I am. I was born in California.
Oh, you were born in California.
So do you actually believe that the Earth is flat?
No, I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I know it is.
Oh my.
Okay, you know it is. Okay, it makes sense.
Where do you think that was gonna go, Mimic Cats, bro? I'm sorry. I told you.
I thought he was about to, turn the camera. Like, okay, I know it. I believe it.
Yeah. See, you believe that the Earth is a ball. You believe that it's a globe. You don't know. You don't know that, right? You don't know that it's a ball.
You know that your opinion is wildly unpopular, right?
Who?
Your opinion.
Well, it's not opinion. I'm sorry, it's not opinion, and the truth is wildly unpopular, right? Nobody said that the truth was going to be sunshines and rainbows and unicorn farts, okay? And fairy dust.
Do you have a mathematical proof?
Yeah, we used your mathematics and we debunked it. We debunked your mathematics.
Words last time. I was telling you something about Snell's law that applied to different air densities.
Yeah, no. You have to have two different. You have to have two different mediums.
Specific situation where you have two different mediums of varying density, right? Two different isotropic media with a sharp boundary layer. Now, you don't know what you're talking about when you're talking about Snell's law. Okay, it doesn't apply to a single medium. Okay, that would be a different term that you would be using, not Snell's law. You can't use Snell's law's the formula for Snell's law for a single medium like that. Right? Just go look up the definitions right now, and every single one will reconfirm that.
Different optical densities, so it could still apply to.
No. You need a sharp boundary layer. We're not talking about a change in density within a single medium when we're talking about Snell's law, right? You need a sharp boundary layer separating the two different mediums or the two different refractive indexes or indices.
Well, everything is like two different mediums because they have a difference in the densities.
Yeah, so that would be a gradient, right? That would be called a refractive index gradient. Okay, so at the gradient, you don't have a gradient when you're trying to use Snell's law formula. Okay, you have a sharp boundary layer, and then the light will abruptly deviate as it enters the second medium, right, on from an angle, okay, and then you would use Snell's law to calculate that. Okay, so it's going to deviate towards the denser medium. When you have a single medium, Snell's law won't apply.
Exactly, like air, right?
Yeah, but
like diamond to air, glass to air, water to glass, that kind of thing.
Right. So you can have a gradient, yes, like you said, DJ, and but that's air and air, right? Snell's law, you'd need air and water.
No, you need dense air and less dense air because they have two different optical densities.
That's not Snell's law.
No, friend.
Snell's law says two different media can be dense air or less dense air because they have different optical densities.
No, it doesn't. You're not going to be able to cite that, right? So the websites that you're going to go look up for Snell's law, right, like Andrew Thomas Young or any subject matter expert, okay, they're going to have a separate section for that, right? They're going to have a separate section for Snell's law and what you're referring to. Okay, which would be a gradual change in the refractive index gradient, right? Which would be the optical density changing due to temperature, primarily. Okay, that's different to what you're going to be calculating with Snell's law. Just saying. You can go look it up.
I'm looking stuff up right now, and I'm just seeing different optical densities can be the distinction between two media. I don't see anything about it having to exclusively
between two media.
Yeah, can you not interrupt me? I feel like I always get interrupted.
Look, this conversation was over before it even begun, right? Because as soon as you opened your mouth, I could tell you hadn't researched this. Now you're trying to have to look it up on the spot, right? So like you're just butchering it. You need to. I heard you butcher it yesterday.
He was pretty sure about it.
I already heard you butcher it yesterday, so I already knew today that you were going to try butcher it again. Okay, now you're trying to do research on the spot. It's not going to work out well for you, dude.
Thing today, as I said yesterday, no deviation.
I'm not saying it doesn't deviate. I'm not even saying it's not similar.
You're just saying I'm looking up on the spot.
I'm just saying it's Snell's law doesn't apply. Just trying to help you, dude. You're making a fool of yourself right now, and you don't even know it. Your friend doesn't know it either.
A wide majority of people, scientifically.
Actually, I'm not. I know a lot of stuff, but I'm just talking to someone else, so can you just, not involve me for a second?
Wait.
Yeah, so the scientific community would agree with what I'm saying when it comes to this particular matter. Okay, because that's where I got the information from. Okay, I can give you citations if you need them, so you can go and learn.
I need them. And I will cross-reference them. Give me them all. Give me every citation you have.
Yeah, for Snell's Law?
Yeah,
for Snell's Law?
Every single citation you have. All the proof you have. I'm eager to learn.
So now you're folding? He's asking for something like, can you not give him all the citations that you were just now referring to?
Yeah, I'm just getting the citations now.
Send them to me on DMs.
No, I'll put them in the side chat for everyone to see.
Okay, cool. That works as well.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you were wrong on it yesterday when I talked to you, and you're still wrong on it today. And I don't know why you thought anything was going to be different. That's why I said we're not doing this again.
This is coming from a person who's
we're not going to find the curvature by banter. We're not going to find curvature by bantering about refraction.
I'm just science about from you.
God damn.
So do you understand that sinking and looming, miraging, these things can be replicated across a flat surface? Like you can do these tests at home and see the same effects that you see across the water or across a desert.
Okay, wait.
You can replicate it on a flat surface.
Right now.
Causation doesn't mean correlation. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, correlation does not imply causation. Exactly.
Oh my gosh! Exactly. How many parrots are in the chat right now? Holy! Okay.
I'd like to clarify something.
Well, yours are. I'll bet yours are, but yeah.
All right. So, what makes Snell's law unique is the existence of a boundary layer. So there's going to be bonded matter providing a sharp transition from one medium to the other medium. Have gases, there's no transitionary boundary between the two media. It's just one medium with a changing gradient. So Snell's law is a very specific case of more generalized refraction as a result. Right, so we don't experience Snell's law in the air that we breathe.
Okay, I mean Snell's law.
It's like saying that two objects that have like less mass do not actually pull each other. They do pull each other, just that the force of attraction is not, hard enough to actually.
Pseudoscience, but continue.
Layers of air in different parts of the atmosphere.
Yeah, no one's saying that, right? Okay, so just have a look in the side chat. There's a stack of citations there.
I'm going through your sources right now, and I'm debunking.
Yeah. Look at the diagram. There's nothing to debunk here.
The real atmosphere is.
You're going against mainstream, right? You're going against the mainstream right now, just because you haven't done enough research.
Refractive index. Those layers act like millions of micro boundaries, so instead of a single Snell's law event, you get a continuous sequence of tiny ones. Physicists call this continuous refraction or gradient refraction, and it's still 100% Snell law in action.
It's not actually, because there's the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction. So the optical density of one medium is going to be related to the angle of incidence that equals the optical density of the other medium that is modified by its angle of refraction. So the two sides have to balance out on the equation. You have angle 1 and optical density 1 has to equal angle 2 and optical density 2. And this applies in Snell's law. It balances out equally. But when you have a gradient index, the two sides don't necessarily balance out. They say n sine theta is not conserved because there's no boundary layer. So it's not like you can take the ray path, if you want to call it that, and backtrack it to its source. You're not going to be able to predict at which angle that it arrived from through this gradient index. But you can do that with Snell's law. So there's a huge difference here, and I think it's worth pointing out.
That's fair. And I just want to ask you, do you think that air has one uniform optical density? Just a question.
No.
Okay, why not?
due to the existence of particulates, for one, due to the existence of different kinds of gases that are trying to equalize within it, due to the existence of water vapor can be very much present, humidity, for example. Pressure will also move the gases and potentially move water vapor, causing all kinds of turbulence, frame drag of light. So the air is completely chaotic. It's so chaotic that right now, like, nobody can agree on a model of the behavior of air and light that works. It's still a huge freaking mystery, and it's difficult. It's why we don't have pew-pew laser weapons.
Interesting. So you saying that just completely contradicted what Linus said earlier. Beautiful. We'd love to see that.
No, he didn't. How did he do that?
Because he just said air can have different optical densities, whereas you claim they can't.
I never claimed that they couldn't.
And then
I said I did say that I did state yesterday. I did state that there are different layers in the air that it causes a lensing effect.
That's Snell's law in effect.
That's not Snell's law.
It is. No. Different optical densities. And that's
Snell's law is a specific case, like we've been saying. Like the more generalized case derives from Fermat's principle. So Fermat's principle differs because it's continuous, like you pointed out. It's not discrete. Snell's law is discrete and requires discrete mathematics in its solution. With Fermat's principle, you're going to use integral because it's curving, it's continuous.
Okay, so Fermat's
math doesn't even match.
Explains why light bends, and Snell's law tells you how much it bends.
Well, the Y is due to basically electromagnetism. When photons they interact with matter. Okay, so photons have basically their own momentum and spin, and so when they interact with something that also has an electromagnetic field, you get this behavior. I wouldn't claim to understand it. This is freaking nuts. But that behavior alters the it can alter like the color of the light. It can alter its path. There's something called chirality of light. So when the light starts to spin, when the photons spin in a different direction, it can change colors.
Okay.
They got like left-handed chirality, right-handed chirality. It gets. I'm serious. Like, this is going to get way beyond anybody's ability to successfully articulate it.
Refraction bends color waves. That's like the principle of refraction itself as a concept.
Yeah, different wavelengths will bend at different angles, like a prism, right?
Chirality.
Huh?
That's not chirality. That's just refraction.
No, that's right. Those are different. I mean, maybe you could relate them, but yeah. So refraction is going to be dependent on wavelength. I'm glad you brought that up because it gets even more complicated now. So if there's all this refraction that's happening to the degree that people say it does for us to see around the curve of the Earth, you're going to see chromatic dispersion. In other words, you're going to see a fringe effect, a separation of colors. On one side, it's going to appear more blue, and on the other side, a bit more red on everything that you're seeing. But we don't have evidence of that, which means something else is at play here.
That's the Doppler effect with light.
That's different than this. This is a phase shift, yes, but I wouldn't call it the Doppler effect.
It's like a Doppler-esque kind of behavior, though. It has a very similar principle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a phase shift. Right, but the point is we don't have evidence that the refraction that people believe in the globe say is necessary for us to see over the hump is happening because we don't have the effects of chromatic dispersion that are present. And furthermore, when we use a wavelength like an infrared, which hardly bends at all, presence of air and water, that you're breathing, we don't see the curvature of the Earth. it should be more apparent, but it's even crazier. We can see even further in infrared. So just something to nug on. I gotta go.
All right, see you, brother.
Be listening.
But yeah, you should really be trying to talk about atmospheric refraction, not Snell's law. If I were you, that's what I would be doing, right? Because that's what the mainstream subject matter experts would be talking about right now if they were you. Okay, you would be saying that within a single medium we would have atmospheric refraction, not Snell's law. I can give you an analogy that will make it simple to understand the difference between them if you want.
Sure.
Okay, so
I gotta go. It's pretty late, and I have to do homework.
Yeah, cool. Catch you later.
All right, see you, brother. No, thanks for the conversation, though. That was pretty chill.
Yeah, come back, man. Too bad India was not here.
I'll probably come back at some point. I'll see you.
See ya.
Catch you.
I started butchering that and had to pull out.
You're going too deep. Too deep.
I like to apologize. I thought you guys were pulling the legs. It seems you guys are really discussing Earth is flat or round.
Most people have a misconception of what flat earthers claim, and there's a lot of propaganda that pushes false information about flat earth to ridicule it and make it seem like something that only really dumb people would talk about. So most people think that flat earthers claim like a flat disk planet floating around in space, and that they claim Australia doesn't exist, and all these crazy things that none of us are claiming. If you understand the actual arguments, you'll find it actually is quite logical.
Cool. So, if you consider Earth not as a sphere, or not as a round shape, then what you perceive it as?
Well, in this context, right, when we say flat Earth, right, flat isn't a shape, whereas a sphere is a shape, right? A globe is a shape. So saying flat Earth versus a globe Earth, it's not really analogous, right? One is not analogous to the other. Okay, so when we say flat Earth, what we're referring to would be flat is the description of a surface in this case. Okay, so the surface area of the Earth, primarily talking about large bodies of water, which cover most of the known surface of the Earth, isn't curving. Okay, so if you have a surface that's not curving, it is by default flat. Okay, so we would say that when we go out and test over large distances, we can't find any curvature, and the globe side claims that it must curve at a specific rate over distance. Okay, so if you have a 10-mile distance of water, it would have to curve at approximately 66 feet over that distance, or a 20-mile distance would be 260 feet approximately. When we go out and test this, we can't find any curvature, just flat water.
Oh, yeah, that also makes sense. It should be, there should be an elevation difference.
Yeah, like if you go to a 10-mile lake, right? Say you go to a 10-mile lake, and you set up a camera just above the surface of the water on a tripod, and you're going to try to zoom the camera across the lake to see the other side of the lake. On a globe, you shouldn't be able to see the other side of the lake because it would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, you should have a horizon at a certain distance, and then you wouldn't be able to see any water beyond that horizon line. And then if you had the shoreline on the other side of the lake, it would be hidden behind the horizon by a certain amount. But when we go out and test for the curvature, we don't find any. We can see huge distances consistently that doesn't align with the globe mathematics.
But if that case is applicable, when you have a known diameter, the curvature is a measurable unit. If it is in kilometers, very, very long, then you will not find a major difference rather than in micron. over a distance.
No, I'm talking about like kilometers, like, like 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers.
What is the diameter of Earth? That's a good point.
Well, the radius is 6,371 kilometers, and then we can do the formulas based off the radius value to calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance.
Right. I would ask ChatGPT. That would be easier.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, sure.
So, has anyone managed to convince you guys that the Earth is round?
No, because we have a whole bunch of empirical evidence that proves that it cannot possibly be the globe, the size that they're telling us. Okay, so it's not really a debate. It's just a matter of some people still believe in the globe and they haven't really looked at the information and they've never tested the Earth. Right, they're just believing in a. Yeah, they're just. Hold on, right? Most people just believe in the globe, right, and they don't realize the globe is just a mathematical concept, not reality.
I really fear for humanity when there's people like you guys. I'm not saying that.
Okay, Singapore ambassador, all you've done today is make people from Singapore, right, not seem very nice. That's all you've achieved here today. You haven't presented any evidence. You've just made me not want to go to Singapore, right? That's all.
Don't come.
That's all you've done. I don't want to come. It's like the worst country in Southeast Asia.
Actually, I think it's the contrary, actually.
You would. That's why it's at the bottom of my travel list. Anyway, do you have anything to offer to try to validate the Ursa globe, right? Or do you just want to keep making people from Singapore look like douchebags?
Australia's contribution to space, nothing.
To space?
Yeah.
Okay.
What has Australia? You're from Australia, right?
Maybe not.
I'm gonna assume you're from Australia. What did Australia contribute to space?
There is no outer space as you believe, right? That's fantasy. It's your fantasy that you believe in.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
They tell you that it rains diamonds on Uranus. Did you know that? And it smells like farts, and you believe it, and you just believe it when they tell you crazy things like that, right? They tell you it rains sideways glass rain on exoplanets, and you'll just be like, "Oh wow, that's amazing!" They'll show you CGI images, and you'll be like, "That's so amazing! Wow, science!"
But it's true though. It's the biggest gay joke ever. NASA wants to probe Uranus and all the other black holes. Like, come on, dude.
They actually did. They actually did probe Uranus, and they say it smells like farts.
And all these SpaceX rockets looking like a phallus. Come on, dude. Like, this is the gayest thing ever. Dude, it's not pronounced Uranus. It's pronounced Uranus. Uranus. Whatever.
Yeah, sure it is, bro.
It's not tomatoes, it's tomato.
It's a big difference. And everything that NASA says may not be true, but overall, I think they've done a good job.
They just lie about some things, do they? Just a little bit of lies, but all the other things are true.
Where's the other guy, DJ? The other guy that was asking questions to you sounded reasonable. This troll is kind of like out of place.
Yeah, put yourself
wait a minute.
on mute, Cryptic.
Wait a minute.
He
says that so NASA hasn't been honest about everything, right? So you find out that NASA's lied about some things, a few things, a lot of few things. Okay, let's put this into perspective for a moment. You find out that your girlfriend has lied to you about several things. How likely are you to continue to trust your girlfriend? Serious question to the troll we were just talking to. I'd still trust her. Okay, but what reason do you have? Okay, so what reason do you have to still trust your girlfriend after, let's say, you caught her texting and saying inappropriate things to somebody else, right?
I don't know if I was the simp.
Reason?
How about perjury in a court of law? All of your previous testimony will be stricken for lying once.
Yeah, that's how it works. You lie once. Yeah.
Hey, CrypticNet, Yoda has just put a video in the side chat, right? So you can go on a quest tonight, right, for hairy black holes in space, right? It's Space Live's YouTube channel, so you can go and dive in, right, and go on a quest.
Sure.
So when you go to space, you can keep an eye out for hairy black holes.
Your black holes are really fascinating. I did a presentation in school in like 5th grade or something about black holes. Yeah, they're very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them.
So things like black holes.
The BS meter is like off the charts with this guy.
The things like black holes and dark matter and gravity, all of this stuff was invented to try to fill all of the gaps and all of the missing pieces in the heliocentric cosmology.
You guys are the definition of acting smart without any sort of educational qualification.
That means that you think we're smart. That means he thinks that we're smart, right? We do sound educated, and so thank you for the compliment. All right. So, do you know who Michio Kaku is? Astrophysicist, a Japanese guy. Anyway,
you guys should become salesmen.
Do you know who that is? Okay, stay on track. Don't be triggered, okay? So Michio Kaku even said that in his field, he said, in my field, he's an astrophysicist, nobody uses the scientific method. We fly by the seat of our pants. It's guesswork. It's leaps of logic, okay? And he says that
it's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Right there. That was Michio Kaku saying it. So he also said that in cosmology, in the current cosmology that we believe, we are off to 1 to the 120th power. That's a 1 with 120 zeros behind it. Right? He says that in science, if you're off by a factor of 2, we call that bad. When you're off by a factor of 10, that's horrible. So we're off by a factor of 1 to the 120 zeros behind it. That's an absolute travesty. He said it's the biggest mismatch between reality and cosmology in the entire history of it. So, and that's the cosmology that you believe, right? That's the heliocentric cosmology that you believe. That's what he's talking about. That's how off it is. It's a complete mismatch to reality. So it's not matching up with reality. It is literally held up with pseudoscience, theoretical physics, run-on equations, and imagination. None of that is science.
You see, that would be nice, good to say, maybe for someone that cared, but that cryptic guy, he's just trolling. And while you were saying that, he left, so he doesn't give a damn.
Hooked him. Hooked.
Yeah, you run him off. That was good, running off. But we ignored the other guy that was having kind of like a good exchange with DJ. And
the guy from India, yeah, he took off. Yeah, actually, next time that happens, I'll just mute the interrupter.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else from the Globe side in here think that they have some evidence towards the globe Earth? Or any questions at all, right? That's fine. Questions about flat Earth or questions about the globe Earth. We know a bunch about that too.
Are we done for the day?
Never. Also, welcome back. The conversation's kind of like ocean tides. Sometimes it gets a little quiet, then it comes back, it gets really busy. It gets quiet again. Either way, you're good.
As soon as we got onto cosmology and he wanted to try to talk about something else, I got excited and wanted to just blow his cosmological belief out of the water.
Yeah, they don't like when you do that. I've noticed there's a lot of folks that they'll yap about anything, but the minute you try and bring it back to the ground, they run away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you cite quotes from an astrophysicist who clearly and plainly states that in their field they don't use the scientific method.
Welcome to 24/7. Please try to remain civilized and
Well, you're hot micing. Wow, that was bad.
Yeah, somebody beat me to it. I was about to mute him. Dang, boss.
It's not even
really
hot mic.
mic, dude.
Yeah, it's like ungrounded mic.
That's troll micing. Troll micing.
Sounded like a plug wasn't connected all the way.
Right.
Hello, guys.
Anyway, now we're back. All right, now we can hear you. What's up? Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a bit of a mic problem. Sorry about that.
You're allowed to sit down. You're fine right then. You're good.
Welcome to the channel, Lois.
Oh, hello, guys. Yeah. By the way, is there a discussion going on?
Well, there can be. Do you think the Earth is a globe in a vacuum?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I just popped in to this VC earlier. We had a wonderful discussion, actually. I'm just open to whether. I mean, I don't have any proof of whether the Earth is flat or whether it's round or yeah. But there are certain grey areas that I don't understand. But of course, I think a fellow actually explained to me using elevation, basic trigonometry of why the Earth is flat. Seemed like a sensible explanation. Yeah, and he actually gave like calculations of what he believed. So, of course, it's a bit difficult for me to understand, but you know, I'm open to anything, so there's nothing to worry about.
Well, I can tell you that I've learned a lot just in the 3 years I've been a part of this server. And there were some gray areas for me too when I joined about 3 years ago. And I promise you, the longer you're here and the more you listen in, the more those gray areas become very clear, painted beautifully, and completely understandable. So, Yoder, was it you that may have explained to him? Because you would seem like the guy that would be able to give wonderful explanations of the trigonometry for a flat Earth.
Well, I think it was someone else, but yeah, we had a very nice time though. That's for sure.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, actually, I was trying to ask a question. I was trying to wonder. Actually, to be, you know, the reason I'm open to everything is, you know, I just realized the more we learn, we live in a very crazy world. So I don't really believe. I don't stick to anything, any concept, any belief. It's very difficult to cling on to a belief because it changes all the time based on the information that you receive.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of crazy. Yeah, there are lots of crazy ideas, but they have sense in them. There's a reason why people might think in a certain way. So, yeah, that is acceptable. You can respect that. That's for sure. You know, yeah.
In here, I think we do talk a lot about why people come to believe the things that they believe. So that's cool. I guess my question for you is, because you mentioned gray areas, I'm curious to know what the gray areas are on this topic for you.
Oh yeah, definitely. So one, I guess it's because of the model that the solar systems. We're embedded in that concept of the Earth being a sphere, the concept of day and night. Like, for example, if you're on a sphere and if you have a sun as a source, it seems believable. It seems believable that you've got night and day. That's one. Well, the explanation kind of fits, at least. The next thing is time zones, but I'm not really sure. I mean, would a flat Earth model affect the time zone, or am I thinking the wrong way around? But anyway, yeah, that was one of the gray areas. Yeah, let's start with that one. Yeah,
time zones are completely political.
Yeah, time zones are political. So here's the thing. Nobody is able to prove to me that the sun is larger than the Earth. Okay. And if the sun is smaller and closer than we've been led to believe, well, this would fit within the inverse square law of light, given that the sunlight, indirect sunlight, gives off anywhere from 32,000 to 100,000 lux or lumens, okay? And that distance can reach anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 miles. So this would make sense, and you can do the math and the calculations for it. We actually had a globe earther in here, and he'd gone out to a flat earth meetup and did some, basic trigonometry to get the apparent angle or height of the sun, the distance of the sun from the earth. The number that was attained was 3,441 miles of the sun being away from the earth. Now, that's not a direct measurement. That is a calculation, so it's not going to be a completely accurate distance. But this could make sense, right, for the sun to be smaller, more local, at 100,000 lux, and that light reaches 3,000 to 5,000 miles away. We think about that, right? Once the sun has gone from the east coast of California to the west coast of California, it's dark. You've got about 3,000 miles from coast to coast in the United States. So you go from Florida to California, or New York to California, right? So when the sun goes east to west like that, reaching, and if the light reaches, anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 miles, it's already starting to get dark on the east coast when the sun is going over the west coast. So, like I said, nobody can prove to me that the sun is larger than the earth. And this would work within the inverse square law of light, as the further the light source gets from the observer, right, the less and less photons enter the eyes, right? The light scatters, it dissipates, it has range. You're not going to see it beyond a certain point. It's like going into a dark forest with a flashlight, right? You're not going to illuminate a 50 foot circle around you with a flashlight, right? You're going to illuminate small spots at a time. The light from your flashlight is going to have a limit, a range to how far it can reach in that dark forest. So, darkness was upon the face of the deep, and then the sun was made. So, illuminating certain parts of the earth at certain given times. So, I hope that kind of clears it up for you, right? Because you don't know that the sun is larger than the earth, right? No, I don't think anybody does.
To be, brutally honest, we really don't know what the sun is like. We haven't traveled. I personally haven't traveled in space, if there is one. There's so much to talk about. I think let's start with something basic, like the radius of the Earth. Like, one of the things is, like, we don't really know our history, so I'm guilty of that. We don't know, the basic questions, like, who calculated the radius of the Earth? The basic questions like that, like, how is it found? When you ask, kind of basic questions, you realize, I don't really know anything that much as I believed. So it just raises more questions. But it's interesting if we can, explore and discuss about that.
So I kind of err on the side of that these dimensions for a globe Earth come from two things, right? From the celestial sphere and from the optical limitation of the human eye, right? So if the human eye can only see 3 miles at a 6-foot observation height above sea level, and then they're going to say, well, it curves after that. So we're not going to be able to see, right? So we shouldn't be able to see anything in particular at, say, 10, 15, 20 miles out, right? Because all of that would be hidden some 20 to 30 feet below the horizon, right? Behind it, it'd be like things hiding on the other side of a hill. And but we've got examples of an observer height at 1 foot above sea level, and you can see the horizon beyond these oil rigs at 6.2 miles and 9.4 miles off the shore, right? So that's already up to 1,000% more than what we should be seeing if Earth were a globe.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
So we've taken the globe math and we've compared it to real-world observations of known distances, and going, okay, we should, even with a camera, right? Even if this is your optical limitation and the curve starts after 3 miles, well, then you shouldn't be able to see anything with your own eyes, with a camera, with binoculars, with a telescope looking horizontally, because there would be curve blocking that, right? The physical obstruction of a curvature. Yet here we are, we're seeing things 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and more further than we should see, right? So we're going, there's no curvature here. The math is completely wrong. So either it's flat and nobody knows how big it is, or we're on an even bigger ball that we can't prove. Which one sounds more reasonable?
Yeah, it kind of makes sense on that part. And to point out another thing that you mentioned earlier is our senses, the way we see. Can we trust our eyes? Because our eyes are kind of spherical. So is it really what we see? Can we trust our eyes? I thought about that as well.
You've got a good point there.
They do work to their limitations. There's obvious limitations to our senses, but they do work for us to be able to operate in this reality, right? You cross the street, you use your eyes to look, and they work pretty well. When there's a car coming, you wait for the car to pass, right? And then the car passes, and then you walk across the street. Your eyes helped you there, right? Did it work or no, didn't work? You can trust. Yeah. So they work for the intended purposes, but beyond the limitation of our, let's say, optics, that's the example that you brought up, the eyes, and we can devise technology that can go beyond that, right? Bigger optics with lenses that can, like infrared, like can let us see through the air. And we can see further than what our eyes can see. So, those devices only confirm what we already know, that there's no curvature of the Earth, because you don't actually see curvature of the Earth with your eyes, and you don't see curvature of the Earth with bigger optical devices. And that's one of our senses. So when you say senses in plural, the globe will be nonsensical if you add it next to your senses. The globe goes contrary to what you observe with your eyes, what we observe of the luminaries moving in cycles, what we actually feel with our vestibular system, which is part of our senses, the vestibular system, that the ground is not in motion. The globe tells you that the ground is in motion. So the globe is basically nonsense. It's contrary to your senses. So go ahead.
Yeah.
It's true. Like your peripheral can only see so far compared to what your direct line of sight can see. And so we see in a circle is the best way to put it. We see in a circle. So you can turn through 60. So your forward vision, as opposed to your peripheral vision, your forward vision is going to be able to see farther than your peripheral vision. Okay, which is going to make it's going to make a circle in your vision, right? Which is why some people might think that they saw curvature. I've personally never seen curvature. I don't know. And I've been, 35,000 feet up in the air, and I've flown from California to Florida and back, and never saw any curvature. I was actually like, wow, look how much I can see. I can see so much. And then I learned that I only increased my angle to the ground. So when you increase your angle to the ground, it's just like picturing put a speed square on the ground and just make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as you go higher and higher and higher, right? And eventually there will be a point where you'll reach that optical limitation where your eyes aren't going to see to the base of that angle anymore. But that doesn't mean curvature. You're still not going to see curvature. You're just not going to be able to resolve things beyond a certain distance. So it's just making a bigger and bigger and bigger triangle on the ground.
Yeah, I guess so. And when we
go ahead.
Yeah. And when we think of a flat surface, mathematically speaking, when we think about a flat surface, we think about an infinitely flat surface. So theoretically, we're supposed to see an infinite distance, but why don't we see it? It's a dumb question, but
you basically already answered that. You already answered your own question to an extent, right? Because of the way the eyes work, because of the things around you, going on around you in the atmosphere. You've got all kinds of different layers and particles in the air around you. There's a limit to how far your human eyes can see, and so even whether it be a ball or it be flat, you're still not going to see beyond that human optical limitation. You're still not going to be able to cut through all of that haze and those layers, the opacity of the air around you either. So this is what limits our vision. And it would be the same on a flat Earth, and we are on a flat Earth. So this is reality. You are experiencing not being able to see forever in reality on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because there's a limit.
Yeah, the issue is, could we trust reality? Could we trust what we see? That was the point where after I just came across about this theory that says that the world we live in is kind of a virtual reality, and this reality could be something like a matrix.
You should look up the definition of matrix. It's a very, very interesting definition. But it's I can't go into that, but I have to ask you, are there things that we can know, and are there things that we might never know, right?
Yeah.
So there are things that we can know, like you know that you're talking to me through Discord right now, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So we could call this a matrix that we're in, right? Because it's an environment or material in which something develops a surrounding medium or structure. Pretty interesting, huh? And the second definition for that is a mass of fine-grained rock in which gems, crystals, or fossils are embedded. So ultimately, it is kind of describing the natural world.
Yeah, it's all the same. It's all the same.
It's all the same. It is all the same thing. That's pretty fun, isn't it? It's all the same thing when you really dive into it. So yeah, sure, we're in a matrix, right? But we are surrounded by this environment, this material environment. Okay, this has developed. Lots of things are happening around us, developing around us. So, yeah, in a sense, we are in a matrix, right? But that's not the same as like being in a simulation, right? And that's my take on it. We're not, it's not a simulation. We're all here sharing the same reality, sharing ultimately the same consciousness. So by that respect, I've never seen any Earth curvature with my own eyes. You've never seen any Earth curvature with your own eyes. The only time anybody ever saw Earth curvature was through lenses or screens, video screens. So it's an objective truth. Say that again?
And the media mostly, really.
Yeah. So, when it comes down to it, nobody's ever seen Earth curvature. We don't experience that. You don't experience going Mach 86 around the sun, right? You experience the sun being the body of light that is moving over your head, right? We describe the sun as the thing that's moving, right? The sun is setting or the sun is rising. We speak of the sun as the thing that is moving. And even the heliocentrists do. Like, you can't describe to me what the sun is doing without basically describing it as the body in motion. So, the way we observe things is all the same. Nobody's measuring Earth curvature. Nobody's feeling any rotation. We're seeing way too far. And we've managed to debunk the globe math. So what other gray areas are there for you in this?
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, I don't know why it is, but, okay, let's start from history, okay? So, we used to have a flat Earth theory. We used to believe in a flat Earth. Now, I'm not sure whether this was the case in, all across, sorry to say globe.
You can say across the face of the Earth. Right?
Across the face of the Earth.
Right, we've heard that saying before. What else has a face? Like the face of your compass, it's flat, right? The face of a clock is flat. I find that fascinating, but continue. Go ahead.
But, so, at least in all cultures, I've seen that most of the flat Earth theory, it comes from Europe. I'm not sure whether that theory existed in other parts of the world. I'm not sure about it. I don't have information about it. But we did have a model, right? But then came this heliocentric model of the solar system, and of course we came with theory of gravity and things like that. So what do you think? So why do you have any idea why it changed? Why the model changed? And why people believed? Why did people go to a newer understanding, a new concept, if that was true? So why is the change throughout history, which I don't understand?
Well, I don't necessarily know what you believe, but many cultures, thousands upon thousands of years ago, thought that the Earth was flat. right? The Japanese, the Persians, the Vikings, Indians, Chileans, Babylonians, the Navajo, the Greek, the Romans, Egyptians, Celtics, the Chinese. Like, there are so many cultures that thought that the earth was flat. So why did it change, right? There's only one that's different than all of the other cultures. So I guess what I'm trying to, how I'm going to answer this is that it changed to try to eliminate a certain factor, right? Yeah, philosophical preference, Helio, yep. So I don't know what you believe, but I think that it was to hide creation, intelligent design. Trying to make people feel like they're you're useless, you're nothing, you're insignificant, you're just a tiny little speck on a tiny little speck amongst a bunch of other tiny little specks and a tiny little speck in a vacuum. Isn't that crazy? That sounds insane.
Yeah. I mean, that's the feeling that I get. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so, think about the way everything works, right? You look around at bees and trees and flowers and waves and tides, and you just look around at everything. It's a very dynamic system. There's no denying that it's a dynamic system and that there is a balance of exchange, of give and take, of hot and cold, in and out.
Yeah.
Right. So if you take just one element away from the entire thing, it'll all collapse. This is I'd say very precisely designed. Very precisely and intelligently designed. This is no accident. This is absolutely no accident. There's a cycle. There are cycles to everything. And that's by no accident. So I think that the reason why they changed the cosmology and put the Earth going around the sun, and have come up with this narrative that they come up with, is ultimately to disconnect people from that understanding.
That was Copernican principle behind that idea.
Oh, yes. Copernicus.
Yeah, Copernicus. Yeah, Copernicus, right?
Based that heliocentric idea on that he didn't like that we are in the center of the universe and we are unique. Our life have a purpose, so we have a purpose in life. So we were created. So that was his principle. Based on that, he wanted to avoid that. He created that idea of Helios paradigm. Another example was Hubble, Edwin Hubble.
Mm-hmm.
He have a quote where he said that we must avoid the idea of being the center of the universe at all costs, and that we are special.
Oh, great! That's wild. Yeah. Yeah, I like. I'm fond of the Ptolemy cosmological model of things. Also, when I was in school, the cosmology that was being taught to me in like anywhere 3rd to 5th grade was that the sun is up in this vacuum of space, that it was basically in suspended animation while everything else twirled and danced around it. Now today they're teaching the kids that the whole darn system is booking it at like mock ridiculous face peeling speeds through a vacuum in an endless void. And so, like, now how likely am I to believe the story when the story changes? And people want to argue, well, we've discovered more since then. I'm like, in 30 something years, no. It's still the same, you know. And we're not going around the sun, right? So heliocentric or Helios, it's sun worship, right? To me, it's a cult thing. Heliocentrism, Helios, the sun god.
Actually, yeah. I mean, there are certain cultures that worship the sun god, but I'm not sure whether there's any connection between this. But yeah,
oddly enough, cultures way back in the day that thought that the Earth was flat also worshiped the sun. So they kind of had that going on both sides. But if you think about it, they weren't entirely wrong. What would you do without the sun? You know, things wouldn't grow. You know, it brings you warmth. You know, it brings you your day. It goes away and gives you night. It allows the plants and the flowers to grow. So without the sun, like I said, the dynamic system that we're in, remove one element, remove one thing, and it all falls apart. Remove the sun, it falls apart. Remove the bees, it falls apart. Remove methane, right? You can remove just one singular thing and it'll all fall apart. That's because this is intelligently designed. It's a very intelligently designed system. Do we know where we're at outside of this system? Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Is anybody ever going to get a God's eye view of this entire earth and all of its glory? Nope. Right?
And the system doesn't allow it either. I think the system doesn't allow it either.
Yeah. Yep.
The system does not want anyone to discover and explore the truth. That's obvious. I mean,
yep.
And another thing to be careful of is most lies are protected by truths themselves. Like, what you'll notice is that whenever there's a lie, there's a bit of truth behind it. So it's very difficult to filter off what's true and lies.
Right. You know, when they give you the half-truths, you know, but I was raised to know that, you know, half the truth is still a lie.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I live by that. I'm like, well, if you're not giving me the full truth, then you're lying to me. That's just what it is. You know, and they do this on purpose. They give you little hints and part little bits of truth in with their lies, and they do it on purpose to confuse people, right? Just so long as you're confused and, you know, you have this belief, like you're controllable. It's all for the purpose of control.
Yeah, absolutely. Through perception.
Yep. You know, nobody's ever seen the Earth as a globe in space with their own eyes. That's just not it. That's not the thing.
It's interesting, actually. So on that, you know, one of the photographs that we've seen of the Earth as being a blue ball. So, do you have any idea, like, where that comes from? Is it an edit? You know, like, how did they come up with that?
Ask that question again.
Oh yeah, so like you know, the moon landings, right? Of course, it's a different topic of its own, like whether the moon landing was true or not. But you know, there's this photograph of the Earth taken from the moon. Now, whether it's legit or not, I'm not so sure. So it's up for debate.
I'm pretty sure that stuff is really fake. Okay, like having the Earthrise picture from the moon on Nixon's office, on his office wall, like but the astronauts are already on the moon. They hadn't even come back yet. He's got a picture of Earthrise on his wall, calling astronauts on the moon from a landline in 1969.
Oh, really?
Like they had the technology of a toaster. With the technology of a toaster in an RC car, they went to the moon.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Jenna, I just tagged you with the quote from Edwin Hubble, an interesting one.
Oh, let's see this. Okay. From Edwin Hubble, such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproven, and I do say that quite frequently, but it is unwelcome. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome supposition of a favored location must be avoided at all cost. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity, I can't even pronounce that, and to escape the horror of a unique position, it must be compensated by spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape. Edwin Hubble, The Observational Approach to Cosmology. So basically, it was just his personal vendetta, or his personal incredulity that there's no way that we can be geocentric at all. There's just no way. I can't accept it. I won't accept it. I just want to have a different belief. That's wild to me.
They all were based on that idea. They just wanted to avoid the idea that we are special. So it's the only way to create that environment or that world, that fantastic reality, which is the globe Earth that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So that's the only environment where you can have atheists. So those people want to create that ideal world when you can have everything can be created by a coincidence, not by some creator.
Yeah, check this out. So there is the Earth-centric cosmological model. It's Ptolemy's model with Earth at the center, and this shows things like the transit of Venus, right? So I find this very fascinating because the image below it is magnetic lines through a lens. There's a certain kind of lens that can allow you to see this the magnetic lines of a magnet. So that's pretty fascinating to me, right? And that's exactly, this right here is exactly what Edwin Hubble was saying. Can't be disproven, right? Nobody can disprove it by any stretch, but he just wants to reject it.
Okay. I see.
Hi, guys.
Hello, welcome.
So, are we still discussing whether the Earth is flat or round?
Yeah, you actually did the very rude thing of leaving while I was speaking to you.
No, I just, sorry, I had to take the call. It was from my family.
Yeah, so right now we're talking to Los about geocentric cosmology and how that can't be disproven.
Okay. I just had to happen one doubt. I mean, for those who believe Earth is not round, which side are you in?
I tagged you with the Copernican principle too, Jenna.
Okay, I see that. Necros also posted something off for me to read right here. It says the Copernican principle is the idea that Earth does not have a special or privileged place in the universe, a concept that originated from Copernicus's heliocentric model, which moved Earth from the center of the solar system. It has been extended to cosmology, stating that the Earth's position is not unique and that observations from Earth are representative of observations from any average location in the universe. This principle serves as a fundamental assumption for modern cosmology, suggesting that the laws of physics are consistent throughout the cosmology. However, what we come to find is that the laws of physics are not consistent through the cosmology whatsoever, right? And like I said, you got an astrophysicist, Michio Kaku, who says that in cosmology, which would be the Copernican cosmology, right? It would be this heliocentric cosmology, says that they are off by 120 to the 120th power. Like, that's insane. It's guesswork. It's leaps of logic. It's just this theories and ideas, and none of it's held up by any laws of physics.
Mate, I just have one doubt. I believe Earth is in round or somewhat similar to the round.
No, it's not round. Nobody can prove shape. No.
Okay.
Nobody can prove the shape.
Somewhat curvatural. No, somewhat curvatural. The reason behind my belief is during lunar eclipse, we see a curvature, the shadow of Earth falling on the moon. We usually see the crescent. We don't see a straight line. Can you explain me? If it is not a curvature, then why are we seeing a crescent during a lunar eclipse?
But
does somebody else want to take this, because I've got to go AFK right now. I've got I got places I got to be.
Yes.
Sure, bro. Sure, man.
So you just assumed in your claim, which is a form of logical fallacy, it's called begging the question fallacy. You just assume that it is the Earth's shadow that you see on the moon. Mm-hmm. Do you have any type of validation that it is really the Earth's shadow that you see on the moon during a lunar eclipse?
Cool. That's a very good question. Sorry to pull my background things here. I am from India, and we have this calculator book called what we call Panchangam, where it defines that the shadow between, the Earth movement in correlation with the moon and the shadow formation, and based on it, we have a calculation over there. And it has been precise for the last 800 years or plus so. So based on that book, I believe this is the shadow of Earth falling on the moon. Because it is being accurate every time. Since my childhood, I had seen more than 15 or 16 lunar eclipses. And all those eclipses were pretty accurate to the variation of 2 minutes, 3 minutes time. So
Saros cycle is also accurate, and also some ancient astronomers Indian did include a third body that is not the sun, not the moon. Third body different than the sun and Rahu. Some third body they call it Rahu, and they some kind of deity that it is eating the sun.
It is
called the black sun.
You are correct to a certain level. Yes, it is a representation that Rahu and Ketu are two extraterrestrial beings, or creatures which are capable of swallowing the whole moon. However, this is for a representation. It was not saying that they are the ones responsible.
Yeah, representation. But if I take that representation and take the cycle, that's
Again, that cycle is based on the Earth movement.
It does the same thing every. Before, I think. So, like Babylon, they had, but that's still used till today, and it's also very accurate. It's not a calculation. When you post-dict something that it repeats itself every time, yeah, it will be simple for you to say that, oh, that will happen in the future also. Like, for example, because you see the sun rising from the east and setting in the west, you know, the time that it takes, and you know, different the year through the year, you can post-dict what the sun will do during the future days of the year. So it's prediction, but it's just prediction. You basically calculate.
Okay, let us assume
cycle. But the question was about the eclipse that you claim that shadow. Earth shadow. So cycles and predicting the lunar eclipse doesn't tell us that it is really Earth shadow. That maybe it's something else that's happening, and we.
Okay, let us assume. Let me agree with you. There might be a third character apart from sun, moon, fourth character apart from sun, moon, and earth, which is casting a shadow on the moon. I put it in a different way. Let me put it like this. Then why on earth I have a different sun time? I mean, time difference, zone difference. At 12 o'clock, I get the my shadow exactly depicting my body, and at different time I am having a different shape of my shadow. Why is that happening? If it is not round, if those stories which were sold to us is not true, then I should be having 12 o'clock equally at the same time throughout the world, and everyone should be able to see the sun.
That's because you're assuming that the sun is a giant body above, up in the sky, and casting parallel rays toward the ground. But it's not the thing that we are observing. Parallel rays coming from rays coming from. That's why every time you look at shadow.
Brother, I'm sorry to say your voice is cutting, brother. I mean, I am not able to hear you properly. You maybe network issue or something.
Can you hear me now?
I mean, it is not because of the mobile device. It seems like a network issue.
I
get a choppy voice, like like that. Can anyone
hear him just fine. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fine. Nice.
Okay, maybe my network, I have some difficulties. Okay. Again, the point is, why do we have a different time zone? And at different time zone, we are having different shadow times. The perfect shadow is being received. Let us be.
It's not the shadow and the time zones are not dependent to the surface and if the surface is curved or not. It's dependent to the sun and the GP of the sun during the day. So where the sun is 90 degrees above, that will be noon for that person that is standing at that place. When the sun is 90 degrees above you, it means that it is noon. So when the sun will move in the sky, when you see the sun moving in the sky, it will change its angle. So definitely it will cast different light rays compared to your you standing. So if it is at an angle, like for example, 20 degree above in the sky, so it will cast a shadow on you because it's not 90 degree above you, like with the light bulb in your room. So if you are standing in your room, like underneath the light bulb, you will not have a shadow. The shadow will just be underneath your feet. You won't.
It will be extended based on the sine data or tan data. Okay, I agree to that. Then, if that is the case, then I should be having the same shadow as the person who is in USA or someone who is 15,000 kilometers away from me. We both should be having the similar shape and similar angle. Why we are having different times?
No, you can't have this similar angle if the sun is above you and not above that person. So like, for example, in the room, if you are standing in a room and you and your friend, you are standing underneath the light bulb in your room, and your friend is standing at the extremity of the room, you don't have the same shadow, and the floor is still flat. You are standing on a flat floor. The light bulb is casting the light above your head, so the shadow will be underneath your feet, while your friend that is at an angle compared to that light bulb, so at the extremity of the room, he will have a shadow, long shadow, and it's not the same.
I agree.
Even if the floor
I understand this point. I understand this logic. However, after a certain time, he is getting the perfect shadow. So either of the earth or the sun is moving, right? That is why we are having different shadows at different times.
Yeah, exactly. If you go with our claim, we don't claim that the earth is moving. It's the sun that is moving. It's the sun that is rising from the west, rising from the east, and setting in the west. So we see the sun going across the sky. We are not assuming. That's what we observe. We observe the sun moving across the sky, and we don't see that and go assume something else, that the earth is the one moving. No, it's the sun that is moving across the sky. So definitely the shadow will be different.
Let us assume for this time, let us agree on this time, that the sun is moving above the earth, and you and me are standing in a distance of 200 kilometers. So you will definitely having a different shadow than mine.
Yeah, correct.
Right? Let us agree on this.
Yeah.
But once the sun moves in one direction, again in the same interval, I am seeing the sun in the same side. I mean, it's set on the west. The next day it is again rising for me in the east. There should be a to and fro movement. Why it is not happening? If the earth is flat, I should be having the sun coming from the west. It should be to and fro movement. I am again and again seeing the same cycle.
Yeah, but because you think that now trying to assume that the sun is going in a straight line, not going around a pole or in a circular path, because the sun, if we agree that equator is a circle around north, it will be the sun is not going in a straight line. So
if it is not going in a straight line, I should be seeing the sun again coming back to the originate position. I mean, for the east of myself. I mean, to the east of mine. It has crossed me and traveled in the direction of west. If it has to be, if the earth is flat and you and me are standing in 200 meters away, I should be seeing the sun going back from west to east so that it can come back from east to west. But I don't see a sun moving from west to east.
But why the sun should move from west to east?
If my earth is flat and there is one sun which is providing the light every day.
Okay.
Then I have to have that sun coming back to this original position, returning back to its original position so that I get the 90-degree sun rays again the next day.
Okay.
But I don't see the sun returning back to its original position.
But it does return to its original point when you, if you are in India and the sun is going around the pole, so it's going in a circle around the North Pole. So it definitely would come back to the starting point from where it started its path.
Okay, just for a second, we will forget the earth and sun. You and me are standing in a straight line, and one of my friend just crossed me, and he crossed you, and he went away. If he has to come again from the original point, from my right side towards you, then he must have returned to this original point in front of me, where I can see him. Only then he can start from the original point. Again, he can go to you.
Not necessary. If your friend is circumnavigating a pole, for example, if the pole is your house and we are standing outside the house and and we are facing the house, me and you, we are standing outside your house on the street. We are facing your house, and our friend is going circumnavigating your house. So, like if your house is the North Pole, imagine that your house is the North Pole and your friend is the sun, and it is going around your house, around that North Pole. So it's keep going. That guy is going on a continuous west direction around that pole, which is your house. So we will go around the house and come back to us, standing in front of the house. If he wants to go again, he can do that and go around the house and come back from the other side and reach us again. So on his perspective, he is continuously doing a circumnavigation westward around your house.
Perfectly fine. However, here the only difference is when I start from India to the USA, I travel almost 25,000 kilometers. So my friend has to travel 25,000 kilometers, and then in some way he has to circumnavigate behind me, the particular distance, then he has to come to the original point. So it should be a square path.
Square? No. Why square?
Otherwise I will see him. Otherwise I would be seeing him.
So, a circumnavigation is always a circle around the point.
Circle
so if your friend is going around the north and around the point, which is the north, and he is going in a circle around that north.
Okay, he is traveling in a circle. Maybe he is traveling in circle. I am on a flat surface, so I have a 180-degree view. I am not going into any science. I am just going into the basic logics. I have a 180-degree view. I can see in the 180-degree view if he has to come to the original point from where he started early morning last day. He has to cover the same 180-degree view apart, and then he has to come to the other original point after crossing me.
Okay.
Are we in the same page?
Your 180 degree view doesn't extend more than couple miles. I think like 5 to 10 to 20 miles across in a radius. So it doesn't go beyond that. That will be because of your vision and how your eyes work. So the perspective first and the atmosphere that is around you. So you can't see the entire surface where the sun is going across. You don't even see the entirety of the town where you live if you are not at great high altitude.
Okay, let us assume that I have the best telescope in the world with me.
Yeah,
then what would be my
telescope is not
visible range?
But the best telescope that we can have doesn't have the power of Superman that it can help you see through dust that is in the air, mist, humidity, and the thickness of the atmosphere that of the air that we breathe. So the air is not completely transparent. It's like fog, but it's just a little bit dissipated than fog.
Let us assume it is foggy. I have a poor vision. I have a limited vision. I cannot see beyond 20 kilometers. Let us assume that the same observation with my naked eye, what I am making, is the same observation I could make from a what is the best telescope in Earth. So, how is that possible when we have a flat Earth?
Yeah, like I told you, when you live on an Earth, flat or curve, if you have a thick atmosphere around you that contain particles, different types of particles like humidity, which is particles of water vapor and small droplets of water that are just that happen that they are less dense than the air, so they stay floating there around us. You have the dust and you have the air that is accumulating with the distance. So all those things, they will just help the attenuation of light because the light doesn't travel indefinitely.
I agree with you. It impacts. I agree with you. It can impact my naked eye views. But what if I am observing the things, the sun movement with the telescope?
You can't see.
I am having
with the just tell me, can you see the sun if it is a foggy day, a real foggy day? Can you see the car in distance that is really obscured by the density of the fog with the telescope? Or can you see the sun with the telescope that is behind a thick cloud?
I cannot see it. I do agree.
Nice.
However, I am staying in the middle of a desert.
So I am staying in those things that are stopping you from seeing the sun or that car, like the fog, like the clouds that are obscuring the sun. When
it might obscure, maybe it went in front of me, but I couldn't see because of the clouds present over the atmosphere or the stratosphere. But coming back to the point, I am in a desert and I don't have a droplet of water around me, and I don't have any clouds in the sky. Still, what is the perceived time and the angle what I see the sun movement with my naked eyes is equal to the view which I observe it through the telescope.
Yeah, in some dry places, you're correct. In some dry places like the desert or some places like that, the effect will be different. You will keep seeing the sun till it's completely disappear through because of its angular size. So it turns really small for your eyes to be able to perceive it. Like in this observation in the side chat, I just posted the GIF that you can see that GIF was taken in a dry land when you can see the sun slowly getting smaller and smaller and smaller till it fade out in the sky, and you can't see it, your eyes can't resolve it anymore because of its so small angular size.
Yet my point is, if the earth is flat and the sun is at a certain distance, from the earth, both of us should be having a different, not only in dimension, but also the movement should also be different.
Like with this observation in the side chat also, here you can see the sun that is appearing to be obscured by the horizon, but when you zoom at it, you see the sun that is still above the horizon in the sky.
So we agree to this time that, I mean, we agree on this concept that both of them can see the sun. Let us assume the earth is flat. I am still with you, assuming that the earth is flat and the sun is moving across the earth. In that case, I mean, how is it going back to the original position within that 24-hour cycle? This is the simple question.
Simple. It's going in a circle around around the pole.
Okay, let me assume that it is circumferencing just as you mentioned. Then initially it travels at a speed of x kilometer per hour in front of me. Once it goes behind me, where I cannot see in the circumferential part, it takes 2x speed so that it comes in the same place after the same time. Is it so?
Why 2x speed? Just
because if it is traveling in across me and across you at the same, I mean, at a certain velocity, it has to travel, which is straight line, which is the diameter of the circle, and it has to travel back in a semicircle, as you mentioned. That semicircle length will be more than the diameter itself. Then it has to increase the velocity just to make sure that I don't see it while going back to its original position.
Why? Does the clock hand have to accelerate to complete a circle?
Yes, only then it can reach that same point again in the next day at the same place.
The clock hand goes the same speed around the circle to complete the hour at the same time. Doesn't accelerate during one half hour and decelerate during the other half.
Bro, we are not talking about the circular movement. We are talking about hemicircular movement. I mean,
no, we are talking about the
hemicircle.
Circle. We are going in a circle around a point.
I mean, we are talking about a semicircle because the sun is traveling in front of us. It is crossing me. Since it is moving, as per your claim, it is moving in a certain velocity where you and me are observing from the earth some 200 kilometers away, or 20,000 kilometers away, and it crossed us. It crossed us, both of us, on the same day. And it came back to the original position from where it started on the next day. So it should be a semicircle, not the complete circle. So initial velocity will be, say, while it is traveling in the straight line, it should be, say, for example, x. If it has to come to cover the remaining spherical path, it should be more than the velocity in which it crossed us.
No, it doesn't.
Then it will not complete because the diameter will be lesser than the half perimeter.
So, do you have any dimensions about the path of the sun and how big the path of the sun? I don't. So, if you are assuming something about the path of the sun and the distance that it have to parcour and its speed, no. It completes this 24-hour. It's a circle, complete circle. You are standing on the edge of that circle, and I am standing on another part of the edge of that circle, and the sun is doing that entire circle on 24-hour.
So you mean to say that Earth is flat, Earth is not round.
When the sun is above your head, the other day, when the sun is above your head and you look at the clock, it's noon again.
So you mean to say sun is only revolving around us?
Above us. Yeah, above us. Not around us, above us.
See, the difference between above us and around us is when it moves above us, we can see. I have the 180-degree view of angle of view. If it is around us, then I can't see the next 180 degree where it returns back to the original position. The return movement from west to east, I don't see the sun moving from west to east. I only see the sun moving from east to west.
Yeah,
I am asking the reason behind it.
Because it's never going back in that circle. It's only going around in the same path, clockwise around that pole. So it's not going back and inside
if
that
it is
circle.
not going
It's
back,
completing the circle, like the car. Like if you are standing in the edge of a racetrack and you're watching NASCAR cars, the car is completing a circle and it's each time passing you without going back in the same path. So if that circle is so big for you, it's so big, like for example, let's say that it is in an island like MTT, the race in the island, Man's Island.
I got it, brother. I got it.
The other part of you don't see the other part of the circuit where the motorcycles are going back to complete the circuit, which is circumnavigating around the island. So it's not a straight path. So they will come back to you. You don't see them going back from your left to your right. You always see them going from your right to your left. But when they are completing the circle from the other side, like the sun going around the north and the north being north of you, and the sun, when it's coming back, it's going on the other side of the north. So you won't be able to see that because the angular size and the perspective that will just obscure the sun in distance.
So as per this statement, what I understand personally is I am there in a center point. I is in a place called Earth and the sun is revolving around me, right?
No, it's not revolving around you, but around a pole.
Around a ball, okay. In a curvature round shape. The sun is revolving in a curvature round shape.
Yeah, exactly.
So the two possibilities are either Earth is revolving around the sun or the sun is revolving around the Earth.
It won't be possible for the sun to revolve around the Earth if the Earth is flat.
It can be. Maybe Earth is flat, so Earth is flat, so sun can be revolving around the Earth. And since I am standing in the same place, I am seeing it in the same path every day. It can be
the surface, not around. Around the sun will be will have to be at the sides of the Earth, and the Earth must be like a disc shape, which is not like that. So the sun is just on a flat surface, is above the surface, like a light bulb.
Why I say
around the floor when you have like a light bulb attached to a fan in the ceiling, and you are spinning that fan. So the light bulb is not revolving around the floor, but it's above the floor.
If it is only above the floor, then I should not be having a 90-degree light. I am having a 90-degree light, which makes me to believe that sun is revolving around the Earth. Every day I am having a 12 o'clock exact perfect shadow.
Yeah, correct. You have at 12 o'clock an exact perfect shadow, like you have in the light underneath the light bulb in your room. Are you claiming that the floor of your room is spherical?
No.
Because when you stand,
let me finish it.
Just tell me, answer this question.
Because
When
at
you stand
different time,
underneath the light bulb,
different time I am getting different shadow. But in my room, when I sitting in one place, I get the same shadow irrespective of
if
the
I
time.
move the light bulb like the sun is moving from east to west, yeah, you will have different shadow. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen your shadow moving because of the light source is moving above your head?
Again, we are coming to the original
yes
point.
or no. Have you ever seen your shadow moving and changing because the light source above your head is moving from the left of your room to the right of your room? Will your shadow stay the same?
No, it will change. It will change.
Nice. Why are you claiming that it have to be to be always the same if the Earth is flat?
Because when the light in my room, if I move the light, I will see from it going from left to right, then right to left. Only then I will see different shadows. But in the case of sun, I only see from one direction to another direction. I don't see the opposite movement.
Yeah,
Still,
exactly. Because if I take that light bulb and I make a bigger circle, and you stand in your room, and I take the light bulb and I move from your right to your left, and I go to the other city, complete a circle, like a circle around the city, will you be able to see the light bulb?
Good. Now you are coming to the point. So you have to move. You have to travel in a circle.
Will you be able to? You didn't answer the question. It was a question.
You are not accepting the point. So you have to take the light in a circular path.
There is no point. I asked you a question about that point that you told me. If I take the light bulb and I move it, and I take the light bulb above my head and your head, and I take that light bulb, I move it from your left to your right, and I keep going around the city where you live, will you be able to see the light bulb?
No.
Nice.
But
so if the light source is above your head, if the light source is going so far from you, like the sun is doing in the sky, you won't be able to see it till it will complete the circle and come back from the other side again.
So beyond this 180 degree, you have to take to the other 180 degree so that I don't see the bulb, right? I can see the 180 degree. I have the field of view.
Yeah, you see 180 degree field of view front of you, but that field of view is limited. You don't see forever. You don't have.
I have a telescope, brother. I have a telescope.
But you
even then I observe the same.
Telescope, like I explained to you earlier, and you seem to forget. The telescope can't see through water, can't see through fog, can't see through dust, and can't see through humidity. So those things.
You mean to say the sun moved from east to west and west to east in a even farther distance.
You jump from point to point, and you don't keep talking about the same point.
No, bro. You are jumping from the point. You just
jump to the telescope, and I'm trying to answer you about the telescope because I answered that earlier, and you seem to forget. And I started again explaining, and you jumped from that telescope that you argued about to another point. I can't keep up with that if you keep jumping from point to point.
I am not jumping. I am
if you have a telescope,
the same point.
The telescope don't help you. It's help you to magnify things. It help you to get a bigger angular size for the objects that you see in distance. But the telescope can't see through dust and can't see through humidity, thick humidity that is accumulated in the big distances when you are looking at something in far distances, and can't see through water. That we have droplets of water dispersed in the air that we breathe. So all those things will stop you from seeing with the telescope. Do you understand that thing?
But in that case, why I am able to see the sun again the next day with my naked eye from in the same direction? Where does that dust and the humidity goes at that time when the sun travels from east to west?
Yeah, because it's getting closer again. It took its path. It made its entire circuit around the pole, and it's coming back from the other side. So, like that car that is when it's getting far from you, when it's a foggy day, you don't see the car, and when the car is completing the circuit around the circuit, and you are saying in the side, when the car is coming back from the other side, you start seeing the light coming from faded light to visible light.
Now we are having a third possibility where the earth is flat and the sun is taking a circular path which is very long and it is coming back to the same position. Am I right? Am I understanding you right?
Yeah, that's what I said. Exactly.
Yeah, clear, cool. Now, coming to the same point, let us be sticking on the same ground. We are sticking on the same ground, 20,000 kilometers away. The sun is making a bigger circular movement where I can see a crescent part, and after that crescent part, due to the moisture and the dust particles, I am unable to see the movement ahead of it. However, this crescent path which I am able to see should be lesser diameter than the farther movement. Correct me if I am wrong.
I swear I didn't understand what you're talking about because you said crescent part. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean the circular path, in which the sun travels. In the circular path in which the sun travels, I am seeing a certain part, only a certain part, not the complete circle, because of the dust and water particles which is present in the atmosphere. Right? I am not seeing the complete circle. I am seeing only a small part, a tangent portion of the sun movement.
For sure.
So, if it is in a circular path, the remaining traveling path where I cannot see should be obviously more than this tangential portion where I can see, right? It should be more, longer distance. Because I am seeing only a part of the whole circle in which the sun travels. I am seeing only a crescent.
Because you can't see forever with your eyes.
Right.
You can't see your entire country. Do you see entire India? You can't see.
We are jumping the topics. We are talking about circle, and you are talking about country.
You are telling me that you want to see India and Europe and Russia and the entirety of Capricorn, or the entirety of the equator. You can't imagine that you are able to see, for example, the equator, the entirety of this equator, the path of the sun. That's a circular path even in your globe Earth.
So the segment, I am coming again the same point. I am not going to any country, not Russia, not China, not USA. I am only sticking to the circle and segment. I am seeing a segment. If what your claim is true, I am standing on the flat earth and the sun is traveling in a circular path. I am seeing a segment of the sun's movement, after completing which I cannot see because of dust particle, and it travels the remaining segment in the circular path, and it is coming to the same point at the same time the next day. So you mean to say that segment, what I can see and the segment which I cannot see are equal, right?
No.
Why?
You think that they are equal? That's what
I am asking you, because
I just tried to explain that. You just what I said flew above your head, and you were thinking that I was talking about another point. No. So, can you see the north? Can you see what's beyond the north?
No.
So the sun is going around the north. So when the sun is going from away from your head, you, the side of the north is north of you, thousands of miles away from you. So when the sun is going behind the north, because it's going in a circular path around the north, how will you be able to see the sun at those distances? What you see is the sun being above your head in that part of the visible part that you see.
Necros, let us stick to one path. Either let us assume we are flat.
I didn't jump to any other part.
Let me finish it first. Either let us assume that I am standing on the flat earth and sun is taking its own circular path. I couldn't see it because of the farther distance. Or let us assume that the sun has crossed from east to west and then went to north and then again came to east. Either one. Because either way, the segment, the distance it has to travel back will be more than the distance which I see, which I am able to see. So it has to accelerate. It has to increase its speed to come back to the original position.
No, it doesn't.
How? Can you explain me this? This is the question I am asking you. How it can travel a more distance in a shorter time than the one which I can see with my naked eyes. Is it accelerating? You mean to say the sun accelerates once I am unable to see, it gets accelerated into 2x speed and just to reach the original my eastern side.
It completes the circle at the same speed.
Then you mean to say both it is in a different circle. I am standing in a flat earth and the sun is traveling in a circular move, and which circle the visible portion of the sun movement and the invisible portion of the sun movement are equal.
No, they are not equal.
If they are not equal, how can it come in the same time? The
when you watch morning, just
because you don't.
Taking the claim that's already on the table, right? Necros is saying that the sun is making a circled path around the North Pole, right? Now, does a hand on a clock accelerate at different rates as it travels around just so that it can come back around at the same time every day? Or is its pace consistent?
Because you are seeing the sun, hand of the clock in a perpendicular direction. You are not standing in the center of this hand of clock, and you are seeing the sun's hand's movement.
You have the picture in your head, though, right?
Right.
Clock, right?
Right.
Okay. Set the sun on the hand of the clock. Now, throughout the year, it would just transition from inside of the circle to the outside of the circle. The pace of the hand traveling around the clock does not change. The arc it's taking around the clock is not changing. Its location above the face of the clock is changing from in to out, which would be from north to south. And that's with the assumption that the Earth is in this shape.
But it is a very small distance. The sun and the flat earth we are having is a very large distance. To happen,
the Earth is huge, dude. It's not a small distance.
Exactly. This is the point I am trying to make. The Earth is huge, flat ground. Let us assume that it is flat. Then it has to cross the entire valley, and again it has to come back to the original point. Assuming that you are standing in the center of the hand.
I've never stood it. But yeah, there are people who've observed the sun making circles above their heads in the north and the south. That's why I don't assume that the Earth is in the shape of that circled clock. Now, it also could be the case that the ground is oriented in that circled clock and that the sun is not a physical object and it's just an apparent location inside the observer's reference frame. But we're arguing speculation. We're talking about speculation. We're not talking about a proof of anything. If you wanted to prove that the Earth was flat, you would measure the ground. You wouldn't look at the sky and then start making speculations about what the sky is doing. Because all you're doing is arguing about what the sun is doing, which objectively is moving above a stationary Earth. The ground you don't detect to be in motion. You do detect the sun to be in motion. So the sun is moving, period. The ground is not moving, period. No speculations required. It's axiom. You experience that. Now, to determine whether the Earth is flat or not is to try and find a curvature rate of the ground by making a measurement or a series of measurements.
It is. What if the Earth is not perfectly round, and maybe it is a little oblongatical in the shape? Then you will not be getting the exact formula of 10 miles. You should be having a fall of curvature of 7.85 meter.
Say that again.
I mean, what you are saying, trying to say me is, if Earth is round, if I observe from one point of the Earth, I should be seeing after 20 miles distance, there should be a drop of 7.85 meter. But when I travel on the water, throughout the distance, the water level remains the same. There is no drop in the level. Right? This is the point you are trying to make to me?
Okay, I'm going to take what I understood of what you said and I'm going to phrase it. Yes, level is always horizontal. That surface of water will always be flat, right? You can have waves on it, right? Okay.
Right.
Now, water would be the reference frame for zero if we're trying to identify altitude, right?
Right.
Right. Is 100 feet above sea level. The depths of the ocean is 100 feet below sea level, right? The surface of the water will be zero. Now, what you would have to identify is the curving rate, that arc segment of the drop over distance for that water, right? So that you can identify a curvature rate of the ground on a sphere, because gravity is holding the water level all across the sphere. So we should be able to see that drop over distance on that surface of water so that we can get an arc measurement, right?
Which is 7.85 meter every 10 kilometer, based on the radius what it is claimed.
Right. I'm assuming the 7.85 meters is the equivalent to the 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. We're on the same page.
If it is in the perfect round shape.
Sure.
But what if
they
it
say
is
that
not in the perfect round shape?
Yeah, if it's imperfect, we should be able to identify those specific locations and saying, here is the amount of drop rate for this location, here's the amount of drop location for this location, here's the amount of drop for that one over there, right? It should be measurable and identifiable, similar to trying to identify mountains or specific mountain ranges or orientations of hills in a specific area, like making a map. That curvature rate should be identifiable, right? Agree?
Agree.
Okay. Now, what is, do you know the equation to derive the distance to the horizon on a sphere with the radius value?
1 by r square. What do you call it as? R square by radius, if you know the radius.
I would not use radius value because you're assuming that the radius value exists. And then when you install a radius value, you're pre-assuming it before you've made the measurement, right?
Right. I agree to that.
Okay. All right. 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon in miles if the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles.
agree.
All right. So you should be able to take this equation and go out in your local area and identify the distance to the horizon, right? You'll have to identify locations between you and where the horizon should be for that location. That way you can have a benchmark or a standard of distance between you and your observed horizon, right?
Yes,
a lot of people have done this.
It should be true if it is a perfect sphere. Again.
Yeah. Well,
the value might change. Okay. The drop value might change if it is not perfect sphere, but there should be a change.
Well, this is why you go out and you do it at your local location, right? Go to the same spot repeatedly and look at the horizon. Get your location that you've identified as a specific distance away from that specific location that you've identified. Hey, I'm going to use this over time, right? And you go to the same location every day and you look at your horizon. You are going to watch the horizon change distance from you and that point.
Okay,
and if the distance to the horizon is farther than the equation has given you, then you are not looking at a geometric horizon. Meaning,
I understand the point.
You understand it.
Yes. Now, my point, my concept over here, my theory over here is light is bending along with the sun. I mean, along with the Earth curvature.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can understand that. But
if light is bending along with the curvature of the Earth, then I will be saying the same point. I will not observe it.
What you're saying is that you can look out at a distance and the distance to the horizon will change based on optical effects, right?
Right. And what I'm trying to say here is, my theory, I am assuming a theory that light is taking a curvature rather than going in a straight path. Even after 20 miles, I don't see the difference of 7.8 meter that elevational drop.
Okay. So then what you're saying is you observe a flat location, but your theory makes your flat observation actually spherical.
Yes, this is the point I am trying to put.
You can never actually identify that spherical nature of the ground, correct?
Correct.
All right. You're making it unfalsifiable. You can't prove that the ground that you claim is true to be a sphere. You can't prove that. You can't show that to be true.
I mean, since we are following a theory that Earth is flat, I am following a theory the light is taking a curvature, so I am unable to see the drop in the farther distance. I mean, it is not all
light following you. Okay, you're just making things up, though. You're going against the mainstream, and you're just making up your own excuse, right? You can't validate what you're saying.
I'm not
don't interrupt me. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Right. You're just making up your own excuse to why the Earth always looks flat. You can't substantiate that with citations or real-world measurements, right, of what's actually going on with the light. You're just literally making an excuse to falsify why we always observe the Earth as flat and not as a globe. It's just an excuse.
Am I allowed, brother? Anti-globe? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this point. You presume that I am making an excuse, but I am saying this is one of the possibilities why we are observing the same. Why we are unable to observe a drop. This is the possibility I am putting as a possibility.
It's not a possibility that the bending of light can always make the surface of Earth appear like it's flat. It's not possible. It's not possible meteorologically. Okay, so you can't have the conditions present that would make that happen. Okay, so even according to your own globe theory, the way they calculate their refraction, assuming the Earth is a globe, right, they would apply standard refraction in standard conditions. Okay, so that would extend the size of the globe by 8%. Right, it would increase the radius, so it would allow you to see a little bit further, 8% further. Okay, so they call that the standard, right? Standard refraction. Okay, so in standard conditions, you could apply that, but that's never observed, right? You can't show any observations that that is actually applicable to, right? This is what they call a standard refraction, right? What you're suggesting is something that's impossible, okay? So to have the light refracting in a way that makes the Earth appear flat in all of these different weather conditions in different locations all over the Earth, right? That's literally impossible, even if the Earth was a globe, right?
Okay, I am putting, my supporting evidences. Light is, what is light? Light is a lot of photons traveling in a direction, and photons has their own mass. And my Earth has my gravity, and I know it. At least I perceive the gravity and the gravity pull.
The deviation of light. Hold on a second. The deviation of light through a medium, right? They don't claim that refraction is because of gravity. That's not the claim, right? They say it's primarily because of a temperature gradient, not because of gravity. Gravity over like 20 miles or something like that. The amount that they say gravity would bend light is nothing. It's not even worth taking into consideration for an observation. You're going against the mainstream science now that you're supposed to be defending.
No, I am not going against it. I am identifying the possibilities. What are the possibilities? Why I don't see a drop? What are the possibilities?
You don't see a drop, okay? Because there is no drop that's ever been validated.
Maybe if we can prove, we can get a Nobel Prize.
It's been proven. I'm not going to get a Nobel Prize for doing it, right? But I've gone out and done about 20 different observations at the same lake, where we had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake, and I've done observations in all different weather conditions, daytime and nighttime, and I could see the shoreline of the other side of the lake consistently. So it's not possible for varying refraction or anything like that to be able to just flatten it out, right? Daytime, nighttime, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, next month. You know, it's not possible for it to always. What you're suggesting is impossible.
Because this is impossible as per the perceived science. I mean, there is a possibility, because what you are saying is different weather condition and different visibility conditions, and it has no relation with the gravity. Gravity is still the
same. So the movement of light through a medium. Okay, when we're talking about atmospheric refraction or miraging effects or anything like that, or turbulence, okay, or total internal reflection, when none of that has anything to do with gravity affecting the way that the light's traveling through the medium over that distance, it's a non-factor, according to mainstream.
Okay. Thanks for the chat, bro. Thanks for patiently listening. Let me explore.
I didn't mean to cut in.
Yeah, thanks for your feedback.
Yeah, all good, my friend.
All good. Thank you. Good night, guys.
Are you heading off now? Okay, we'll see you next time.
It's almost 11. I will come with a better argument next time.
Okay, man. All right, catch you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Don't make observations and then bring your observations. Let's see them.
Done, bro. Thank you. Goodbye.
Like he keeps coming back every couple of hours.
And maybe I better do something so I look a little bit more like a didgeridoo player. Stand by. Stand by. So I got a pair of scissors and I made my crew shirt into a real musician didgeridoos kind of attire. And so I can play my didgeridoo now. Orbital didgeridoo, didgeridoo, didgeridoo. I'm done. Orbital didgeridoo, didgeridoo. I'm done. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Bennett. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. Hobbled one up from the space station vacuum cleaner hose. I can play my didgeridoo now. I'm done. We're on the International Space Station with didgeridoos and oscillation of spheres of water. Melodious notes from our orbital didgeridoo. I'm done, Bennett. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Pure sine wave tones and delightful oscillations. I'm done, Bennett. I'm done, Bennett. I gotta play the didgeridoo. Delightful oscillations. I'm done. Pure sine wave tones. I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Hello.
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 What's up?
Some clouds.
What's above that?
Depending on weather conditions, some more clouds.
And what's above?
Stuff.
Depending on weather conditions, there might be no clouds.
Yeah, but currently I have enough clouds that I can't see above those clouds. So that's why I said depending weather conditions. Because I can't see beyond the clouds that's above me. I'm just guessing, really. There's options.
Does that answer your question, sir, about what's up?
Partly. If the Earth is flat, how come I can't see Paris?
Well, because the Earth is flat, you can't see Paris from where you are because it's too far away.
Well, it's flat though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, are you assuming that you can see infinite distance? Can you change your focus of your eyeballs to, just see anything, anywhere?
That's why we have telescope.
Yeah, and microscopes. Because if all you had to do was change the focus of your eyes, and you could see infinite distance, and you could see the germ crawling around on your hand, right?
Yeah, but we can't see Paris.
Yeah, but follow me. The germ is so small, its angular size is not visible to your current setting of focus on your eyes, right? If you could change the focus of your eyes to increase the angular resolution of that germ until you could see it again, then you probably could be able to look out into the distance and change the focus and increase the angular size and look for Paris from your location, I'm sure. But even then, you would have weather conditions preventing you from seeing too far.
What if sunny?
And I got cloudy.
Well, if it's sunny, then it wouldn't be a condition to you.
Say that again?
Well, I say if it's sunny, there's no
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
not supposed to be any obstruction of my fishing area.
Right. And it's sunny for you. It's cloudy for me. It could be foggy somewhere else. especially in like morning hours. For whoever's in a morning hour area, they might have fog. So I mean, across the earth, the weather conditions are not uniform. It is a dynamic system. I'd be willing to bet a biscuit that it's raining in the UK right now.
It's just gloomy.
Let's see. Ooh, there is rain in the UK.
Apparently, some crazy cyclone is about to hit Jamaica and maybe Cuba.
Yeah, I think they named it Melissa or some shit.
They what? Sorry?
I think they named it Melissa or some shit.
Ah, yeah, I just heard about it. Something about 300-kilometer winds or something. I'm not sure.
Yep, Melissa. Hurricane, excuse me. It's not dyslexic being easy. Hurricanes aren't that bad. I'd rather deal with the hurricane than other weather conditions. Because you can anticipate its approach.
Oh yeah, much
Tornado.
better than a tsunami or something like that.
Yeah. Tornadoes, earthquakes, all of those have like quick draw, spontaneous action. Hurricanes are long and drawn out. Blizzards are anticipatable, but I hate snow. So a blizzard is like a snowing hurricane, but it's in the snowy area. Plus, you could be stuck driving home during black conditions and almost die. You can drive home during a hurricane and almost not die.
Something doesn't.
course.
What's going on? Went quiet in here. That's how I won't play clips. Hello, Moo. Welcome in. Bye, Moo. Welcome back, Jamesy.
Thank you. How are you?
Good, you? I'm okay, thank you. Hope you're doing well too.
Yes. About to make some dinner in a little bit.
Some. What did you say? Sorry.
Dinner.
Ah, nice.
Let's get in the grill. I'm gonna do it in the grill. Just got the grill ready, but let me just throw some meat in there. I'll be back.
Xiaomi. Welcome.
Hi. How are you?
Well, thank you. What brings you here?
Oh, like this, I'm more or less new in this platform, and I just trying to play with all the features that it has. So I am a really good experience with this platform, and I just click on it.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah.
She landed in here by curiosity and using the features of the Discord.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. That's
Hey,
good. You're
guys.
using the app to learn how to use it. That's how you learn how to use it. Good job.
Yeah, learning by doing, right? And what are you doing? Are you talking about some topics, or what is the usual procedure?
At the moment, it's been quiet for a little bit, but that's why I teed up Salute you to see if you're curious about the VC topic.
Oh,
Have
okay.
any questions and stuff?
Well, like the name of the group, I think so, Flat Earth. It was like really funny. That's why I click on it. And yeah.
You found it a little peculiar, the name of the VC.
Yeah, don't you?
Yeah, it's good that it makes you smile. Laugh a little bit. That's good. Some people get triggered and get mad and angry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. The life
You're
is so
smiling, so
short.
that's a good thing.
Oh, come on. The life is so short to get mad or angry.
Yeah, they get mad at us because we don't believe in the globe religion, and they're upset. Oh,
Oh,
I got a call.
really?
I'll be back. Tito, take it over.
Okay. Well, this is so sad. Like, if people get mad and angry just for a name. But, like, everyone has their own choices and opinion, of course.
Yeah, this can be very triggering. Yeah, it can be, because it's so like the idea of the Earth as a sphere in a solar system, in outer space, and all that is so deeply ingrained into our psyche and identity as a worldwide culture, right? That it's almost offensive to suggest it's not true to some people.
Yeah, like, in this life, there is everything, and I think that everything needs to be respected somewhat. Like, I at least try. So I have this kind of goal rule, more or less. Like, don't get mad or angry when things, like, doesn't really they are not worth it to be mad. And just try to enjoy the conversation. Something is quite difficult, I guess.
Yeah, if you take it more like a learning experience, here in the English channel, people are trying to learn English, and this topic is pretty broad in many different topics, and the conversations can be useful to learn the language for everyone. So if you take it from that perspective, learning and not being triggered by questioning the cosmology of the Earth as a globe. Some people do get triggered by that, by others just questioning that belief.
Yeah, yeah, I think that I understand that absolutely. Well, I also more or less like in the same group that everyone probably, trying to improve my English, and I think that also this kind of discussions are more or less challenging, and make you think a little bit what would be your next response, right?
Yes, you're in the trying to. I mean, your English is super good. So yeah, good job.
Thank you so much. Yeah, but and what is your thoughts about? Cause what is the name? Cosmology, is that?
Yeah, that was one of the titles or topics that are discussed in here. Our people during history have questions the nature of the world, and some people have attributed different models and shapes to the whole of the construct of the universe. So the cosmologies, there's many. Hebrew cosmology, Mayan cosmology, there's Egyptians, Asians, Indians, many cosmologies. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It is pretty fascinating as well how they did, in the past, back in the days, without all the technology that we have right now, and also the kind of, I would say knowledge as well, but they were having, I think, a good life as well, right?
Question comes from, right now, today, the common belief is that the Earth is a globe. Have you seen the globe in the TV? The spinning globe in the vacuum of space? Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, many times.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. They push it in movies, TVs, cartoons, graphics. Even when people are speaking, if this spoon fell to the floor because of gravity, and Earth is a globe, therefore. It's kind of like in the language for some people. But yeah, that's based on a belief. It's another cosmology that is basically the odd one out of all.
Yeah, and what do you think about the kind of cosmology that?
It came more as a question. Like, I also learned. Well, I was taught that the Earth was a globe, and I saw it on the TV, saw the images, and I kind of believed it for a while. But when the question came to question it and to test it, that's when I personally found out that it wasn't a globe. Because the claims of the globe are very specific. The curvature of the surface, it conforms to a sphere. It has a geometry to it. So it has a specific numbers, specific variables. And when you test for those variables across the surface of the Earth, you come to find out that the Earth is not curving. So it cannot be a sphere. So the image that I saw on the TV, and I believe the Earth was, came to find out, falsifying it is a misrepresentation of what the Earth is.
And how long did it take to find that information?
Well, based on references from other people, this is a topic that has been spoken before our generation. Our great grandfathers and grandparents and many people from past generations have spoke about this topic. And it took me to question it. I mean, when the question was on the table, to when I made a conclusion that it cannot be a sphere because it's not curving. Probably a couple of weeks when I actually looked through it. For me to come to a conclusion. Looking at laser tests, long distance observations, infrared observations with opticals, I was able to see that it could not be a sphere of the dimensions that they claim it is, because the waters across the surface of the Earth are not curving.
Well, that's right. So, well, I think that as far as the eye can see, well, you cannot see a curve. That's right. Yeah, well, probably, like it is quite difficult as well. I never been, for instance, in the space. And I would like to be there. Like to see the world how it is from another perspective, right? Like it will be interesting. But I guess like it is quite expensive, something like that.
Well, that's one thing that they've convinced the rest of the world that is possible, right? But unfortunately, it's only available. That experience is only available to an elite few, right? Actually, if you counted the number of people that have even claimed to have gone into low Earth orbit, now that's excluding the 27 or 28 odd people that have claimed to have viewed the Earth from the moon, right? That's only that many people. It's only like something like 600 people that have claimed to have even entered low Earth orbit. And we have people from the globe side telling us, so-called experts, right? Astrophysicists and such, telling us that altitude, right? That where the ISS is, where most people experience low Earth orbit, isn't even high enough to see the curve from there.
Oh.
Apparently, right? And there is photography that sort of goes along with that, that's claimed to be from high altitudes up to that altitude. And I'm not saying that photography is real or it's taken from where they claim to have taken it, but there is conflicting photography from all different altitudes showing all different types of a horizon, straight, curved, convex, all over the place. So we're thinking that's just a result of the type of lens that they use, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Like I would say, for instance, if it is too big that even your eyes or the perspective that you cannot see that, then, well, I think that, that will be very interesting, to know how really it is, like how I said, I never thought about it, like I'm basically thought that, well, the globe is rounded, right? And it's always what you can see in internet and at school, but I never really make so much thoughts about it, to be honest. But like it might be, like I think that for instance, in the universe we have so many things that we don't know, and because it's just impossible to get there. And we probably will need, I don't know how many years to get or to find out something new. So, yeah, like I also, the last time I read news that that even the first person that went to the moon, it was all fake. I don't know, it was fake. I mean, like the photos look kind of real. So, I don't know. How do you think?
Think about it like a movie setting. That's what in a movie set, but then they didn't tell you. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Shamsi. Just blatantly interrupting you. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was just gonna put some, like, if you said that the photographs look real, I'm gonna like most people haven't looked at the footage that they gave us. Okay, so I'm gonna put a couple of video clips. Right, these are official video clips from NASA. And I want you to tell me if you think they look real or not. So just give me a second and I'll put them into the side chat.
Oh, okay. But it always raises the question, right? Like it was real, it was all,
Check
made
this
up.
out. Check this out. Have a look at this clip. Tell me what you think.
Where can I see it? Sorry, like I said, I am
side
new
chat.
here.
What's your name? Okay, all right. I'll tag you 1 second.
This clip makes me laugh every single time.
It's so funny.
I don't know where I can find it. Okay.
do you know how to access the side chat?
Let me. Okay. Now I'm here. Okay. Oh, sorry. And now I need to click here. Mentioned here. Okay, let me check.
Yeah, try to guide her because it sounds like she's learning to use Discord.
Yeah, I tagged you. You should see a notification.
Okay, now I can see. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. And this is for NASA.
Yeah, this is from NASA. Okay, so I'm going to put some more. Okay, so this is meant to be from, I think this is from Apollo 11. Okay, this is meant to be when they were leaving the moon.
Is it real? I don't know. It looks so fake. Sorry for that.
It's so fake. No. That's the whole point. Most people haven't looked at the footage. This is official NASA footage, right? So after I show you a few of these clips, I'm going to link you to NASA's official YouTube channel, right? Where that's where we got this footage from. Right, this is just clips taken from that footage and turned into GIFs to share here. This is actual NASA footage, right? Most people don't believe it's NASA footage because it looks so silly. But this is actual. Yeah, really. Most people haven't looked into it, right, and realized that, oh my God, it looks completely fake, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with AI, you can make it better. But I mean, so I think probably in that time, of course, AI wasn't available.
Well, this is old footage from the from the 70s.
Yeah, but even though I have to admit, from the 70s, they made a good effort.
Well, sometimes when you look at old movies, right, when you first watched the movie, when you were young and you watched the movie, you were like, oh, wow, this is amazing graphics in the movie. Or old video games. I remember playing video games when I was young, and I thought, wow, this game has such amazing graphics. And then I play the game now, and I'm like, what the hell? It's like a mess, a blurry mess of pixels.
But that's perpendicular. That's 90 degrees.
Exactly. It's so hard to describe the globe when you understand all this. You're like, shit, I'm just going to have to contradict myself when I'm trying not to strawman the globe.
So is that when Space Manji stopped coming around, is when you asked him that?
No, he was banned.
Oh, I didn't realize he was banned. Ah.
As to our friend Vector out there who's asking about satellites, does that help make it more confusing for you? Because I hope it did. The point is to educate you on more of the nuances of what it is you're asking about, and highlight the fact that you probably don't know as much about the topic as you think you do, because there's a lot more going on by their own accounts, not ours, that you need to know.
Yeah, like the first 2 satellites that were ever launched allegedly were balloons, and that there was a proactive propaganda campaign in order to use the idea of satellites as some sort of power freaking structure.
Yeah, the space race was built entirely upon power projection. The first satellites, the first self-orbiting satellites, was a total power move. You can read the founding documents of NASA. NSC, that stands for National Security Council. NSE 5814 describes how satellites are going to be used as psychological weapons to project power and capability and like inculcate fear into the minds of everybody who opposes America.
So let me ask you this question here.
Yeah.
The satellites are supposedly going 22 times the speed of sound. So I'm just curious, just for a moment here, pretending that they're true just for the sake of Eratosthenes' thought experiment. If that's true, and if also is true, the graph that I tagged you in yesterday, that there is some sort of drop as it goes faster and faster, is it possible that something could indeed be flying around, obviously not over a Baltard, obviously over a flat stationary Earth, and that there is some sort of effect going on that they are loath to describe? I mean,
I don't know.
Is that possible?
When it comes to aerodynamics, you're going to have to talk to an aerospace guy, somebody who went to school for, aeronautical engineering. I think their claims regarding aircraft velocities and capabilities is completely and internally validated. There's no contention here. The modern turbojet engine is more efficient by weight and power than a bicycle.
Oh yeah, I have a close family member who's a pilot, and him and I regularly talk about how little fuel per passenger an airplane uses, and especially with the A320 Neo engines, that I want to say it's 180 miles per passenger per gallon of fuel. Now, your bicycle is nowhere near that efficient.
What I kind of suspect satellites might be are just repeaters.
Yeah, and I will say this, that I live near a satellite facility that is today it's in a well-beaten path that, of course, there's fiber line going to it. But when it went in there in the early 1980s, how the hell were they receiving the programming to actually put on? And it is one of the nation's premier teleport facilities. And I forget how many hundred television stations are fed from there and have been since the 1980s. So the interesting question becomes, obviously, if satellites exist, we know how the programming got out of there, but how did the programming get in there? And why is it in this odd place that it's nowhere near any kind of production facility? I mean, absolutely, they're nowhere near.
Well, they use satellites to beam the satellite information to the ground station to beam it back up to the satellites.
Yeah, positive feedback loop. I mean, it's a massive complex. We've stopped at it a few times. Now, most people who are observant, like my wife, she grew up literally 5 minutes from that place. And she had absolutely no idea that was there until I pointed it out to her. And I've lived here substantially less than she has. So all my point is and looking at the other locations of these other teleport facilities, they're just in odd and weird places, like really weird places. Like, there's some reason that they're in those specific places. And Yoder, are you familiar with the East Coast Reflector on ham radio?
What is it about, like, spinning that wheel up there, that from watching Riley that you posted there? What is it about spinning the wheel that causes it to, like, seem to lose weight?
They say it's the torque angle. As it's spinning, it's producing torque in an upward angle, so it reduces its weight.
But it would also be going down.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense.
But I
There's
feel
also a downward force.
They use this principle to get those satellites into the sky and keep them there. They're just spinning at a rate that helps them to stay aloft.
That's really interesting. This is the stuff that they were investigating at Lockheed and Martin, right? Like,
I think that's easily explained with just conservation of angular momentum that's used in figuring out how fast you were going in car crashes and things of that nature. That it's kind of like a car wheel spinning, and it doesn't really lose its gravity. It's just you're just transferring energy from the drill, the electricity. You're turning it mechanical, which then just kind of makes it like a gyroscope. So it's not really anti-gravity. It's just conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah, that brings up the question, how do the gyroscopes on the ISS work? They've got like 4 of them that are like 100 kilos each, and they're spinning at like thousands of RPM to help orient the ISS. But the ISS is changing its orientation constantly, coming around a globe.
Well, and as I understand, big ships, that if the gyro gets off or something, they have to actually put it in dry dock to restart the gyros. So how would you ever start the gyros to begin with?
Yeah, what the claim happens is the ISS updates the horizontal reference frame called local vertical, local horizontal, LVLH. That's the local frame. that they calculate WGS 84, altitude above WGS 84, and the rotation that is required from that altitude. And that horizontal reference plane rotates, and the gyros torque in order to compensate. Now, that requires a draw of power, right? It requires physically rotating the ISS constantly. So this means that there's a power draw, there'd be a voltage drop somewhere that would be measured that is commensurate with what is required for the ISS to be physically rotated such that the belly of the ISS is facing Earth. Because if that doesn't happen, according to globe physics, the ISS should be oriented only in one absolute direction and orbit the Earth. But it needs to rotate to maintain down with respect to the Earth. This also means if you're a passenger inside the ISS, and if you aren't rotating with the ISS, you could sit in one position, and over the course of 90 minutes, you're going to watch the room rotate 360 degrees around you. Funny thing is nobody's ever shown that.
Yeah, maybe if you're in the center of the ISS, but I figure if you're on the edges, you may actually get hit by the wall.
Yeah, you know what this should also produce? Like a gradient of air pressure. You know, like maybe you should, maybe the air should migrate towards the back top of the ISS. Yeah, the ceiling in the back of it. There are all kinds of issues with the ISS, and nobody's ever addressed them or talked about them like this. And you're only going to find these questions here.
And any liquids in the air would congregate to those areas as well.
Precisely. Because it's rotating and translating.
So hopefully they have not put any sensitive electronics at the far ends of the ISS.
But why would you question the ISS since they're able to teleport stuff there?
So Vector's making some pretty bold claims in the side check. I mean, just at the moment, just would be baseless assertion fallacies, baseless assertions. I'd just like to see this so-called model that they're using, Vector. If you're saying that they're using a model of 3 bodies in free space to predict eclipses, I'd love to see that. Because it's my understanding that they actually don't use that to predict eclipses. But maybe you have information that I'm not privy to.
Vector, you need to mic up, man. Come on. I'm inviting you to mic up. Let's talk. Do you have the courage?
And also, that would also be something called correlation, which we know in science as a huge rule is not necessarily causation. So just because you have, you might have a little 3-ball model that, you think can predict an event that we see in the sky, doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's happening when you see that thing in the sky, right? You're assuming, right, that what the darkening that you see of the moon or the sun during an eclipse is due to another body being in the way or casting a shadow. And you are asked, prove that thing is a shadow. Prove that darkening is the result of one body occulting the light of another body, causing a shadow.
Look at that. Vector is immune to any moderation. All right, Vector, you better mic up right now or we're going to get Vivek to boot you. How about them apples? I'm tired of your shit in text chat.
No, you're just blatantly incorrect about shadows, Vector. Okay, so you can cast a circuit. You can cast the shadow of a sphere onto another sphere, and get a sinusoidal pattern, like a Pepsi logo. You know, not like it's a perfect circle or arc. Right. So you can get a nice perfect arc of, you know, partial arc or a full circle of a sphere, the shadow of a sphere, onto a flat surface. But if it's cast onto any other contours, it's going to form it's going to follow the contours of the surface that it's been cast onto, also depending on the angle from which it's observed. That's even if what you're observing during an eclipse is a shadow, which you haven't proven is in the first place. And come on, Vector, mic up. Stop hiding behind your ability to be immune to mutes, and mic up, please.
But you better do it. You know why? Because the guy that owns the English Hub, Vivek, he's a flat earther, and he loves us. So if you're going to sit there and troll in text chat, I guarantee that we have more power than you. You're going to have a bad time. So why don't you man up, grab your ball sack, and unmute the mic.
Well, there's no issue with him spamming the chat. That's been fixed.
Well, how come it said something about this person being a moderator when Yoda tried to do it? What the heck?
Yeah, bro, it was the wrong ID. I just copied the ID, checked the ID, and I was not the same numbers, so I tried it. It works.
Might have been one of those instances where the list moved just as he clicked on it. I've done it a heap of times. And all I can say is thank God.
Let me delete that shit from the mod mail. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I expect happened. I've had the same thing happen to me as well when the text jumps.
That's funny. Okay, well, egg on my face. All right, so Vector, yeah, we've determined you're not a moderator. So you've been text muted. That means your only recourse is to talk to us in voice chat. So time to unmute the mic, grab yourself by the balls, and breathe deeply and talk to us.
So what's he got written here? Circular shadows always appear circular from every angle because a sphere always casts a circular shadow. It's not the problem of what's casting the shadow, Vector. It's what it's getting cast upon. What are you trying to tell us? The moon is flat? When you cast a shadow from a sphere onto another spherical item, as T-Dub has already stated, you get what is a sinusoidal wave pattern. So as the shadow moves across, it'll start off as a blotchy thing and then grow into a circular shape as long as it lines up perfect, and then goes off and becomes another blotchy thing. We don't ever see that. We don't know why you seem to, but if you could have some kind of video footage of that, that would be swell.
Yeah, and essentially he's making the claim that what we see on the moon is a shadow, but if we take that claim at face value, then shadows would conform to the shapes they hit, and we would see the shadow distort. We do not see the shadow distort, so he is claiming that the moon is flat.
Right on. What's even more hilarious is that NASA models the shadow in a sinusoidal pattern shape and not in a circular conformal shape. So what we're describing is basically a teardrop. Like it's going to enter like a teardrop and leave like a teardrop. If you have a spherical object casting a shadow onto a sphere, it's because the shadow is being cast onto an object whose surface is curving away from your point of perspective. And as such, it's going to produce an elongation in the direction that it's curving away from you when you're looking up at a spherical object on the moon. But we don't see that. We see a circular conformal shadow that is completely commensurate with what we'd expect to see if the surface is flat. And we aren't claiming that the moon is flat either. So have at it, Vector. Come on.
Yeah, we're not the ones claiming it's a shadow. We say we don't know what it is. There could be multiple other things that could explain it. Like, for instance, just a divot in some sort of layer between you and the moon could refract the light such as to create a circular shadow on the for instance, water underneath. But that doesn't mean that there's anything physically blocking it. It's just the divot underneath the leg of a fly standing on the water. But the divot causes the light to refract in such a way that there is created a apparent shadow from the bottom, but we don't know what's between us and the moon. We don't know what's causing the occultation of the moon, so we can't claim that. They're the ones with positive claims that just don't match up.
Yeah, during an eclipse, if you watch the Terminator line, it's very funky. Most people don't care to do it with such scrupulousness. But if you watch that Terminator line as the moon eclipses, it's almost like it starts to fold away from you. What's going on? I don't know.
It was also pointed out earlier by DJ that there's events called Selenilian eclipses, lunar eclipses, where both the sun and the moon can be viewed above the horizon at the same time during the lunar eclipse, which doesn't sound like a three-bodied alignment to me.
Yeah, lunar and solar eclipses break the geometry of heliocentrism.
Pretty much everything breaks the heliocentrism if you really dig into it. There's always an assumption or an error somewhere. It just cannot be helped.
But look out for the baseless explanations, guys.
So, like, why do you guys believe that the Earth is flat?
We don't need to believe. We don't need to believe that the Earth is flat when we all experience the Earth as flat, and then when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, it measures as flat, and there's no evidence to suggest it's anything other than that. Okay, so if you want to believe in something, you might have to believe the Earth's a globe or something like that, but we don't really need to have a belief, right? Because there's a big difference between belief and knowledge and everyday experience, or believing something that defies your everyday experience. So yeah, we all experience the Earth as flat. Even people that believe in the globe lie experience the Earth as flat, but they believe it's a globe.
Bro,
And
like
that's
the curvature of the Earth is so minute, you can't tell if it is like
oh
if it's like sphere. A normal human brain can't tell that minute difference, man.
well. There's like 22 meters of curvature over just 10 miles. So it's not very minute. It's actually a huge amount of curvature that should be there if the Earth were a globe. We can do this. We can just calculate this using basic geometry, and we can validate how much curvature should be there if the Earth's a globe. It's actually a huge amount that would have to be there. So there's that.
And not to mention the fact that if you can't physically measure it or visualize and see it, then how can you claim that that is so?
Could you see that here?
Because a guy with some sticks and the sun and some shadows measured it and claimed it to be a sphere 2,500 years ago, you're putting that into the pot? Like, if you can't see it, if you can't prove it, if you can't prove it, if you can't prove it, you can't visualize it, you don't see it from any height, from the ground, etc. How do you make that claim? It'd be like me saying, can I get your screen name at least? Whom am I speaking with? Captain? So it'd be like me saying, I think Captain, it'd be like me doing this. I don't really know Captain, but I think he's an asshole. So it's just what I think and what I believe about you. And then I meet you and I start hanging around with you and you're not an asshole. Now I know, hey, Captain's not an asshole. I just believed he was one before I knew who he was.
Yeah, but he's hobmaking, which makes him an asshole.
Yeah.
Right. So listen, my friend, if the point is that Earth is so big that you can't tell if it's flat or globe, then why would you think it's a globe? And the reason why you think it's a globe is because you think everybody else thinks it's a globe. And so do they. They think everybody else thinks it's a globe. And everybody thinks it's a globe. The issue is we've gone out and checked and we've measured to see if it is a globe, and it's not. We've got laser measurements.
Okay, laser measurements. What did you do to measure it?
Well, we pointed the laser at the sky and determined the Earth was flat. What do you mean? We shot the laser across a large body of water and saw that there was no drop over distance, therefore no curvature.
Okay. So
yeah,
what
we
you
have
can do is
a 40-kilometer laser test.
okay.
We've got a 21-kilometer laser test in long distance observation, and we've also got a 760-mile infrared observation from an airplane.
Okay. So like, do you got telescope?
Yeah, we use infrared optics with super zoom capacity.
Like
not good enough. Not good enough. Do we have any telescopes though?
Yeah, telescopes are for wussies.
But what do you think? What do you mean? What do you think? How would a telescope be useful in this sense? Tell us.
If you look at other planets, they're sphere.
Oh shit!
Other
planets. Earth isn't a planet, and so
Earth isn't a planet.
Earth is the floor. Earth is the floor for all the planets.
Let me help you out, Enzo. If you go out and you see a cat, does that mean you're a cat? The correct answer is no. That's an illogical leap
If you
to
go
make.
out and look at the mirror, then you would realize you're not a cat.
Yeah. You never saw Earth. Earth doesn't have a mirror. Okay.
I'll teach you how. You see the cat has fur. You look down on yourself, you do not have fur. You look at Earth, nothing on Earth appears in the sky. Nothing in the sky looks like Earth.
I watch my cat go into a litter box and pinch a loaf. I go into the bathroom and take a dump. Big difference. I'm not a cat.
So like, do you guys you guys know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, but first,
But
I
you
want to
don't believe it.
I
Just
just want to
know.
clear. I want to. One second, I just want to make something clear to you, right? We don't think that Earth is a flat planet. We don't think that it's an object in outer space.
Yeah, you think it is the
Floating.
floor on which you think it
Right.
is like a floor.
Like the floor of the universe, yeah. But we don't think that the universe exists as it's being taught to us since, like.
So how can a guy travel around the world if the Earth is flat?
Can you repeat that, please?
He said, how
How
can
can
you
a
travel
person
around the
travel
world if
around
the
the
world
world,
is flat?
explore
Yeah.
all the parts of it if the Earth is
okay.
flat?
Yeah, I'll answer you real quick. How can you walk around your house if your yard is flat?
Because I can walk around the house. Let's
Bingo.
let me
Yes,
explain you what
that's
I'm trying
how
to
you
say,
answer
man.
your own question.
My God, that isn't the question that I asked, man.
If you
Same
can you
principle.
walk in a circle
Okay.
on a flat Earth? You can walk in the circle on a flat Earth just the same as you can walk in a circle over a flat anything.
Okay, so you the guy, the Yoda guy I was talking to a couple 5 hours ago when I joined in on this thing, the what is the name? This 24/7 Earth flat this called. So that guy told me that Earth has no edge when I asked him this thing. So you guys believe the same thing?
Well, no, well, excuse me. I don't know whom you were speaking with or what they said, but I'm almost certain what they said was, we do not know if there's an edge because we're not allowed to go that far and see. There are limits to where you can go. In fact, there are limits to where you can go within where you can go, such as Area 51. You can't go inside that area, but you can go around it. So if they don't let you go beyond the 60th parallel south or the 60th parallel north as a traveler, how can you make a claim as to what's beyond that? So without going as far as we're allowed to the absolute limits, nobody here can say, yeah, there's an edge. Nope,
No
there's
one
no
here would
edge.
ever claim an edge. That's not
So
something we
you think
claim.
there's no edge?
We don't claim there's no edge. We don't claim there is an edge. That is an unknown. It's unrelated to our claims. Do you understand that?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you do because I just told you nobody said there is or isn't an edge of the earth because we can't verify that.
okay, hypothetically, let's say there isn't an edge of the Earth, right? So
Okay.
how do you okay? So let's say there isn't an edge of the Earth. Okay, there isn't a edge that you can see because you are not allowed to go there. I'm thinking from your viewpoint. Okay, so you are not allowed to go there. So there's nothing sort of an edge of the Earth. Okay,
Oh yeah, girl.
watch me.
At the moment, it's just outside the scope of our investigation. We're just getting the fundamentals down with what we can investigate and what we can know, and that is that the surface of liquid, when it's at rest, lays horizontal and level. Okay, that means that those pictures that they show us, where there's a big ball with giant curving oceans on it, and they say it's Earth, that can't be true. Because we know from our direct observation and measurement and experience of water that it lies horizontally.
What?
Yeah, we're not a replacement belief system. We're not a new cosmology for you to believe in. We are just the people who left your belief system, your religion, globe religion. We left it because the evidence, reality, does not conform to your religion. It doesn't match up.
Okay, so you think that I believe the Earth is flat. I believe the Earth is a sphere, and you know the Earth is flat.
The Earth is measured flat, so yes, we know that. You have a belief.
Yeah, or another way to word that is, we know it's not a sphere. That's what we know.
So you guys know that it is not a sphere, but it is also not. It also doesn't have an edge. It is just infinite. Oh, sorry, you don't claim that if it does
Yeah,
or
we don't
does
know.
not have an edge. Yeah, you don't know if it does or does not have an edge, right?
Yeah, and then that's antecedent to the topic. It doesn't matter if there's an edge or not. Visually, it is flat.
So, like, how do you think that the lunar eclipse can happen? If the Earth is
Also an unknown phenomenon. So we know we're aware of the phenomenon, but we're just not aware of a causal mechanism. Do you know what that means? We don't know what's making it happen. We're not making a claim about what's making it happen. We're not trying to use anything that's occurring in the sky as confirmation of the Earth's surface geometry. We're just directly observing and measuring the surface of the Earth, regardless, of anything that's happening in the sky.
Okay, so like you don't like believe like how the lunar eclipse or the solar eclipse happens.
Yeah, see, we don't need a belief. You have a religious belief system about what's happening. For instance, with the lunar eclipses, you believe Earth's circular shadow is being cast because Earth is a ball floating in outer space, and it's being cast onto the sphere Moon. And we just went over this with another guy, that shadows actually have properties. If you cast shadows onto surfaces, the different surfaces will make the shadow appear differently. The shadow will conform to the surface. So if you cast it onto a straight shadow onto steps, for instance, the shadow will appear jagged because it's conforming to the steps. So if you cast a circular shadow onto a sphere, you get a sinusoidal pattern as the shadow distorts along the curves. We don't see this with the moon, so the claim that this is Earth's shadow hitting a circular moon or a spherical moon just doesn't come through with the evidence. The observation doesn't match the story.
Okay, so where do you live? Like right now, where do you live, man?
Where do I live?
Yeah.
I live in Iceland.
So like is there like right now is like the afternoon, evening, or night?
Yeah,
you'd be almost entering your. Wouldn't you be entering your 3 months of pretty much darkness, night?
Yeah, it's night most of the time now.
Okay, so like how would you explain, like if I'm talking to a guy on Discord, over here it is nighttime and over there it is daytime. Why is that happening?
Very easy. This is just the location of the light source you call the sun relative to my position. So from my perspective, during the summer, the sun appears to go in a circle around me. During the winter, the sun only peaks a little bit over the horizon. And so if you translate those two motions, you can basically, the sun appears to be going further and further or further away from me as the winter comes. And then eventually, during winter, it's so far away from me, I can only see it when it's the closest to me.
Okay, so like during winter it is further away from you, but if I go to like a place like Africa, it is closer to them. Why is that so?
Very easy. If you have a light bulb in your kitchen, and let's say that's my country, and then Africa is your living room. Like if I move the light bulb from my kitchen to the living room, the light bulb is no longer over my country. It's not hard to understand.
So how far away do you think the light bulb is?
We don't know.
We don't have claims to the geometry of the sky. We're not a replacement belief system. I already told you this. You have a religious belief system. You have a religious belief system of how you think the world works. Whatever we have is evidence that your religious belief system is false, and we don't have a replacement belief system for you to believe in. You can just go check the world like we did, and then you know that your belief system is false, and then you can be one of us, or you can just continue to believe. That's your choice.
And you would do that. You would do that by understanding the claimed geometry of your belief. So it's not just that the Earth is a sphere. Period. Bang. That's it. Just go on your way. That's not how it works. Okay. So they give specifics about that sphere. They give it a size, right? They give it dimension, and that would have visual geometric consequences out in reality when you go out into nature, into the world, and you view long distances. You would not be able to see certain things, right? You would only be able to see a certain distance across the surface because of its size and your height above that surface. So this is about geometry. So you'd need to understand that, what's being claimed, in order to test it to see if those consequences actually are present in reality.
Like if what do you think about the live streams from ISS?
This is not about someone else's claim. Okay, so this is not what someone else is able to do. This is about what you are able to do, what you and I are able to do. Right? You aren't able to get inside a magic tin can and float around the Earth and take photos. Okay, that's something you saw on TV or on the internet or in a book. Okay, we're talking about going outside into reality, comparing what they claim. So we're going to compare that imagery that you're talking about, right, with what we experience in reality.
Just a second, man. You're just saying that the imagery, like if I check the ISS live stream, so that live stream would be false and would be like like a studio or something like that, right?
Yes, but for one thing, right? So this is the thing: can we go out into reality and find what that imagery is depicting? And the answer is no, it's not there. But you'd have to go out and do your own observations to realize this.
Okay, so I'm trying to look at from your perspective, but like you can if you see any if you see any NASA live stream like from ISS, they would show you like the Earth from above, and if you look at your country, man, like wherever you're from, if you look at the globe. And if you look at the sky, okay, so let's say I look at the weather monitoring satellite, which is like continuously clicking the picture of my house, okay, so you can just go outside and like you can just draw like a W from a bunch of sheeps, like one guy did, like I can't remember the name. But what he did was he gathered all the sheeps and write his name using those sheeps. Like he arranged all of them, and if you would like look at the image from the sky, you could see the sheeps writing his name on the ground.
And
oh yeah, show us that. Show us that from the ISS. That's not true.
Yeah,
as far as I know, that's not true.
No, I'm not talking about the ISS, man. There are many satellites. They're not. There's not just
any Earth curvature. Do you see any? And do you see any Earth curvature in what you're talking about?
Yes, man. You do see Earth's curvature.
No, bro, you cannot be telling the truth, because anything that can see optically the sheep at that distance, it just doesn't make any sense. It would have to be closer. And for instance, the ISS is so close. The ISS is so close to the supposed
point
surface
of order.
the
Are
ball
we saying ship
that
or
the
sheep?
horizon would appear flat from that perspective. The only way to curve the horizon at that height would be with fisheye lenses. So if you're claiming the fisheye lens ball is the size of your Earth, you don't have a ball big enough to contain all the continents.
Point of order, is the word, this being English Hub, is the word ship or sheep?
The word is sheep. Indeed, man.
Like the animal, like Baba, Balachi?
Yeah, the animal, man.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Like that video was like also covered like on Discovery Science, if you know the channel.
Thank you for correcting us on that. You must be native English speaking. Anyway, look, yeah. So if you want to make a claim that you can see the sheep from space and also see the Earth curvature, okay, post the footage of that. I would like to see that because I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense because the angular size of that flock of sheep would have to be bigger than a whole country.
My guy, if you go to Google Maps, you can just
My
zoom
guy,
into
you
your
don't
house.
understand optics. If you take a hair from if you take a hair from a piece of your head, you can see it when it's in front of your face. But when you move away from that hair becomes smaller and smaller until you can no longer see it. This is why when you look at pictures from really high weather satellites that are looking at the ground, you don't see the people.
Yeah, you don't see the people.
Yeah, so
I'm
you
not
don't
saying
see
that
the
you
sheep
don't see the
either.
people. My guy. Sorry for saying my guy. But like you could see your house from the sky, right?
Nope.
How can I see my house from the sky, man?
Can you see your house from the supposed ISS images?
Bro, you use Google Maps,
No, you
right?
cannot. No, you cannot because it merges
you don't
together
use
because
Google Maps?
the supposed distance is supposed to be that far away.
See. Don't you use Google Maps?
Yeah, I have used Google Maps. Many of those pictures are taken with low altitude airplanes. So what?
Okay, so you believe that those pictures are
That's
taken
how
from.
Google does it. They admit it. They have many airplanes and cars and other things they use to take these
The
pictures
Google
to create
Street
low
View is
resolution
pretty.
or create these things at resolutions that you can actually view them at. When you zoom into the graphic they show you, the graphic has no relation to the Earth being curved because we measure it not being curved.
But Drace, I can zoom in. I can zoom into my street from space and then like scroll down my street horizontally from space.
Yeah, it's because it's multiple different images and views being meshed together in one visual graphic. Like you could make it however you want it.
You can't
The
make it
ground still
however
measures flat, buddy.
If you are talking about the 3D view, right? That view is like combined like with the satellite view. Like if you tilt it a little bit, like that's what that guy is trying to say. Like if you tilt it into 3D view, then you would see like the buildings, and that is the image of the Google Street View car combined with the image of satellite. That's what it helps to make it that tilt that he's talking about.
No, it's a graphic that's not related to reality. If you actually like the whole curvature issue, like if you try to use Google Earth as a Earth curve calculator and compare it to reality by like taking your elevation and looking at the horizon and looking for Earth curve, bro, this doesn't actually match your globe belief. You should actually look into the numbers of your globe belief and how fast the Earth is supposed to drop away. And then you should go out and look in reality for any evidence that your belief is true. Taking it on faith, because somebody said so, is not a very valid method of inquiry.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. So certain things are presented to you, claims, imagery. Okay, can you replicate it? Can you verify it? No, I can't. Okay, what can we do? We can go out into reality and check to see if the surface is conforming to those claims and that imagery, and it doesn't.
So like if you go outside, okay. If you like go outside and like you said the sticks method that was used to prove that the earth is curved is BS, right? That's what one of you guys said.
Actually, no, that's a logical fallacy that was committed by half-naked ancient Greeks who believed they saw with laser beam vision. Like, he thought that if he pre-assumed that the Earth was a ball and that all the light was parallel coming from the sun, then he could calculate the size of the Earth based on the shadows of sticks, or, well, wells,
All
depending
the
on the
light
story.
coming from the sun is not
However, you
bad.
have a problem in that the Chinese did the exact same thing, except they didn't start by assuming the Earth is a ball. They started by assuming the Earth is flat. And so, because it's circular reasoning, we're begging the question, when you start with your conclusion in your premise, of course you're going to end up with your premise being your conclusion. So that is the problem. It's circular reasoning. Chinese did the same circular reasoning, concluded the Earth is flat. The half-naked Greeks did the same circular reasoning, concluded the Earth is a globe because that was their pre-existing belief.
Okay, so you think that they believe that it is like that, and when they try the experiment, they
It's
just
not an experiment. It's a logical fallacy.
okay. So if like during the equinox, if the sun is over like one city and all the shadows are like cast on the ground, like no like shadows are formed. I see that shadows are formed, but they are just parallel to you. That's why like people say that this time there are no shadows. And that can only happen if the earth is circular. If it was flat,
That's
there
not
won't
correct.
be.
No, that's just fallacious reasoning once again. You need to start to actually stop spinning and trying to salvage your broken belief system and try to go outside and verify it if it actually exists in reality. And you'll find, if you do that it doesn't exist. And you can stop being this defensive for a belief that you don't actually hold. Like, this isn't from you. This was installed into you as a child. You had no choice in this matter. You did not employ your critical thinking when you adopted this belief.
Okay, so you are saying that as in like as if you are looking at the earth, you can't use the sky as a proof that the earth is sphere. You can't use the satellites as a proof that the earth is sphere. You can't use
Obviously
NASA
not.
as a proof that the earth is sphere, right?
You cannot use something else that is not the thing to prove that the thing is something based on that. Like, I cannot prove you're a cat based on looking how much at the cat. No matter how much I look at the cat, I'm not going to prove you're a cat by doing that. I would have to look at you and then determine that you're a cat from looking at you. Do you understand the difference?
Okay,
Like, you can infer from the sky and imagine that the earth is a ball. You can do that. But that doesn't make it a ball. You would have to measure the ground to be curving to conform to the ball you're imagining it is.
Okay, so what you are saying is that they like you are saying is they're like the sun is shining on a floor, right?
No,
On a
I'm
plane
not saying anything about the geometry of the sky. I'm telling you that you can model the sky however you want, and it won't change the observable effects here on Earth.
Okay,
So
okay.
that's all. You can
I
model
just
the sky
asked you a
however you
question.
like, and you can make it match what we observe here on Earth with different configurations. That does not mean that all of those configurations are true at once. What matters
Okay,
is you can measure the ground, and if the ground is curving, then you have your ball. If the ground isn't curving, you don't have your ball. It's very simple.
Okay, so like you have used lasers to prove that the earth is flat, right? You point the laser like kilometers away at a thing, anything for sure, anything for instance, and that laser doesn't have a dip, right? That's what you said.
We've used multiple methods to test the surface, multiple
Such as
electromagnetic wavelengths, including lasers of different wavelengths. And what the globe math predicts is that the laser will continue to ascend as the ground drops below it. And then they claim that because the ground is dropping away and the air is curved, the light will slightly change angle and so will curve a little bit around the edge. However, that's never going to allow it to actually curve back down onto the ground and allow us to see the ground. And there's big problems here because when we test for their assumed refraction, which they assume has to be there because we can see way too far for the globe, turns out that there is no refraction allowing us to see further, and when there is more refraction we see less, and when there's less refraction we see further, and so that's the complete opposite of what is claimed with the globe. And so the globe idea is completely falsified. All of their ad hoc excuses to try to claim, well,
do you mind like how like you have used planes, right?
We have used
you guys
planes,
have
yes.
planes and all the stuff for measuring Earth. You ever like have used like weather balloons?
Yeah, we have had people send up weather balloons, yeah.
Yeah, so like the footage from the weather balloon, can't you see
Yeah,
the curvature?
horizon is flat from the weather balloons, yes, unless you use fisheye lenses. We've observed this.
Do you have an image?
Yeah, it's
From
in
the
the
weather
chat right
balloon?
now. 22 miles up.
And how far is the Kármán line?
Irrelevant. It's not even an actual point.
What?
The Kármán line is just a theoretical, like arbitrary, like distance from the ground, and they can't even measure that distance well. So
Okay, so you send the weather balloon that up high in the sky, right?
what's your point?
So I'm just saying. So if the Earth was flat, you could like look at the infinite distance. So why aren't
No. That's just you not understanding how optics work and how light works. So you cannot see an infinite distance. That is completely absurd. Things get smaller with distance, and then when you're looking between two parallel planes, those planes meet together in the distance in your field of view. That is the vanishing point, and once you take the vanishing point from 4 planes and you take 2 planes away, that vanishing point stretches out into a line and becomes a horizon line. So you don't have any geometric horizons anywhere. They don't exist in reality. What we have is an apparent optical horizon that is only apparent in the optics. And so we have actually used larger aperture cameras and smaller aperture cameras to show bottom-up disappearances over flat surfaces, and things that appear to disappear in the smaller optics are still visible in the bigger optics. And so the Earth is not changing size based on the optics we're using. What's actually happening is when they assumed the Earth was a ball, they never actually accounted for optics because they were half-naked Greeks who believed in invisible laser beams shooting out of the eyes. And so they believed that the horizon was a geometric sphere edge and calculated the size based on that. And we reified it over and over and over again in history using fallacious logic. However, now that we understand optics and how light works a little bit more, we can actually test for refraction. We can test with using different optics, and we can see that there is no geometric horizon. The Earth measures actually flat. You don't need any ambiguity, don't need any ad hoc excuses that you don't verify. You can actually test for refraction. You can see, because we know infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light. So we can take infrared cameras, put them right next to visible light cameras, and we can see, is the horizon closer in the infrared or is it further?
Whatever I'm being taught in my 2 years of aerospace engineering is just false. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying, a lot of the basics that you're being taught are correct. However, some fluff and nonsense that you don't actually need to apply, you're also being taught. And you're being taught that to make you dumber and more compliant.
Oh, so you are like just bringing up optics and optics again. What is optics like from your point of view? What do you mean by optics when you say optics?
Optics is how you perceive the world and how the world is perceived through light.
And what isn't being counted? Like,
Okay, so
according to you.
let me teach you how they reified the globe into existence to begin with. So the Greeks saw, they were from a 6-foot observer, about 3 miles away, the horizon appears to drop away, and we assume that's the geometric curve. However, if we take bigger aperture cameras, we can see like up to 10 miles or further, the horizon appears to extend further. But if we take very small
Obviously,
aperture
if you
cameras,
take
we
bigger
don't see that
aperture
same
cameras,
extension. However, when the Greeks
because the
reified,
Earth is sphere. That's why when you take bigger.
Just a second. When the Greeks were reifying the sphere into existence, they used orthographic side view calculations to do so. And so when you draw a sphere in a side view and an observer that's 6 foot, and you draw a tangent point to the sphere, what you're actually doing is you're converting perspective and how we perceive the world into this absurd spherical geometry based on the human eye and how the diffraction limit of the human eye and the human pupil. And so we can use the diffraction limit of the human eye and the numbers we get from that to get the same radius value as the globe. But so it's mostly a misunderstanding, and that misunderstanding was then propagated throughout the ages. Sunk cost fallacy, they built on it, and now the whole world is controlled through this belief system.
Okay, so can you do that calculation just in front of me? Like the calculations of human eye and the refractive index between the.
I'll give you a video that goes over all of this.
Okay, so you believe in that guy's video, but you don't believe in all this other stuff?
No, it's just basic the geometry of vision. You can look at all of this. This is not a flat Earth stuff. This is throughout basic modern understanding of optics. However, a lot of this hasn't been put together, and so that's kind of what we're doing. We're putting together from different aspects of the scientific community, and we're looking at their results, their data, and we have people who are highly educated within our circles.
Like, what do you mean by that they are highly educated?
I mean, PhDs, Masters of Science, I mean, things like that.
So, like,
I'm a Master
college...
of Science. I have that title.
Okay, so the teachers in my college who have done like a lot of PhDs, they are just saying BS, right? That's what you're saying?
They believe it. They believe the stuff they were taught, just like we also used to believe it. And then we kept on looking and exploring the topics and found errors. Just like if you look into academia at the highest levels, you'll find that they talk about much of the same things we talk about, because we're looking at their work and we're also expanding upon it by testing the world itself.
So what kind of things that they talk about? Like
gravity, for instance, like the majority of people who come in here, they tell us, well, Newton's gravity. And they don't understand that Newton was superseded over 100 years by Einstein. And currently, Einstein is on a very shaky foundation. And they call it the crisis in astronomy, or the cosmological crisis.
Cosmology.
Yeah, it's both right now, because too many of the theories are the deeper we look into the sky, the better our telescopes, the more issues we're finding with observation and theory. And so the theories are all on shaky grounds right now, and we have over 20 different theories competing for gravity right now.
Also, flat Earth is fully compatible with Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah.
Sorry, Trace. I just wanted to interrupt there because it's also coming from the other end, right? In the micro as well. Like they're saying, that's not adding up, and then they go out, like they point to the sky, they look out at the sky, they go, it's not adding up. So it's like they're screwed from both ends, right?
So, like, you believe that? Okay, tell me. Just I'm asking you two questions. First off, what do you believe about the sun and about the earth? Like, you believe that earth is infinitely flat?
No, bro.
And the
I already told you 3 times. I already told you 3 times. We're not a replacement belief system. We're not sharing beliefs or making up beliefs. We only
Okay.
go by what's measured and what we can prove to be verifiably true.
Okay, so again, what do you, okay, what do you know? Do you know that the earth is completely like infinitely flat and the sun is like
He just told you that answer. You're not paying attention, sir. You're not listening.
okay, so okay, what the thing you told me?
We just know it's
Like-
flat. That's all we need. Just fast forward, okay? We know it's flat. We're not going to make any claims about how big it is, where the if it has edges or not, what is the shape of that flat surface. We just know it's flat, and that's all we know, and that's it. And the sun is a light source, and that's it. And it moves in the sky.
Music to my ears, Peter. Preach, brother.
The sun moves in the sky, right?
Obviously,
And
look
what-
at the sky for more than half an hour, and you'll see it move. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
if
is
you're
what you
about to say,
observe.
since you see the sky, since you see the sun moving, obviously it's because the ground is spinning. No, that you can't make that claim.
Yeah, I'm not making that claim. According to your analysis, like there can't be any dark spots on the ground. So how can there be night? If the Earth is
No,
flat,
that's not true.
Okay, how can you say
Light
that?
has limitations, okay? So just because the heliocentric model tells you sun's on one side of the ball you're living on, the moon's on the other side of the ball you're living on, the sunlight from the sun is hitting that ball and going around the side of that ball out into outer space infinitely, forever and ever. That's stuff you've been told.
You're just betraying how little you understand how light actually operates. So when you look at the sun, when it's setting, does it change colors?
Yes, it does.
Oh, does it turn red?
And that's because of refraction, my man.
Oh, wait. That's actually it's because of scattering, actually, but you're wrong. But when it turns red, what is the last color of the visible spectrum, Numpty?
Visible, that's red.
Oh, bingo! So after you stop seeing red, what color do you see?
After I stop seeing red,
You just get darkness, my friend, because the light is no longer visible.
So what are you trying to say from that?
You just proved why your question is dumb.
Why is it so, man? If you can't, you just
Because the
believe
whole
in
of the earth would not be lit up, because just you looking at the horizon at your horizon distance is already turning red. It's scattering into the red spectrum, which means if it scatters just a little bit more, you do not see it anymore.
Nigga, just shut the fuck up before I review, nigga. Shush.
What the
Bro,
fuck?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
He's dealt with. We can move on.
The point is, you cannot see forever. You're limited by your view and your perspective. And then the sun's light is limited by the medium it's going through. So it scatters and diffuses in the air and attenuates. And so eventually the light does not reach through the air to your position. That is what we call night.
Okay, so the light scatters as much as it can't reach you. Right?
It's a combination of all of the above.
Okay, so you are saying that the sun goes that far and that far so that the light scatters, all of the light scatters away.
We
and
have
that's why
we have videos under low humidity conditions where we can see the sun disappear above the horizon.
The thing you are talking about, the sun disappearing above the horizon, isn't because of like the light scattering away, man. The thing that occurs, like if you like lay on the ground and then quickly stand up, you could like see the sun again. And why is that so? If I go to the world's tallest building, people could see the sunset twice by
Yeah,
just
that's no problem.
getting up in just a
No
little bit
problem.
of height.
That's no problem. Of course.
So you are saying the
But you're
sun
higher
goes.
than the objects. You're higher than the objects in the distance that obstruct your view.
Yeah, and like you're saying, and like the globe believes, the sun itself does refract bit in the air, so its angular position is lower. And so when you're close to the ground, of course, those beams have already hit the ground. You're not going to be seeing the sun at that point. So when you go higher up, well, the path between you and the sun is not the same distortions.
Okay, so you are saying that all the stuff which is blocking the sun's light won't be the same. Like, so if there's night right now, if I go at a high enough point, so it would be there again.
Well, you would have to prove that you could go high enough to be able to do that.
So so I have to go high
That's actually
enough.
the same thing that happens in the globe belief, by the way. It's identical. So if you travel high enough in the globe, well, you could see the sun again.
Not, bro. If you travel high enough in the globe, if the globe, if like let's say there's 12, like if one side of the globe is facing the sun, and I go high enough, like let's say using some sort of rocket, I won't be able to see the sun, my friend.
Yes, you
I
will.
will only
Yes,
see.
you will.
No, you won't.
Yes, you will. In the globe belief, the globe will eventually shrink to be so small that you can see the sun again.
Yeah, but you have to go out of the globe, like you have to like travel
No, you're just wrong and I'm right and you're a dumbass.
No, man, your beliefs
you don't
are
need to
just
start.
your beliefs are just effed up, and that's
No,
it.
I just showed you
You're just,
how it doesn't matter
no,
in either belief. If
you're
you
just
just
not
go
trying to
far
understand
enough
the.
away, it would show you the
You are
sun
just
again.
not trying to understand another guy's
However,
point,
I'm
and you
teaching
are just
you, I'm
saying
teaching
just
you,
bingo and bingo
stop
without knowing
crying,
shit, without having a.
relax, relax. I'm teaching you that you can imagine going up and seeing the sun all you like. It doesn't matter because you're not doing that.
So what's the point if the Earth is flat or circles?
The point is that's the truth. You can go out and test it for yourself right
as a
now.
human now,
You can test it.
what difference it will make for us?
Listen, brother, you really got to do everyone in here a favor. Stop over talking him and interrupting him. He was about to speak, and you just cut him off. Second sentence in.
Anyway,
It's insane.
guys, wait. Where
No,
are you from?
no, it's not
Where
anyway,
are you
guys.
from? Wait.
It's not anyway,
Where are you
guys.
from? Where are you from? Guys, come on. Where are you from? So just talk like this. Nothing will be.
Why are you
It's
having a
worthless.
fucking meltdown, dude?
Worthless. Come on. Wake
Why
up.
are you having a meltdown?
Emotional, damn it. Do something better for more than that. What's the difference will make?
Oh my god.
Guys, wake up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I know it's painful to lose your belief system. I know it's painful and you want to grab onto something to like make it work. But if you really want to do that, if you want to be honest with yourself and everybody else, just go outside. Just go outside and check. If you think we're pulling your leg, just go outside and check. That's all you need to do.
And if you wanted to add to your own observations, the knowledge that the only time you're really seeing the horizon bend or the Earth as a ball in outer space is when NASA or some space agency presents you an image of Earth from a position you can't go to on your own to confirm it. So add your own observations with that information that's given to the public on a daily basis and do the math on that. See if the two things equal a globe. I say that because, and I'm not sure if you're still here, I'm going to assume you are, but for the folks at home, I say that to you because for me, when I found this topic, it took me a minute, almost a full year, 9 months of looking at information from both sides, whether it was people seriously approaching the topic and looking for real answers, or regular everyday men and women that were staunchly opposed to looking into anything and vehemently defending NASA and what they have been taught, saying extremely rude things to people looking into it. You know, after 9 months, I hit a 3-hour documentary about the topic. And after watching that, it was pretty much that was it. It was like, yeah, you know what? I've been bamboozled. I've been lied to. My whole family has. The whole world's been lied to. Nobody walked on the fucking moon. Nobody will ever go to the moon. Space is a place that is unattainable. We can't go there. We can observe it from here, but we're not going there. More so if it's what they claim, 10 to the negative torr
17
vacuum, that's insane. You're not going there and surviving.
Yeah, but you got to also admit that different people think critically at different speeds, so to speak. So maybe for you it took, a 1-hour documentary and that was it.
No. Okay,
For
so
me,
you're
it
not
took 2
listening.
years.
You're not listening, sir. I said 9 months of researching. The last documentary I watched before I went, you know what? It's flat, and we've been lied to. Was a 3-hour documentary. 9
All
months
right, so
after
9
finding the
months.
topic.
For me, it was 2 years. All right, so
Okay, and
more
you're
than
correct.
double your time.
Okay, and I wasn't disagreeing with your first statement that not everybody critically thinks at the same pace. All the time, Globers come in here and they'll say things like, I don't know that. I'm not a scientist. I'm not smart enough to know that. And I'll unmute and say, please don't do that to yourself. You can find information out. You can learn. You might not know something now, but you can research and learn. So thanks. Yeah, you're right. People do think at different paces and learn at different paces. That's correct. What also is correct, though, is some people blindly choose not to question what they're told, blindly choose to just believe what somebody shows them. So that also is true.
What I also find weird about some Globers that come in here is when we tell them we measure the Earth flat, their next logical question should be, how have you done that? But most of the time they just say, you measure the Earth flat, okay, and then they move on. And they start with their shit about boats going over the horizon and sunlight can't, the sun and so forth. It's so weird that they don't even know how to ask the right questions. Like this guy we had in here before, if we would have said, look, have you ever dive into water, you notice how it becomes dark pretty fast. They can understand that the sunshine can't go through water, the medium of water, but they can't use the same concept and apply it to air. And it's just weird. So yeah, people think differently, I guess.
They don't apply it to air on purpose.
Right.
Chicken George. Yoder, are you still here?
No.
Yeah. See my private message if you would when you get a moment.
Not there.
Hello there. Somebody's got to have something to talk about.
Well, I can share since I'm my own boss. I took the day off today because my leg is just horrendous.
Yeah. Did you write yourself up though for calling in sick?
Sorry, yes, I gave myself a tardy slip.
Well, I hope you feel better. Man, boss must be a butthead.
Soaked in the tub for a good hour this morning.
Yeah, I bet, my friend. Yeah, so I hope you get feeling better.
Thank you. Yes. Bob Marley is helping me with that right now.
Ah, in both ideal and odiferous ways.
You know that.
Well, very good. I'm glad it's helping. Why can't I see forever? You know, it is funny how the GTs can't even figure that their light bulb, their flashlights don't show up for 50 feet or so, yet alone light and being able to see forever.
Yeah, but the issue is, mate, what they're doing is they'll say, you hold the light here, I'll go 2 miles down the road, and they'll turn back and be able to see the actual torch light. Whereas from the perspective of the torch end, the light only gets cast for so far. They don't see that bit. They just see from the other end looking back at the light. But I can see the light from 2 miles away. What are you talking about?
Funny, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think that what we see here is that we see the city slicker kids come in who have probably never left their parents' basement or the high-rise apartment building that they grew up in, and they've never been out in the woods, manipulating a flashlight in the middle of the woods, trying to see what the hell it is 50 feet from you, making a sound that you can't see, even though you're shining a light right at it. So what does the kid do that's never actually been out? Like, so many of these people, they talk about things like they swear up and down that you can't feel an airplane move. I'm just like, well, you've never been in an airplane, obviously.
Years ago, when I was working in the mine sites, we used to catch this nasty little plane from Adelaide to Roxby Downs. And also, the same sort of very similar thing over in Western Australia. We catch this little plane from Perth up to Pleasant, just near Geraldton. Anyways, you know when the plane does that sudden drop? Well, I don't like that much. And the guy sitting next to me, he loves flying. The plane could flip upside down and he'd be sitting there cool as a cucumber. I'm not like that. And every time the plane would do this little drop, I'd nearly grab the headrest of the seat in front of me and nearly rip it off. And one day there, he was having a good laugh. He was in tears laughing at me. And that's why I said, look, bro, I'm not going to turn green, but I promise you I'll rip this fucking thing apart. Like, seriously, I cannot handle this shit. he was nearly rolling off his seat laughing. It was that funny, but for me, nah, anyone that says that they can't feel motion when they're in a plane, like, hello, wake up. Like, seriously, guys, it just doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. Like, I like flying, like, don't get me wrong, that's pretty cool stuff, but yeah, the whole little drop thing, yeah, no.
I've also noticed that when they tell us that, their voice drops in frequency a little bit. They get a little quieter and it's a little more tremulant while they're saying that. Have you ever noticed that?
With a couple of them, yeah. Not all of them.
I've noticed it on most of them. It's kind of like either somebody's told them, here, just tell them this. See what they say. Or maybe they just heard it from fake Professor Dave or some shit. I don't know. But I just do wonder, like, where these, because it really does seem like they get some sort of coordination when they come in here. Like 3-4 days in a row, they'll be saying the same shit, and then it'll change, and then a bunch of them come in saying the same shit. So I just wonder where.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed there is a theme how they'll all seem to, for a week, they'll be just the same thing. Professor Dave, oh, but if it's a giant clock and you stand here, painful.
Yeah, one of the little turds here, he was looking at my Discord screen on the phone and he saw Dr. Yoder's picture because they have to have one of those that somebody gave them, little Yoda dolls. So he was trying to figure that out because it looks like what he has, but it's a little different than what he has.
Close but no cigar.
I'll be right back. I'm actually going to use $100 million of investment to make a phone call up the stairs.
welcome to our new visitors. If you're one of our regulars, please assume the position. If you happen to be a new person, please don't be scared to ask any curly questions to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, I'm back. I was just seeing what my orders are from the probation officer.
You missed it, bro. Matrix was so welcoming to me earlier. I felt so warm and fuzzy inside.
Oh, if I'd have known it was you, assume the position. Get back in your chair. Go on.
It's like, quit slacking.
But Matrix, I think I know what happens in the closed door sessions of the GT Society.
Oh, how do you know? I want to know.
It puts the glow proof on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
I think a lot of it's just ego-driven myself. Most of these kids have got no friggin' idea. You live on a globe, and that's about as far as it goes. So outside of them watching YouTube videos of NASA and all this other bullshit they get force-fed, most of it I think is just ego-driven. We were told we live on a globe. You're wrong because flat earthers are wrong because the TV said so.
Well, in all seriousness, I think we give them far too much credit. I think, for the most part, I think they're just looking to have some sort of Discord fun, like it's like some people might go to a baseball match, or they might go play some sort of basketball or watch boxing. Ooh, I can go on to Discord. It'll be exciting. I'll go in here and this will give me something to argue about. I don't know anything about it, but they got to be really stupid because everybody knows we live on the globe. But so I'll just have some fun in here for a little while.
Yeah, possibly. Too many cats, not enough recipes. It's great.
I agree. Yep. Yep.
I like the ones that are like, what, did you guys just watch some YouTube videos? Became a flat earther? I'm like, yes, how'd you know it was a ball?
Yeah, flip it around. What, you watched a YouTube video and you believe in a ball tart? Wake up.
Wait, how do you know the Earth's a ball? Oh, here, let me show you this YouTube video from NASA real quick.
Yeah.
So good.
So when you apply the same thing back in the opposite direction, you realise how stupid some of it is.
Oh yeah,
But they don't do that. They don't apply the same scrutiny on themselves. So they should.
CB was in here talking the other day. Oh, man, it's probably a while ago, probably like 3 or 4 weeks now ago, talking reverse day, like an opposite day where we just use their fallacies against them. Dude, that was so funny. I was like, my goodness, that's actually really good. A really good idea.
It's hard to do without laughing, man, to be
I think
the complete opposite. Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, I think it would be an absolute gas, and I think it'd be too hard to pull off because it'd be way too easy. It'd be far too easy, and it would be I don't know how we would do it without losing it.
What breaks you is the soundboard. As soon as some clown hits that, that's it, game over. You'll just crack up laughing.
It's like, yes, I know the Earth is flat because I went up in an airplane and saw it. I just had to wait for them to answer, see what they say. Yes, I know the Earth's flat because I saw a boat go over the horizon.
Or it didn't.
Oh yeah, that's true too, yeah. I guess a bird is capable of flying, therefore the Earth's flat. I saw a balloon go up one time. That's how I know the Earth's flat.
Ooh, balloons. Yay.
I was trying to think of a good one for their satellite ones.
Well, we would just say that it relies on some sort of a centripetal force, that it just kind of like gravity holds it like a yo-yo or something, that you're just kind of like spinning around, kind of like a hula hoop. And it just, so it spins at the same way.
Yeah, we gotta come up with something like Coriolis. They call like Holiolis or Flatiolis or something. I'll come up with a funny name. Something that we.
Coriolis for satellites?
Or how about Flatholius?
Flatholius. The Flatholius force. The fictitious force that we have to account for this when we shoot over long distances over a flat Earth.
And then I ask them, well, what's it really matter if the Earth is, why do you spend all this time thinking?
What change in your life?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's pretty good, yeah. Well, why does it matter to you that you're telling us this information right now? Why does it matter to me? What can it change in my life that I know that the Earth's a globe? Oh, that's good.
I always tell them nothing at all will change. Like, just because you believe it's a globe doesn't change the fact that you already experience and utilize the Earth as flat every single day of your life. The only thing that would change was them realizing that they believe in some bullshit.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I actually talked to one of my coworkers today about this, about the importance of truth. I told him, I was like, okay, tell me if this will change your life or not, just knowing information. I told him, so imagine that your boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever has been with you for like 5 years. They said they were an architect this whole time, but they ended up coming out to you and told you that they were actually a stripper, an OnlyFans model or something. Like, would that bother you? I said, yes. I said, okay, well, is your life going to change after? They said yes. And I said, no, don't you still have to wake up and go to work and, you know, do all the same daily routine? They're like, well, yeah. Okay, so your nightlife's not really going to change. Does it still affect you? Like, yeah, of course it would.
Being an OnlyFans stripper, they're probably more cashed up than what they were as the other one.
Yeah, you know, that is true. That could be easier too, personally. So, yes, something that doesn't change your everyday life can matter greatly to the individual person. I haven't had a chance to actually try that with a Glober yet, but it's on my little tick marks of things I gotta do.
Can he make 2 double on? No, he's not.
Oh, he's normally on around this time.
We got some crazy weather happening. Yesterday we hit 41 degrees. Today it's only going to max out at 27.
What are you talking about? Fahrenheit? Right?
No.
So what do you mean, no?
We're not on freedom units.
Well, you're talking about Celsius?
Yep.
Wait, hold on. I'm not like crazy hot. What the heck?
Yep.
Said 40 Celsius. Oh, let me check. I'm gonna convert that real quick.
He put his converter on.
I'm about to right now. Oh, that's actually not that bad. Okay, I thought that was like 150 degrees Fahrenheit for some reason. Okay.
No. 150.
Over in let me see, I think our max for this summertime that we had in Vegas was 49 Celsius.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, today is down to 27. So gone from for you guys 105 down to 80.
Oof. That's not, yeah, that's actually pretty good.
It's zero here.
What would you prefer? Zero?
Yeah, here in Poland, it's zero where I'm at. Matrix, would you rather 40 degrees or 0 degrees?
40.
Yeah, me too, man. I'd love it to be 40 right now. I mean, it's like over 20 in the house, but outside it's freaking freezing.
Have you guys seen this joke when someone says to a physicist, I wish it were half as hot in summer?
No.
Think about it.
Wait, say that again? I like missed it. That joke went over my head. Like, one more time.
People will say in common speech, they will say, I wish it were half as hot, right?
Okay.
So what does that mean to a physicist?
I don't know.
Well, in physics, temperature is an absolute scale, right? So 0 is no energy whatsoever, absolute 0. So if someone says, I wish it were half as hot, that's going from like 310 degrees Kelvin, which is what he has in Australia right now, roughly speaking. from 310 Kelvin, let's say that's equivalent to 40 Celsius, going down to 155 Kelvin, right?
Okay.
And that means we're all dead because we cannot survive at 155 Kelvin. That's negative 120 Celsius, right? Anyways, temperature is an absolute scale, not a relative scale in reality. Only humans kind of talk about it as a relative scale.
Well, I mean, I guess if you're saying it in Celsius, right, half as hot as 40 would be 20. So
yeah, but no. So what is half as hot as 10 degrees Celsius? You got to go negative at one point, right?
Well, you would never reach negative, right? If you just keep halving it.
No, like imagine, Jesus. Imagine it's 5 degrees Celsius, and you're saying,
okay,
I wish it were twice as cold. What does that mean?
Oh, yeah, that one's a little rough.
Like 0 is meaningless in Celsius and Fahrenheit. Like 0 is just arbitrary kind of middle point that we call 0. It has no meaning. So to say, I wish it were half as hot, like it's nonsense.
I guess I guess in that sense,
Fahrenheit scale.
if I was to think about it, say something is half as cold, that's like saying I wish it was twice as hot. That'd be like saying like a double negative, so I guess you'd be multiplying by 2 in that sense, in my mind anyway.
Sure, the point you're missing is this makes sense on an absolute scale of Kelvin, right? Twice as hot means,
yeah, I guess that's why that
300
joke,
Kelvin,
just
so
went,
600 Kelvin, right? That makes sense.
yeah, I just went straight over my head, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Critically, I know, we're just thinking critically, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Someone gave me.
Peter the Flat Larper.
Excuse me?
Hello?
Hello.
Why is it so quiet?
Should we all start talking at the same time?
Guys, talk. What is it?
You want us to all talk at the same time?
Yes.
All right, everybody start talking at the same time. Go.
Okay, let's
How's it going today? I'm doing pretty good.
What's going on there, buddy?
Must sound really great in here.
This is how we should always interact on
Oh
here.
yeah, let's still do that. That sounds great idea.
Great idea, T-Dub. Yeah. Blackman, yep, that's very well said.
Welcome to the channel. What shape do you think the Earth is?
No. What?
Just stop. Let's talk one by one, bro.
The what?
I said let's talk one by one.
Right, my turn. So why do you think the Earth is flat?
We don't think, we know.
So, well...
Because of how flat it is.
So tell me, just tell me.
Yeah, it's flat, like the guy said. We can see it's flat. We observe it and measure it flat. That's why we know it's flat. It's that simple. You show us something
But all the science says it's not... All the science says it's not flat. It's...
We know that. That's why we're here, right? Otherwise we would all go home.
Bro. Then what's the question? I don't get it.
There's no question. Well, you had a question. You said, how do we know it's flat? We told you how we know it's flat, and now you don't get it.
So because you see it's
my
flat,
turn.
it's flat. No, it's not.
My turn. What's the science? What's the science?
Oh, I don't know, but there's a lot.
Okay, so you don't know if there is science. You just know that some alleged scientists have said it is not flat.
All right, wait. Because it actually makes sense. Just like autumn and summer and... Let me talk. Like autumn and summer and winter. The earth and the... I'm not good at English, you know? And the night.
You're doing fine.
Type shit.
I agree, T-Dub. It makes sense that it's flat.
Just the sun moves, man. Right, the sun goes in cycles over the Earth, and it makes seasons and daytime, nighttime.
Let me talk, bro. You both have no proof if it's flat or not, bro.
Then what are the edges of the Earth? Tell me about that. Talk.
Right. Yes, we're not presenting to you an overall third-person perspective view of all of reality, and we're just presenting to you what we can know about a direct experience of reality. So, from a first-person view on the ground, right? So we can determine that the surface of liquid is distributed horizontally. Right. over vast distances. So not curving and conforming to the shape of a sphere. So we have no
Why
idea.
are you giving him such a complicated answer?
I'm not.
Yeah.
Shut up. No, listen. We don't have an overall dimensions, length, size, depth, all that. We're just presenting to you the nature of the surface, which is flat.
Much better.
All right, what do you say about? I remember an experiment.
Arbiter of how I should present myself.
Can I talk?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So, what do you say about that experiment where they put a laser that goes so far? Do you know it?
There's a few. There's quite a few. Yeah. Go on, Dick.
Yeah. We
look,
use
I'm not
lasers to
good.
check. We use lasers to check for the Earth curvature, and when we do that,
Yes,
it's not present over long distances where there should be quite a lot of curvature depending on the distance. Yeah, it turns out that there's no curvature detected in any tests that we do.
It turns out that there is a curve. There are many
actually,
videos
no.
on
This is the thing, right? I'll be able to present a whole bunch of examples that shows that there's no curve. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to present an example that shows that there is curve, and you're not going to be able to do it. Okay, do you want to do this?
Can you give me some videos that shows that there is a curve?
No, there isn't a curve. There is no curve.
Why would we show you what there is?
Why are we showing you videos of curve, dude? What are you talking about? You need us to get a GoPro out and take video?
No, bro, it's not like that.
Hey, do you have a video of somebody proving that there is curve?
Yeah, I think I saw it in Instagram.
Your troll would be better. Your troll would be better if
I bet his name was Jaren too.
Well, he's not trolling, Flatman. He genuinely thinks that what he's saying exists.
He just threw in it.
No, he's giggling now because he's nervous. But
yeah, it's not a troll.
No, it's not like, bro. I just joined. It's not like to debate or something.
Yeah, you're curious. You're curious about what.
No, that's fine.
You've seen a lot of misinformation. You're like, so you went online and you're like, what are flat earthers too? And rather than people in power and authority who control the flow of information, rather than give you the straight, the nitty gritty, they decided to give you misinformation to completely misrepresent a minority group. And that should be your first question. Why would they do that? Why would people who have control of the flow of information only provide you misinformation or disinformation? Why would they do something like that?
Okay, my turn.
Can you think of a reason real quick, though, before we move on? Why do you think people who have the power to control the flow of information, why would they provide disinformation? Why would they do that?
Wait, I'm sorry for interrupting. Do you guys actually think the Earth is flat?
Yeah,
I thought it was
flat. Hang out, Val.
We're just in the middle of something.
Okay.
Yeah, here's your chance to talk to real flat earthers.
You tell me why. You tell me why. Why would they lie about that? So, why would they lie? Just tell me.
Yeah, so it's interesting, right?
There is no reason.
You even know they've lied.
Why wouldn't they lie?
They withhold.
Why would they lie?
They present disinformation, and they do this all the time. At this point,
what don't they lie about? Actually, what don't they lie about, dude?
Yeah, that's the question.
I mean, you're right. Yes, you're right.
Ever tell the truth? Why would they? If they know they've got the power and control to manipulate the flow of information, to push any agenda they want, why would they ever tell the truth?
You are right. Yes, you are right in this. Okay. But if we say they lied about the Earth being flat, the science would prove them wrong.
Well, that may not be necessarily the case, right? Lots of people may just misunderstand and believe that it is. They're just wrong, right? So you'd have to identify who it is exactly that would necessarily have to be lying. But just one sec before we go there, I just wanted to okay, so the chats. Can you see the side chat? I just wanted to just dispel a misconception for you, right? So you see what I just posted there? You see what I just posted there?
Oui, yes.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about. We're not saying that's Earth. I want to show you exactly what we are talking about, right? Just as far as your direct experience of reality goes. All right, next one. Here we go. Ready?
Can I ask a question?
That's what we're talking about, all right? See what I posted there?
Okay. Point of view. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what we're. But not only that's just the beginning of it. That's just observation, right? So we got observation, check, right? Now we move on. Can we confirm that our observations, our experience, what we're seeing visually, is actually real?
Yes, it's
right?
flat.
Right,
It's flat,
right, okay. Right, I just wanted to dispel that idea because lots of people that they've heard about flat Earth, they've seen images on the internet or on TV where it depicts like a disc floating in outer space, but we're not claiming that that's the case. Okay, so I just wanted to fix that up before we move on to anything else. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so back to your questioning.
What was my question?
Those who saying that the Earth is not flat, bro. Why would they manipulate our thoughts? Like, what's the reason?
Why wouldn't they?
Bro, I'm saying, what? Why would they?
Who is they? Who is they though? They's a bit ambiguous. Who are we talking about exactly?
Those who saying like the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, there's lots of people saying that. Like lots of people. Some people just believe it, right?
What doesn't the government lie about, dude?
It doesn't have to be the government, you know?
Oh, so who is it then?
Just, bro, it's just science, you know? So, then someone who is a scientist
Science doesn't make a ball. Science doesn't prove balls.
What?
Science doesn't prove a ball.
Yeah, what branch of science? What branch of science are you talking about specifically? Computer science?
Physics. Physics.
Oh, physics.
What part of physics deals with shapes?
What? Bro, I don't know, like, English. I'm not good at English, you know? I know in other languages.
Do you know what a shape is?
Yes, I know the shape, like flat, like round.
Right. You know,
square.
circles, triangles, squares,
Yes,
rectangles.
yes.
Which part of physics talks about shape?
Quantum or I don't know.
No quantum nothings.
Bro, I told you I'm not good at English.
I think your English is pretty good. I think you're not good at validating an imaginary space ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like I understand things, but I can't generate like a good sentence.
That was the whole idea of them making that up because you guys can't figure it out.
Yeah.
So, guys, you talk about quantum.
Yeah. So everybody here agrees that the Earth is flat.
No.
Not everybody. No, some people are still under the delusion of it being a globe. because they
Delusional.
haven't looked into it. Yeah, quite well. It's
But
not
do you have
delusional. The
proof?
globe is a delusion, but I'm not saying you're
Do you have
delusional
proof that
necessarily.
the Earth is flat?
Yes, there's no curve.
Sure.
No.
What do you
The
mean
Earth
there's no curve? Do you know what?
the
I'm
Earth
sorry.
is a cat.
Haven't you ever been in an airplane? Look out the window; it's flat.
No, it's a cat. It's like a cat. It's big now.
I'm so sorry.
So Bob's out. We'll
You
try
mean
again
that
tomorrow, Bob.
there's no curve because when you see far
Don't
away,
cry.
like
It's all right. You don't have to cry. The reason, the way you prove Earth is flat is because there's no Earth curve to measure.
Why are you so sad, Val? Why are you crying?
Very traumatic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very traumatic.
It'll be okay.
There.
Why are you pushing the speak button so we can hear you cry? You don't have to. You can do it by yourself. We don't need to hear it.
Yeah,
The
go in the
Earth has
bathroom
no
and cry.
Bro, is she crying for real or laughing?
Yeah, this is a no crying panel at the moment, so you're gonna have to go on mute.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go on mute, GB.
That goes for all of the rest of you globe earthers as well. If you're going to cry, put yourself on mute.
Yeah, we don't want to hear
collect the
sniffles
tears
or
of the
anything. No sniffles,
Observe level.
no creaky voices, nothing.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the best the globe side has to offer.
Okay, so I'm better now. You said that when you look at the window inside of a airplane, you see that everything is flat. That's your
Yeah.
proof that the
Yeah.
Earth is flat.
No.
Yeah, that's
Well,
my
no.
proof.
Well, that's
You
his
can't prove it's a ball. Yeah, you can't prove it's a ball. So there you go.
But you know that, like, we
I
are
will agree that when you look out the window of an airplane, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, and there's no evidence that it's not flat. So take it from there if you want. If you want to present evidence that there is actually curvature that goes against what everyone experiences and measures when they go outside, then sure, go ahead and present evidence that the Earth is actually curving.
Wait, do you know what like our point of view is? You know that we are so small that we cannot see the whole Earth, so we cannot see its
Really?
curve.
Right. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, things would. What about ships going over the horizon? Isn't that one of the globe proofs?
No,
Hey,
it does.
speak for yourself, Val. I'm not small. I'm massive.
Yeah, most of us are pretty built in here and tall. So
Brian,
maybe you guys
gotta
like
stop crying.
Yeah, they can't see the
It is-
curvature because they're small. But
I'm sorry, I'm crying because you said that.
yeah, look, this is
the
the
Earth
thing,
has
right?
no
So
curve.
you think that we're so small and the Earth's so big, and we wouldn't be able to see any curvature, but then they tell us that we know it's a globe because we see the ships go over the horizon. Contradiction.
Do giraffes see the Earth curve?
I don't know, maybe? No. I mean, if you can look the curve from an airplane, then no, giraffes cannot see the curve.
Excellent.
Okay, so how do you know it's curving then?
Because of the physics, or I don't know the name
physics of
in
water.
English.
The physics of water would go against curvature.
Wait. Give me a second.
Well, physics is the relationship of the interaction between like mass and motion. So what's that got to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
I'm just looking for a word in English because I forgot. But meanwhile, you said that. Okay, So they are lying about the Earth being
Who's lying?
flat.
Who are you talking
They
about?
are the government, the scientists.
No.
I
The
don't know.
government's it's like a big organization of all different people that probably genuinely believe that they live on a spinning space ball. So yeah, most.
Okay, so you're generally saying that scientists genuinely think that like the Earth
It's a
is
ball.
globe.
Yep.
It's a
It's
ball.
like a spinning space ball.
So they are not lying to
yeah.
us.
No,
Everyone
no.
just thinks that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, most people have never questioned the globe, right? Or tested the globe. They're just regurgitating information that they learned at school.
Nor have
What
they
about the other
investigated
planets?
where the idea even came from.
But what about the other planets? Like, have you ever watched through a telescope into the sky? Have you ever seen the other planets? They are spheres, like they are balls.
What do you mean by other planets? You're pre-assuming that the Earth is also a planet when you say other planets.
So, what is the Earth for you?
It's a topographical plane as it measures and presents itself of unknown size or shape.
Not floating in
the
the
rings
vacuum
of
of outer
Saturn are
space.
flat. Val, the rings of Saturn are flat, so why wouldn't the Earth also be flat?
Oh.
So we're just surrounding the moon. Is that what you say?
We don't think that we're floating in outer space.
Can you see the side
So
chat? Have a look at what FLW just posted in the side chat. Okay, so no real flat earthers believe this bullshit. Okay, so that's what people think that flat earthers claim, but that's not what we think the Earth is.
So what do you think the Earth is? I don't understand.
Well, most people try to flatten out the globe inside the heliocentric model when they hear about a flat Earth. Okay, and then they think flat earthers are claiming a flat planet floating around in space. Okay, that's not the case. You could think of the Earth like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in.
Okay, can you show me a picture? A representation would be better for me to understand this.
Okay, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth is an object in space. What you're asking for is like a God's eye view of the realm that we live in, which is not possible for any of us to obtain, because we can only get up to a certain height. When you get up to a certain height, you can only see a small section of the ground. Okay, but as far as we can get up to, the horizon's flat. There's no curvature detected. And flat is not a shape. Remember that as well. Globe, that's a shape. Flat, no, that's not a shape. That's the description of a surface. Kind of like you have a bumpy surface or a flat surface, etc.
Okay, but the gifts that you're sending in the chat right now, that's because of the perspective. We cannot see the curve on the Earth because, like I said, we are just too small to see.
Yeah, we're so small, but we can calculate. Okay, so let's say we go to a lake, and the lake is...
we have calculated.
Listen. Yeah, I know. Like, okay, so listen to this, right? So let's say we go to a 10-mile lake, okay, and we calculate how much curvature there would be over a 10-mile lake. Okay, there should be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. So we can conduct different types of tests very easily to try to detect that curvature, because what would happen if there's 66 foot of curvature on that lake? Things over on the other side of the lake would become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, you shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to shoot a laser across the lake and have the laser hit a target at the same height on the other side of the lake. That wouldn't be possible, but that's what happens in reality. So it doesn't match up with what they tell us about the globe.
The globe, okay.
Yeah, the globe. It doesn't match reality. It's a mathematical concept. Okay, all right. Gotta mute. Remember the rules. If you're gonna cry, you gotta go on mute.
sorry.
Only mute crying is permitted.
Yeah, if you're having some other unrelated personal problems or something, it might be wise to deal with that before discussing this topic. Like we're not really, we don't know you. We're not family or friends really. We're not qualified, psychologists or anything like that. So
this is the Globe Helpline. It is the Globe Helpline, though. We can help
the Globe Helpline
dilemma.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's be for real. Do you guys actually think that the Earth is flat?
We tested it, right? So do you understand that over a 10-mile lake, there would be 66 foot of curvature if the Earth were a globe? Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Why not? How much curvature do you think there would be? Right? So now you're against the globe. Okay, it's almost like I'm arguing right now.
I didn't understand your fucking question.
Along with the globe, you didn't understand the question, so you don't agree with something that you didn't understand. Very logical. Okay, you know what 10 miles is? 10 miles.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll take it slow. Do you know what a lake is? And you know what 10 miles is? Okay, now I'll add those two, lake plus 10 miles across the lake. Okay, now we have a 10-mile lake. Hopefully you're still following along. Okay, so over the lake, there should be 10 miles if the Earth is a globe. Okay, so we got globe plus 10 miles plus lake equals 66 foot of curvature.
Okay, so
yes, should be 66 foot of curvature. Okay, now we test for the curvature that would have to be there, and it's not there.
Okay.
Yeah, can't be a globe, can it? If the curvature if the curvature would have to be there for it to be a globe, and it's not there, then it can't be a globe. Okay, and then we test it again and again and again, and then we go to a 20-mile lake and a 30-mile lake, and then we go try it again at nighttime, and then we go try it with a laser, and then we go try it in Canada, and then we go try it in a different country, and all of a sudden we've got thousands of these different tests that show that there's zero curvature. So we go asking, how come we've got all these tests that show no curvature? Who's got the evidence of the curvature? And then we interact with people like we're interacting with now that don't have any idea that there's no curvature. They just believe that there is, and they don't have any evidence of such a thing. It's just a belief, like a religion in a way.
Okay. I got you. But
I don't know about
what
that.
about the scientists proving?
Which one? Name one scientist. Name
everyone.
Just name a scientist. Do you know the name of a single scientist?
I don't know. Albert Einstein. I don't fucking know.
What did Albert Einstein do to validate that the Earth's a globe? You have no idea, right? You just know the name. But what did he do? Did he prove the Earth's a globe?
Well, it's common sense that it didn't actually validate it, but
okay.
I don't know, man.
Okay, so it's not common sense. Our common sense is that we experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Oh no, that's not going to work.
Nigga.
Who's this? Okay, all right, we got a brain roller. Chitty, yeah, chitty brain. That's what we got there. All right, so Val. Okay, so common sense. Water needs a container. Is that common sense? If you want to have a body of water, you need to have a container. Is that common sense?
Okay.
Yeah, it's common sense, right? And then the surface on the top.
What I meant is that it's common sense that all scientists say that the Earth is
wrong again. Most of them have never even gone out and checked. The ones that do go out and check, a couple of them have actually turned into flat earthers because they're like, well, that's impossible.
What scientist?
Yeah, which one out of throughout all of your scientists?
I can get it.
Yeah, Google it. Okay, so you don't know.
Yes, Google and tell us the globe scientist, please.
Yeah, I just need to clarify with you that you don't know of any scientists that did anything, right? You just assume that someone's done it. Now you're going to just go and try to research it on the spot because you don't know.
I mean, if you research about it, well, yeah, you will find any kind of information. I just don't really.
I did that, and there isn't any. That's why I'm telling you that. I've been looking into this for 8 years.
Stop saying you know, Val, and start saying, you know what? I just believe it. I'm taking it on good faith that somebody out there did the checking for me. Just say it.
But, well, yeah, I believe that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
But
we know it's flat. No, we know it's flat.
But you were saying that you know that it's flat.
Yeah, there's a difference. We know it is. Where you believe it's a ball, we know it's flat. There's a conflict there. You just have a belief system. Like if you believe that, like if you walk in a closet, you could, if it's dark enough, you could end up in another universe. But that's a belief system. I don't believe that. I know that cannot happen.
Yeah, so we all used to believe that the Earth was a globe, but we went out and did some research and actually checked. Yeah, we checked to see if anyone had actually proved that the Earth's a globe. Yeah.
The only thing that your checking method is not a scientific method. Like the
It's not
thing
a
that you
scientific
described. What the fuck is that?
It's not a scientific question. We're just checking for
To
curvature
prove something,
that
you
should
need
be
to
there.
do a specific method called scientific method.
Yeah, no. To measure something, you need to do a specific thing called measuring.
No, to prove
the thing.
something. To prove something.
Okay, Val, if I want to prove how wide my computer desk is, how do I do that?
What?
If I want to prove how wide my computer table is, how would I do that?
I'm so sorry. I have trouble understanding British accent. I'm really so sorry.
I'll repeat it for him.
I'm really so sorry.
If he has his computer, he just bought a computer for his desk, and he wants to make sure that his desk is big enough to put a computer on. How does he prove that his desk is big enough for this computer?
That's different. What I mean by proving something is that, for example,
That's still proving. I want to prove that it can
what I
fit
mean
on the
proving
table.
is scientific proving something. By the way,
What's
proving
the
that
scientific method for proving a shape?
not a shape, but proving that the Earth
Is the Earth a sphere?
it's flat. Then you have to.
Is the Earth a sphere?
To prove that, you have to undergo
Val, listen to this. Listen to this. They're telling us that if the Earth is a sphere, this 10-mile lake must have 66 foot of curvature. Okay, when we go and test over the 10-mile lake, there's zero curvature. Okay? Like if someone tells us their desk is 2 foot across, right? And then we measure it and it's actually 4 foot across. Okay, we didn't have to do any science. We're just using basic measurements here. Okay, they're telling us that the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth, but we can zoom across the lake and we can see the shoreline on the other side. We could send a laser across the lake over the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side. So obviously the curvature is not present over that 10-mile distance. It's not a question of science, it's a question of geometry, which is not science. It's a branch of mathematics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a cause and effect relationship.
Okay. So everybody here thinks, well,
not
everybody here knows that the Earth is flat. In this voice room.
I don't know if everybody in here does, but yeah, most people do that are in here. There may be a couple of people that still think it's a globe because they haven't looked into it and they've never checked the Earth, like yourself. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary, okay? And you've been told that the reason that you experience it as flat is because you're so small and the Earth's so big.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but when we calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and then we go out and test for it, it's not there ever.
I'll give you an example. How tall are you, Val?
160 centimeters. 62.
Okay.
I don't know how
162 centimeters. The horizon, if you stand at the shore of the water, the horizon's going to be roughly 4.5 kilometers away. Maybe 4.4.
Okay.
Could be.
So if that's how far away the horizon is, right? The curve of the Earth, thing that they say boats go behind, then if you can go out to the shoreline and you can see further than that, and the horizon is behind that, that's a problem for the globe.
For the globe.
Yeah. The Earth is no longer a globe. Then it's the horizon. Then you start to think, well, maybe the horizon is an optical effect and not a physical consequence.
Hello?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
All right, just talking to Val. She's learning about the flat Earth right now.
What do you think? The Earth is flat or not?
I know it's flat.
You know that it's flat?
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think it's flat or do you think it's a ball?
No, it's all.
Not even a ball, it's an egg.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's an egg. What's the polar circumference and the equatorial circumference of this egg?
You know what I believe? I believe that the Earth is looks like a cube.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Are you on the inside of that cube or the outside?
No, like outside the cube.
Okay.
He's beside the cube.
Are we finished speaking with Val before we go on to the troll?
What do you think, Val? You do understand that in order for the Earth to be a sphere, then it has a certain size, and then it has a certain distance.
Has to be circumcised? What? What do you say?
It has to be a certain size. Hold on, man.
Has to be what?
It has to be a certain size because it's a closed loop.
A certain size, not circumcised.
Well, it's circumcised too.
Certain size. Certain. Okay.
It has to be a specific size because it's a closed loop. It has a circumference. When we say it's flat, it could go on forever. It could go on for 1 million miles. It could go on for whatever. We don't know.
Okay.
We just know it's flat on the surface.
I get what you think. What you think. I respect that. I
appreciate it.
I respect your belief.
It's not a belief.
Even though it's wrong, but
it's not a belief. It's not a belief. We've measured it. You haven't. You're more than welcome to go measure it yourself. We'll give you the tools on how to do it.
She's laughing. She's not crying.
No, that's definitely that's crying, definitely.
Could be.
Okay, I'm done.
Look, Val, it's fine you come in here and you think this is a joke, right? That's fair enough. It's a natural reaction given everything you're fed from mainstream media regarding flat Earth and flat earthers. But you have to understand, everybody in here was a globe believer for most of their lives, right? Every reason you have in your mind as to why the Earth is definitely a globe, we all had the same thoughts and beliefs, right? Some of the biggest space nerds are in here as flat earthers today.
Isn't so funny?
Still are.
Exactly what I said.
Well, yeah, I've actually seen. I think I've seen somewhere that people that went out of space believe now that the Earth is flat. Can you send me who those people are?
No,
Can you
nobody
name
made that claim. and I don't believe there's such a claim.
Yeah, you just said that, dude.
No, I said space nerds. I meant people that were, enthusiastic about things to do with space, right?
Someone here said
and
that.
Mars missions and all this stuff, and all the stuff they tell us about what's out in the universe and other planets and blah blah blah, right? Space nerds.
Some people that are flat earthers, they still like science fiction, but we know it's fiction. It's not real.
Okay, but about the thing that I said, I think Captain Refracture said that people that went out of space, some people now believe that the Earth is flat or something like that. So I
never said such a thing.
Yeah, you said that. Don't gaslight me.
That would be the claim that some of us in here, or some flat earthers, were astronauts prior, which is not the case.
Yeah, like an astronaut that went to the space and then came back. Now think that.
Two Russian astronauts did that, or a Polish one and a Russian one. Yes, they went there and said the Earth is flat.
And there was that lady that was an astronaut for NASA, and she went up on Virgin Galactic and then said, "Wow, I didn't see the curve."
Okay, so can you tell me the name of that woman?
It's not really relevant.
What do you mean it's not really relevant?
Because as has been explained to you, Val, look, there's dimensions of the globe Earth, Val. They've given us dimensions regarding the globe Earth, right? That entails the geometric consequences of them dimensions. If we go out into reality and we measure for the curvature rate that should be there, needs to be there, and we don't find it, then the Earth can't be a globe.
Okay.
It's really
can I ask you a question?
So it doesn't depend on anybody's testimony of anything or opinion or their feeling or what they want to believe. If it measures, if the surface of Earth measures without curvature, it logically and physically cannot be.
Yeah, I understood. Your main argument is if you can measure it, then yeah, you can prove.
Not if you can, it has been measured. And that's the result. There's no curvature to the surface of Earth.
Well, I was asking you about the example that one of you were giving, and that was the thing that I just said. So I just want some names.
But I don't believe DJ Captain Refractio said that. But I'm going to let him.
Yeah, I didn't say that at all. You were talking about scientists and government, and I said that most of them are not lying about the Earth. They genuinely believe it's a globe. We weren't talking about astronauts. And look, there's some astronauts that have said that the Earth's flat as well, right? Like the Polish guy in the side chat there that Trace AI posted. Okay, you can look at his interview. We can post that for you. It's posted in the side chat already with subtitles, but you can look up the actual video. And then there was a Russian cosmonaut who also said that the Earth is flat as well. So, it's we would say that the Americans faked the moon mission, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the astronauts would be lying about the Earth being a globe. They might still believe that the Earth's a globe in their mind, even though they faked the moon mission. They might still think they're living on a globe, but they didn't have the ability to go to where they said they went to, and that was a lie.
Okay, and they still think that because they have been brainwashed. Is that correct?
No, it is kind of correct. Just like all of us are brainwashed from a young age, essentially. I mean, we're just taught that. We're taught it's a globe.
And most people,
most people have never questioned it. They get taught it from a young age. They never think about it. They don't get taught how we measured the Earth to be a globe, right? And most people don't question it. Most globe earthers don't really even know anything about the globe. Like if I ask, what's the radius? Which way does the Earth spin? How fast does it spin? All of these basic questions, most globe earthers have absolutely no idea. They just believe it's a globe. They believe someone has worked it out. Some scientists have worked it out, and they've never really looked into it.
Okay, but you said that you measured it, like you actually measured it.
Yeah, there's different ways of measuring things. We can use lasers, we can use long distance observations, we can use all sorts of different methods.
You already told me all about it. But my question is the following: you want more people to realize the truth about the Earth being flat?
We want people to look at the evidence that we're presenting and unlock their critical thinking. Hold on, let me finish the answer.
Okay, finish.
We want people to unlock their critical thinking abilities, okay, and come to a logical conclusion based on empirical evidence, not just be blind sheep that just believe anything they get told.
Okay. So, if you want people to realize the truth or whatever you want, why don't you all, I don't know, make a scientific article stating what you just did, like
So Obvious just posted a video in the side chat that has an article that goes along with it. It's a 180-page technical PDF, and we have a team of field engineers using a $30,000 laser. Okay, so there's a video showing the entire process of the experiment. Yeah, and there's a 180-page PDF going along with it with all of the technical information, all laid out, right? They did 5 different laser tests up to 40 kilometers over the surface, showing zero curvature. So yeah, this has been done.
Okay, let me see
I'll post the PDF that goes along with it as well.
Yes, I'm reading it right now.
Well, I haven't posted the PDF. He's just posted the video.
I'm reading the PDF.
You have the PDF?
Okay. Yes. You did this, or you
This is a team of field engineers. Okay, that's why there's a video to go along with it, which explains the entire process. PDF is a technical document showing.
You all, by the way.
No. This was a team of field engineers. Okay, I've done my own tests for myself. Right, I used to live on a giant lake called Lake Macquarie in Australia, which had a 20-kilometer stretch across the water. So I saw all of these tests and I thought, okay, that's interesting. I would like to confirm it for myself. Okay, so I went out and did a series of tests myself, and I was able to zoom across the entire lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake every single time. Okay, the shoreline should have been hidden by way over 50 feet. Okay, over 15 meters of curvature. It should have been blocked if the Earth were a globe. But there's countless amounts of tests that have been done and documented.
How long was that?
20 kilometers.
20 kilometers is nothing compared to the size of the Earth.
Yeah, I agree with that, but we can calculate how much curvature there would be over 20 kilometers, okay? So it's over 20 kilometers, there would be about 100 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, so that's more than 30 meters.
Okay.
Do you remember, Val, when I told you about from your eye height how far away the horizon would be?
Yeah.
How far away would the horizon be?
Well, I remember that you said
about 4.4 kilometers.
Yeah.
But DJ here just said, Captain Refractio just said that he could see 20 kilometers with no horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean? If there's no horizon at 20 kilometers, but it's supposed to be at 4.5 kilometers, what does that mean?
Wait, can you repeat the question, please?
The horizon is supposed to be at 4.5 kilometers, but at 20 kilometers, there is no horizon.
I'm still not getting your question. What
There's
does that have
nothing
to do with
blocking
this
anything from 20 kilometers away. It's supposed to start blocking
Yeah,
things
but
at
what I
4.5
meant,
kilometers.
22 kilometers is
Yeah,
like
it's supposed to
nothing
start
compared
at
to.
4.5 kilometers, not 22 kilometers. It's supposed to start blocking things at 4.5 kilometers.
Okay.
It's
And
smaller than you think.
you're saying that you're saying that this experiment proves that like that's not the case.
Say that again.
You're saying that this experiment is proving that, well, basically
It's not an experiment. It's a measured observation with known distances as demarkers.
Well, for me, it would be an experiment because you have an hypothesis, then you are doing the experiment, then you have the results.
Look, the nature of the surface of the Earth is not a scientific inquiry. I think that was explained to you.
You can have a hypothesis in math, and then you can solve
science is used to study cause and effect relationships in the natural world. We're just measuring the ground here.
Yeah, it would be a misnomer to call it a science or a scientific experiment. A scientific experiment is a very specific method.
Am I echoing or?
Yeah, it would become a scientific inquiry if we were asking how the Earth came to be of this nature. And that would require experimentation.
Yeah, just like when you're in when people build large buildings and they lay their foundation, they shoot a laser above the floor, across the floor, to see if there's any kind of like elevation or depression that may make the floor uneven, because they want the floor as flat as possible. And so that's all we're doing. We're just checking to see how flat the floor is, and apparently it's flat. It's not curving. Because if it was curving, there would be things in the way.
This room wouldn't be here if the Earth was curving.
Yep. If we were shooting lasers out to the horizon, when you go 20 kilometers away, it should be like way over your head. You shouldn't even be able to touch the laser, but instead the laser's hitting the target. These are all problems for a sphere. They tell you the circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers. It's not as big as you think.
Okay, I get it.
Basically, we got observations showing us the horizon appearing 10 miles away for a 1-foot observer. If that was a consequence of a sphere, then the sphere would be would reach basically from one end of the Earth to the other end of the orbit of the Moon. The sphere would be bigger than the Sun if that's how far away the horizon is because of any consequence of a sphere.
I wonder if she understands what the basic claims regarding paradigm is.
I'm sure
I'm reading right now. Like you said, you can see the horizon at 4.7 kilometers at a sea level, correct?
Yeah, over any surface of water. That's where the horizon should be.
And well, it's not an experiment, but what do you say it was?
It's a test. A measurement.
A test. Well, it's kind of the same for me, but
it's not.
Okay, this proves otherwise. Oh, I'm reading it right now. Well, I don't have anything else to do.
Yeah, there's other laser transit tests being performed, and as DJ said, there was long distance observations being made. We have a guy called he goes by J Tolan Media. He's on YouTube. He goes up in commercial flights and he takes his camera gear with him. He's got IR filters, infrared filters for his camera, and he does long distance observations from, about 32,000 feet up. Of course, he's accounting for this altitude and where he should expect to see the horizon if the Earth was a globe, and he's making observations out to, I think his furthest one is something close to 2,000 miles, but he's got observations varying from 500 to 2,000 miles. They're well beyond what the globe geometry predicts, basically. He shouldn't be seeing that far. I can post one in the side chat as an example for you to look at if you'd like.
Okay. And you said that this test was done in many locations apart from this.
Yes.
The FE core laser experiment, there was multiple transits done, but they were all I need to go and look at it again myself. It either involved another lake, but they were in the general area, like close to each other. Maybe mistaken on that. Someone else can clarify. But there's other laser tests being performed by other people, and they are in different locations. There's been observations and tests performed pretty much worldwide. If you look hard enough, you'll find them. But a lot has been done in the Americas, or the US specifically, Europe, Australia. But there's tests being performed pretty much everywhere.
Okay, and you said that you have done your research, and this is all that you could found, like the laser experiment. By the way, it says here that it's an experiment, laser level experiment. So I don't know why are you saying that it's not an experiment.
Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, it's meaningless semantics.
So,
what we're interested in is the test and the results, right? Not what we're calling it. Pick a word, go with it. It doesn't make a difference, right? An experiment for me would be something involving variables, things you manipulate, right?
Yeah, but it's not that. That's not actually.
I don't know why you're getting hung up on this point.
You don't understand, because the thing here is we're talking about the definitions of science and how you define a scientific method, a scientific experiment. Colloquially, people can call any test an experiment, but it doesn't mean that it actually follows the scientific method. So we are being very precise here when we say things like experiment or science. We're not conflating it with things like geometry or measurement.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. So I don't know. I was just looking at the title and I forgot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Those are a bunch of field engineers who went out and tested the surface. We are not them. Those are just many of the people who have tested the surface. We have hundreds of examples of it.
Okay, and that's your only proof that the Earth is flat, like that only experiment?
I just told you we have hundreds of examples of it and multiple methodologies to test the surface, not just lasers.
And how many other methods?
Microwave, infrared.
Trace posted you another one right there.
There's multiple ways we've tested it, and none of them come back with curvature. Only thing they have, the globe believers who try to argue against it, is an ad hoc excuse that light must be bending to hide all measurements of the globe. And so what we did, and we went out and tested to see if the light was bending when we could see too far. And it turns out it's not. And you can see that with all world record long distance photographs. They're all taken in infrared, and you have a visible light picture taken right next to it. So you can compare the two and see which one do you see further in. If light was refracting, allowing you to see further in visible light, you would not see as far in infrared, because infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light. And so you could always measure that and see if they are right and refraction is allowing us to see further, but they're just wrong, and refraction is not allowing us to see further. The Earth is actually just flat. You don't need an excuse to assume it's not.
Val, you need to mute when you're not speaking. And Trace, you're coming in low and a bit muffled.
You're talking to me?
Yeah, you need to mute your mic when you're not speaking.
You got background noise, Val.
Getting feedback.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Trace,
You got a TV or something.
Low and a bit muffled, so I don't know if you're close to your mic or what.
Okay, no one is talking right now.
Yeah, did you hear what Trace just told you?
No, I couldn't.
Were you listening? Were you listening to Drace?
Yes, but I couldn't hear the last part that he said.
Okay, so we should be able to see less distance if we use infrared if the Earth were a globe, because they say the reason that we can see so far is because of refraction. So then we use a special type of camera, right, that will mitigate or lessen the refraction. Okay, and when we do that, we can actually see even further.
Okay, I have a question. If you grab a telescope and use it to look into the horizon, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't you be looking like at the, I don't know, if you were in North America, you would be looking at Brazil, for example. Shouldn't be that the case?
Can I answer that one?
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
if you had a 100-story building that was 1,000 feet tall and it was 1,000 miles away, it would be, the angular size would be smaller than a grain of rice at 100 feet away. Or it would be like looking at a pixel on a TV screen 5 feet away. Those all have the same angular sizes. That's why you can't see all the way across the ocean. Things would just be too small to see.
What if you use a telescope?
So a telescope, big Val, if you use a telescope, if you that would create a cone of vision from your eye to the 1,000-foot tall building, and all the water, if you condensed all the water in the atmos that was in that 1,000-foot distance, it would create a 12 feet of water condensed. Looking through 12 feet of water, it's something smaller than a grain of rice 100 feet away. So it's just impossible to, because the air we breathe is also a medium, it's a fluid. You can't see forever through it.
Yeah, like if you went onto Google right now and you said what's the maximum visibility in your location, it'll probably come up with about 20 kilometers or something like that, depending on how clear the day is. So we can only see so far through the air because of the dust and the moisture and the pollution and everything, right? Combined makes the air semi-transparent, not completely transparent. So we just can't see forever through the medium.
And if you ever been up on mountains or stuff like that and looked out at the horizon, seen other mountains in the distance, you'll notice that the color of things start to fade out the further it gets away from you, because the light is diffusing in the air, it's attenuating in the air. And so at a certain point you can't see things. The light doesn't reach your eyes.
Okay, regarding the point that you said we cannot look that far away because of the what do you say? Because of the dust and everything, the air.
You're looking through a medium, Val.
Okay.
This is just it's a silly misconception that Globers come in with because they're fed this from, well, we term them anti-flat earthers, people that just hate flat earth and flat earthers, and they say this, oh, if Earth is flat, we should be able to see all the way across it, right? One end to the other or whatever. But it's just not true. There's limitations to our vision, right?
You know why you have that idea?
I didn't even make my question. I was just making a point based on your argument. I wanted to contradict that point, but
Go ahead.
like you said,
No, go ahead.
you said that you cannot see that far away because of the air and dust and everything. But when you look into a telescope into the sky,
That's
like
exactly
you can
what I was
see the
going to
other
say.
planets.
Yeah, how far
Yeah, so
away
you
is
can
everything?
see.
How far away are they all?
I don't know, really far away.
Yeah,
Even
it's just
more far away than.
yeah, you were told this, but you've never verified it, right?
So what do you
Just like
think?
you didn't verify the circumference of the Earth.
What?
You haven't been able to verify the things in the sky either. You don't know how big they are, how far away they are.
How far do you think the planets or whatever?
I have no idea.
So just to add to that quickly, okay, when you're looking, so obviously the atmosphere is much more dense the lower you go. Okay, if you just go up 20 kilometers, it's 90% or more than 90% less dense. So you're not looking directly through the dense medium when you're looking up into the sky. Whatever distance the things are in the sky, hold on, let me finish. Okay, when you're looking directly through the dense part of the medium, right, you're not going to be able to see very far. Just like if you go up on a mountain and you look at mountains in the distance, each one is going to be less and less visible as the mountains move further away from you. When you're looking up, okay, you're not looking through the dense atmosphere. Okay, so it's very different that looking vertically than looking horizontally. Make sense?
You have this idea that you can see millions of miles, and you just don't know really the limitations of your vision.
How do you know how dense the universe mass is?
We don't. Why would we know that?
Okay, so
I just said 20 kilometers. I said 20 kilometers up. It's where we can test. We can still test the pressure. 20 kilometers.
Okay, so. Well, there's something that I want to say, but my Berber language doesn't let me. Wait, let me think.
Well, look it up. Use Google Translate if you need to. No rush.
Do you see how much? Do you see how much you're scrutinizing us, though? And you've never scrutinized the globe. You just took it on good faith.
Auto accept, auto believe.
I mean, it's good to question things. Like, you should be questioning what we're saying, but you should also be questioning what you were taught.
Yeah, we don't ask you to just believe us. We ask you to go out and test your own beliefs for yourself, and then you can know for yourself if your belief is correct. We did that, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, but the point is that you're not saying that you believe that. You're saying that you know that it's true, and you're stating that for a fact.
Yes, because we're challenging you to challenge your own beliefs. We challenged our beliefs. We used to be globe believers, just like you. We used to believe the authority on all of this, okay? But when we test it, it doesn't hold any water. And so that's where you know. Like, if someone tells you that your table is a ball and you just believe him, you can believe that all you want. But when you measure your table and you find out it's not a ball, it's actually just a normal table, then you know better.
We didn't even want to be flat earthers. We all thought it was stupid.
Okay, so you want me to buy a 30,000 laser and go test it in the ocean?
It's not required.
No.
Nope.
You can get some binoculars, a friend, and a mirror. You can get a flash from the mirror on the other side of a lake. You can do that at distances. So it can be relatively cheap.
I'll post a video for you that I love. That was an easy test for this person. This was a frozen lake test, and the lake was
How do
only
you
8
know?
miles. Here,
How
if
do
you
you know
look in the
that
side
video?
chat,
So you need to look into these videos, right? And
Yeah,
you
but
know,
how do
use
you know
your own
that they are
critical.
real?
How do you know what? Sorry.
How do you know they are real? Like, I'm
Well, they're
just
real videos. Okay, they're in high
following you.
definition. They're in high definition. They go to a
They can be
location.
guided,
No,
you know.
no. So anyone can go and repeat these themselves, like I did. Okay, so you can see the video in high definition. They show you where they're going. Okay, you can look it up on Google Maps if you want to. You can go stand where they're standing on Google Earth and see the same thing that they can see. Okay, and then you watch them set up their equipment. They'll show you their equipment that they're using. They'll show you how high they are off the surface. They'll do a measurement and show you how far away the thing that they're going to be observing is. They'll go through the whole process and show you the whole, all of the information, start to finish, in a high definition video. And then you can go do it if you need to do it. If you think it's all CGI, you can go and do it yourself.
Yeah, you can start really simple, and you can decide yourself how deeply you want to explore this subject. But you can just go out yourself and do observations at any body of water. Like, you can do that right now. Doesn't cost you a single penny, and you can look up all the ships, see how far away they're supposed to be from you. You can look at all the landmarks, see how far away they are supposed to be from you. And then you can look at the Earth curve calculators and you can see, oh, well, I'm not supposed to be seeing any of this.
yeah, the cheapest way to do this is go find a 10-mile wide lake. One person stand on one end, another person stand on the other end. Both of y'all hold a mirror, and then you flash the mirror at each other and make a mirror flash. Easy.
There's 1,000 different ways you can test it. If you lived near salt flats, when they get flooded, you could take a simple ruler and walk across the whole salt flat. And if there's a bulge of water hill that appears in the middle of the salt flat, well, then you're measuring something that should appear on the globe. But if you don't, well, that's not what's supposed to happen on the globe. It's supposed to create a water hill because of gravity. But in reality, it doesn't. The same is true with a mechanical gyroscope. A mechanical gyroscope is rigid in space. That's a gyroscopic effect. And so if you take a mechanical gyroscope and you walk across a curved surface, if you imagine the Earth is curved, the housing would twist and you would be able to detect that. We don't detect that. We don't detect anything that verifies the curve is there, no matter where we look.
The only reason we got so good at the arguments is because there's so much sophistry in the globe that we had to learn it.
Oh yeah, you have to be fallacious to believe in a globe.
You can't really help it because all the proofs they claim are in essence fallacious. It's just they're so popularized that people believe them automatically without ever critically examining them.
It's a lot of stuff to go through, a lot of stuff to unlearn. You know, it's too much of a task for the average person. Better to just trust and believe, or easier.
Yeah, it's the comfortable choice. But, like, all of my family didn't take the vaccines. So maybe being critical actually can help you. But then, like, that was sus to begin with.
Well, you know, that uncritical mind cost a lot of people a lot of things during that situation.
It's the same with all of history. The uncritical mind always suffers.
Yeah.
Because you're the guy who gets pulled along into nonsense, and then you're on the bad side, getting, like, messed up because you thought the wrong thing.
I still don't know if you guys are trolling or not.
We're not trolling.
Oh, come on, Val.
How can it be trolling? Water's horizontal on the surface.
It's fine.
It's like
Val, you're
kind of
allowed to feel like
obvious,
that.
right?
It's understandable that you feel like that. I thought when I heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was trolling. Like, when I saw the first video, I was like, he probably is trolling. But, like, some of these things, I need an expert. I need my astrophysicist friend and robotic engineering friend to help me bring all the globe proofs so I can just show this flat earther how he's wrong. However, by talking to my experts, all I got was we actually assume a bunch of this stuff and we don't have any solid foundations. A lot of this is theoretical, and we kind of contradict each other and argue internally. And I'm like, this is my belief system? This is what I'm supposed to believe in? My experts are retarded? That doesn't work for me. I need to find the evidence myself so I can slap these flat earthers with the magnificent globe I believed in. But the more I looked, the more I looked into the actual data and the evidence coming out, not what people interpreted and believed about it. It turns out, well, they're all measuring it flat. So what am I supposed to do? Like, just be retarded and delusional and believe it's a globe when it's literally measured flat? It's about intellectual honesty. Do you want to be honest with yourself and live a good life, or do you want to just believe nonsense and follow what everybody else is doing?
Need to start asking new people that come in what they think would falsify a globe, you know, and get that baseline understanding with them.
Yeah, that's a good start, because most of them
We know
in
what
the end have nothing they would accept as falsifying the globe, because to them it's too much of a personal religion, too much tied into their personal identity. They can't accept losing it.
Yeah, but because there is this too big to fail effect going on regarding the globe. So when we come along, we tell them it's measured, it's verified flat by measurements, right? That can't be. That's impossible. You just collapsed an entire cosmology with some simple measurements. You know, that's what's going on in their mind. So that's why we need to get them to clarify what would actually falsify a globe in your mind, the globe.
Yeah, it's a really good start to go for, and to get kind of their sense of confidence in their belief, I think is also a really good indicator, because a lot of the times they're not actually absorbing what we're putting out. They're just kind of throwing it to the side and latching on to the next straw that they think will save them. Like, satellites, they'll save me. But if the ground is measured flat, like, satellites are not going to save you. They're just above a flat measured surface. but the implications of that are too big to like accept, and so they have to like, but why would they lie? Anything to like get me to hold on to the belief. I gotta scramble, but it's not good enough. It doesn't work. Like if you wanna argue against measurements, you need to go out and measure it yourself. And then if you measure it like flat and you're like, well, it's something else that's causing it to measure flat, then you need to prove that something else. We went out and falsified their assumptions. So if you want to contest that, you can go out and test it and try to falsify our findings.
Yeah, I keep repeating it, but nobody puts it on their to-do list for the day. I'm going to come in and have my entire worldview completely shattered, you know? People come in here expecting a complete joke, LARP, whatever, and then they're faced with the reality. They were not a bunch of bumbling, fucking drooling morons. We've done our due diligence. And we've got the receipts to back it up.
It's presented that way. Like you see the anti-flat earthers, we talked to them for like years, and then they make videos misrepresenting everything we've told them, and then next time we talk to them, we explain to them, and they still misrepresent it. So, of course, the average globe believer is going to be accepting those misconceptions because that's the only thing they see. We're censored in the algorithm.
It's the only option.
It doesn't come across their feed.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only option. They have no alternative to it, you know?
I mean, now I understand that you actually believe in this thing, but when I first come into this voice room, I actually thought that you were trolling because whenever there was this guy that was throwing arguments, and you were just responding with, why wouldn't they? Or why would you believe that? Or why would that be? You know,
that was
you weren't giving
probably Radwin.
Like right now.
That was probably Radwin Val, and he does that because, you know, he's been having these conversations for years, and sometimes he just likes to poke Globers and be antagonistic, and he just does that, you know.
Yeah, it's also, in a way, it's designed also to try to get him to think. Because if he actually followed along and would answer and try to think about those things, we could get somewhere. But when you detect, like, we've been talking to people for over 10 years, many of us, concerning this, and you kind of quickly discern how trolly people are coming into this discussion. Like, do they want to have an honest conversation? Do they want to listen to our perspective? Or do they want to just tell us something or make fun of us or do some stupid stuff? And so when they ask some stupid questions, which are arguably stupid from our perspective, but from their perspective, they don't feel that stupid because they're based on what we all got taught. But Radwin oftentimes tries to use these questions to try to get them to like think about, where do you actually get this from? Do you actually know this? But most people don't have that critical level of thinking to stop and think, yeah, where do I actually know this from? Who told me this?
Wait, you said that you were doing this for more than 10 years? How old are you?
I'm 41.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this debate, quotes, right, has been going on for as long as humanity's existed, but we recognize that there was kind of modern resurgence of it around, you know, 2012 and onwards, right? And a lot of new people came into this topic, so people have been having these conversations for varying amounts of time between around 2010 to now, you know? Some people have been here for like 10 years, some for 5, some for 2, some are brand new, you know?
Yeah, there was a massive resurgence around 2012, 2015. But if you might think from schooling and basic living in society that flat Earth wasn't a thing and hasn't been a thing for 2,000 years, but that's just not true. That's just how it's framed to you so that you accept the globe. Meanwhile, in the 1800s, the 1900s, the 1700s, the 1600s, there's been flat Earth scientists throughout all of that time, and they released books and other things. They discovered Coriolis hundreds of years before the globe proponent got ascribed Coriolis as being his discovery. And so there's a ton of history that's been suppressed, and you only understand the story you've been told, the little frame you've been sold of how things are to make you believe certain things in a certain way and behave in a certain way in society. It's a mechanism of control.
Yeah, you're in an information bubble essentially. You're isolated. You're only fed information that supports the side of the globe essentially. You'll never be fed anything genuine that calls it into question or poses doubt in your mind. But thankfully, you've found your way to speaking to us, genuine flat earthers. We keep it empirical in these channels, right? And on our home server. You'll find tons of flat earthers on places like X and TikTok and all that, right? But they're making kind of wild claims that we wouldn't back in here, and we wouldn't claim, and we would call them out, right, for making claims they can't verify. Here we only talk about what we can go out and test and verify. And you won't like realize it yet, but hopefully in time maybe that you lucked out like finding us if you want to continue your interest in this topic.
No shit. I will always say that, yeah. The Earth is a globe, but I now understand your point of view and everything. And shit, I thought you were actually trolling. I'm feeling kind of bad right now.
It's all good. Just shows you're a good person.
Like when I first joined into this voice room, I thought you were making fun of the guy that there was this guy that was saying that was stating arguments against the idea of the Earth being flat, and I thought you were just making fun of him. Then when I joined, I thought you were also making fun of me. So I said,
I'll say this, Val. So in some ways we gauge people based off of how sincere they are and wanting to have this conversation. If they start thinking it's a joke and start making fun of it, then we start trolling them just to kind of like push their buttons and see where they're at, right? Stick around for a little while. Like even when you're done having this conversation, stick around in here for a little while. You'll see some people go absolutely ballistic, or they're insane. They can't have a nice, normal conversation with a normal person. So yeah, like depending on how if you start acting like this is stupid and you're in just complete disbelief, then we're gonna kind of like, not to be mean, but we're gonna pick on you a little bit to see like, try to bring you back to life for the conversation. Like it's all about, we want you to wake up and go out and do your own observation and live in the world as you see it, the same world that we see also. We're no longer attaching a story to everything that we see.
Well, just explain, why do you think this would be a troll to you? Where is that? Like help us out. Where's the thinking process? So you see a channel that says 24/7 flat Earth, and that includes you because why?
You mean why I think you were trolling? That's what you said?
Yeah, how is it a troll? How would it be a troll to you
Well,
when it had nothing to do with
I
you?
already said it because when I first joined to the voice room, you were mocking. Like some guy was giving valid arguments, and you were just or some of
Right.
them.
Why are you taking it personal? Why do you have a personal attachment to the globe? Why do you think this is an attack on you and not an attack on the globe?
No, wait. What do you mean?
Now, can we clear this up? Look, Val, when you come in, look, you really shouldn't do this because you have to understand we're here, most all days, 24/7, right, in the channel name. We deal with, trolls all the time. We deal with endless abuse, right? Endless people coming in and, thinking we're just the dumbest people in existence. So you don't know if you come into this channel and we're dealing with, a troll that's been here for weeks on end. We've explained things to him politely, tried to educate him on things, but he refuses to listen, refuses to update his thinking, and he's still wasting our time. So we're being more aggressive with him and all this, right? So it's a really, really bad place to start. You shouldn't concern yourself with that. You should wait until you can get into a one-on-one conversation. And if you're going to be sincere and polite and respectful and respect our intelligence as we'll respect yours, then you're going to have a good conversation in here. But trolls are no, right?
No, yeah. I generally just thought that this was all a big joke when I first joined. That's why I was laughing,
Yeah,
crying.
it's perfectly fine. You thought this was all one big joke. It's just natural, right? You have to. People, 2025, questioning the nature of the Earth. We've got all this evidence and all of science backs that it's a globe. It's pure insanity in your mind. We understand it must be a joke, right? It has to be a joke, but it's not. And we can't help that. It's not our fault that it's not a joke. The Earth is what it is, and we're just trying to transfer that information. If you want to hear it or not, take it or leave it.
Hey, you got to admit, we were on good behavior with you, Val. You were kind of laughing at us for about 30 minutes, and everyone was still very polite with you.
Yeah, that's why now I feel bad. I thought.
Yeah, don't worry. We've experienced far worse. We'll
Yeah,
forgive
I thought we were all joking and trolling each other, but now when I realized that you were serious, I was just, oh my god.
It's all right. We're professionals in here. We're used to it. We know how to handle it.
Some of us, anyway.
We've had so much worse.
Apologize.
And we even show mercy and kindness to the worst ones who come here for years, because we're gluttons for punishment. We kind of love being able to go over all the points, even though we know this person is not gonna actually. We told him this 10 times before. We still go over it again because we understand that at least maybe someone in the audience could understand it. But when they start pulling manipulative tactics, using fallacies and stuff like that, we kind of start to shut them down, and that can sometimes sound kind of trolly, but we're kind of just using their same tactics against them, mirroring their tactics, because we understand how they operate.
We're speaking of professional flat earthers. What's up, guys? What's up?
Welcome, Cyclone. Certainly professionals entered.
Thank you. How we doing, boys and girl?
Doing good.
Doing well. Been having a good conversation with Val here.
Nice. Good for you, Val. You figuring it out? You starting to realize the Earth isn't a giant spinning cartoon ball like they showed us in the textbooks?
No, I'm not. Actually, I don't think. I was just apologizing that I was such a jerk before. But I was.
That's fine. We accept your apologies. We appreciate that. But could you tell us what makes you think it is a giant spinning ball then, maybe?
Well, I've already talked for an hour.
Okay,
about
okay,
it.
no worries.
I'm kind of tired right now. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. I'll guess. The pictures from the government, day and night, gravity, all those, yeah? Satellite. Has to be.
Science. Science.
Why would they lie? All the scientists couldn't lie. They could be in on it. Yeah, I get it. Good luck
Hey,
with that.
nobody would expect you to drop the globe in a in an afternoon or an evening, Val.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't expect
There is
you
a
to
problem.
clip right away.
There is a problem
And
with
I
balls
won't.
because balls cannot measure flat, and the Earth does measure flat. So you're going to have a little bit of a dilemma there if you ever get into the measurements. But obviously, you are entitled to your own thoughts, feelings, and beliefs about the Earth. So
What you can do is you
all power to
can you can research the globe and figure out what are their claimed proofs of the globe. You can look into those and you can bring them to us because we've been through this for over 10 years. We know all of them in and out. So we'll show you how they're logically fallacious or how they're making assumptions and how they're not actually determining what they assume they're determining. And so those things do not invalidate the measurements. And once you have gone through all that, you can be like, oh, so my belief doesn't have any evidence. It's just a belief system that's been popularized. Maybe I can go outside and look at the world myself and figure it out myself. It's not too complicated.
Yeah, remember, Val, what's popular is not always true. And what's true is not always popular.
Oh fuck! Truth is never popular, man.
Yeah, especially
Pretty
right
sure
now.
that's a
Very
consistent.
unpopular.
Hey, I mean, it's a good compass for navigating through the world. It's like, where do I think truth is laying? Okay, well, I'll go and look at all the people that are being demonized for whatever they're speaking about and investigate what they're saying.
Yeah, that's a good shortcut.
Yeah.
It at least gives you a much bit more complete picture of everything, and so you can make a more informed decision.
Yes. And you should want to make informed decisions. We got any other...
I was going to say, from earlier, Val, when you said you came in and there was a glober making reasonable arguments for the globe, but he probably wasn't making reasonable arguments. He was probably making the same, 5 arguments we've heard 10,000 times. And then as soon as he's asked to... See, globers want to come in and say, oh, we know the Earth's a globe, ships go over the horizon, we see them disappearing. And then we'll follow up with, well, okay, at what distance should they be disappearing? What's the math involved? Where's your observations? Are you taking this into account? These atmospheric effects and et cetera, and they don't want to follow up on anything. They just want to drop, we see boats disappearing, therefore Earth is definitely a globe, and leave it there. But that's not our standard of evidence or scrutiny here. That's certainly the standard of evidence and scrutiny of the average glober. That's why they remain globers, because they don't actually investigate further into their claims whatsoever. And then they get shaken when they come in here, and we say, okay, that's cool. That's a cool claim. So, what about this and that? Because nobody in the rest of society does that. Nobody questions the globe. So nobody's prepared to be questioned over what they think is evidence for a globe. And it startles them, and they start to freak out and act badly.
Nor do they understand logic well enough to understand that that is, in essence, an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. If the Earth is a sphere, I would see boats disappear bottom up. I see boats disappear bottom up, therefore the Earth is a sphere. That is just logically fallacious. I could say, if there are atmospheric effects, I would see boats disappear bottom up. I see boats disappear bottom up, therefore there are atmospheric effects. Like, you can make anything. If there are invisible unicorns who can make boats disappear bottom up, well, I see boats disappear bottom up, therefore there are invisible unicorns. This is not logical, and that's one of the biggest issues is logic isn't taught in schools, and so we have all these scientists who are brilliant, but they have preconceived ideas of how the world is, and they try to match the world into those preconceived ideas. And so we end up with a stack of assumptions trying to match the idea, but if you just test the idea on its fundamental foundation, the Earth being curved, it all falls apart. It's all built on that. So once that falls, the whole cosmic ladder falls, the whole idea of our cosmology just disappears.
Well, I wanted to say that, yes, I have no arguments because I didn't do my research on this topic. Because generally, I didn't think, when I joined this voice room, I didn't think that you were for real. But I could do my research and find my own arguments and
That sounds like a
about
great idea.
why I think the Earth is a globe, and I could argue with you guys. I don't know, another day.
That's fine.
I should have known.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward
Schedule
to
an
seeing
argument.
if you
Schedule an
find
argument.
a novel argument to make.
It's like that Monty Python sketch. Hello, I'm here
It's
for an
just a
argument.
flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound. It's okay.
Ебать, вы долбоёбы.
Oh, no, that sounds good. I don't know, Val, if you've got the link to our home server, but if you want to research our side of the argument as well as the globe side, you're going to need a place where they're actually showing genuine material, which you'll struggle to find on YouTube and Google, because for some reason, even though it's totally crazy, Google and YouTube are censoring Flat Earth so that you can't hear us or people like us. So you just searching for it yourself, you're unlikely to find much good material. So we have a server that we save a lot of the good stuff on, and we've got terabytes of information, documentaries, PDFs, books, audiobooks, all kinds of stuff. So if you look at the YouTube bots, sorry, just quickly, I'll tell you where to find it. If you look at the YouTube bots in this VC and you click on one of those bots, you'll see a link that's discord.gg/flat earth, and that's our home server. So I would recommend that you join that so that you can research in your own time. But it's up to you.
I might do that, but the thing is that all my resources come from scientific articles, and like I've mentioned, like I've argued with some of the people that are here, they don't consider science as something valuable. Like,
no,
I cannot.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think you've misunderstood.
What?
We defend science here. What we don't like is pseudoscience, which is what those articles that are speaking about the globe and stuff, that's what that is. That's pseudoscience, not actual science. We like real science, which means observation, testing, repeating, actually physically doing things in reality, like conducting experiments. The globe and all of that, there's no experiments. There's no experiments for the globe. There's no measurements of the globe. There's no observations of the globe. So that's pseudoscience.
Val, there's a difference. Val, there's a difference between scholarly articles and magazine articles, right? Like just because it's from science.com doesn't mean that it's science.
No. I mean actual scientific articles. Like, I'm studying biology, and you know where to get those articles.
Have you heard of the replication crisis?
What do you mean? In what matter?
Yeah, in scientific literature, we have something called the replication crisis, or that we're having trouble replicating the results of previous experiments. But we follow the basic scientific method, not
Can you mute just a second, Val?
Frankenstein of the scientific method. So you observe a natural phenomenon, you make a hypothesis of what is the cause of that natural phenomenon. Natural phenomenon is something happening, and then you assume the cause is the independent variable, and you think that cause causes the effect that you're observing, the dependent variable. That's the natural observed fact. And then you manipulate the independent variable to show that it causes the effect. That is the scientific method. If you, however, cannot manipulate the independent variable and you just assume a bunch of the parameters, you're not actually using the scientific method. You can make it seem, or you can frame it in a scientific method-like way, but not actually apply the method. Or you could claim it's science, but not use the method at all. And that is much of what we have today in science. And by definition if you look at the definition of pseudoscience, if you don't correctly apply the scientific method and call it science, that is by definition pseudoscience.
Yeah, so modern astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, theoretical physics. This isn't science. This is pseudoscience. That's what we don't like. We like real science. So if you do come across any real science that you think proves a globe, we would love to see it, because we've been looking for like a decade and there is none.
Yeah, what I mean by the scientific articles is like the PDF that you just showed me, or like the laser experiments, where there is objective hypothesis and actual experiment, then the conclusions. That's what I meant. Like actual doing something, not just hypothesis.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. Then you're speaking our language, but you won't find any of those that prove a globe. That's a guarantee.
Why I want to do my research, to prove you wrong.
Good luck in your research.
How do you think we all ended up here?
Yeah, if that did exist, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, we wish you
That's
luck
why I
in your
want to
journey.
do my research.
Good. I
Yeah,
applaud
we
you.
wish
for
you
doing
all the
research.
luck in your journey. Please do that, and when you come back, we would love to talk to you about it.
I might do. But the thing is that, well, I could find all the articles that I want, but I don't know if you guys are going to consider it.
Well, you just defined the parameters. They need to be doing something in
that's the
reality.
parameters.
They need to be measuring something that can be measured by people in general, in reality. I mean, for a scientific experiment, I mean, we're using it loosely here because you're talking about measurements and laser tests and things now. But yeah, you have to be doing something objective in reality. You can't just be making assumptions about the sun, the moon, the stars, assuming the Earth is a ball to begin with. It has to be physical measurements, empirical evidence. But if you've got that, we will entertain it. We will review it happily. But if it's like, we assume the globe, we assume a distance to the sun, we assume what the stars are, that's pseudoscience.
Yeah, we will read through everything you will find, and we will go through it like with a fine toothbrush, and we will find the issues within it, and we will bring them up to you, and you will probably not be able to answer any of it because it's not in the paper, and we've read through it and probably understand it at that point better than you.
Would
That's
you
not to put
actually
you
do
off the research? Yeah, we will go through whatever. That's what we do 24/7. We review,
Really?
claim.
Troopers?
Yeah.
Right now, I don't have anything really to do like on holidays, vacations, so I could do that because I'm not.
All right, you take your time, find your best evidence that you think, okay, this is good evidence that the Earth's a ball. Bring it here, and we'll read it all together.
Yeah, and I would recommend you not taking it too personal. Think about this for a second. You're not the guy who's selling everybody the globe. You're just the guy who believes it. And this is claims from other people. Don't take it too personal. Like, that way you can actually go through this without getting into too much cognitive dissonance and it being too uncomfortable. If you ascribe it too much to yourself and you get too invested in it, it's just going to be a bad experience.
Yeah, if you want to find out what's true, it shouldn't be a case of trying to prove or justify your belief at the time. You should actually be trying to disprove your own belief to see if it is true. And if it's not, then you know you have to move on to something else if you're looking for the truth. If that makes sense.
Okay, so you want me to do research about the Earth being flat?
I want you to do the research about the Earth in general. It seems
Yeah, I know.
it seems motionless to every human being on Earth, but there's a small group of people telling everyone that it's actually a spinning ball. So you need to be saying, okay, this is what I observed, this is what I'm being told. What's the evidence for their claims? Can I verify that evidence? Can I test it for myself? This is the way you need to be thinking, ultra skeptically.
I'm sorry, but the spinning ball
We're not telling you to research flat Earth. We're telling you to research the
spinning
globe
ball does sound funny.
find what you think proves the globe. But that's just what you think in that moment. We can all think. I thought a lot of these things proved the globe until I understood logic, until I understood actual physics and different things. And the more you understand that, you're like, okay, I see what you mean here. This was an assumption. It just takes time to go through each of the materials and understand the point where they went wrong.
Yep. We look forward to having that discussion with you.
Maybe we'll do. I don't know. It'll be
That would
fun.
be entirely up to you. We're going to be here either way.
Yeah, I know
And
that.
if you go down that rabbit hole, and then as you're doing more research, you start to realize that we're right. We still want you to come back and say, we want to laugh and about how stupid flat Earth is all over again, and welcome you to the club.
Yeah, bro, we got so much culture you wouldn't believe. Like I'm running a flat Earth radio station.
A radio station? For real?
Yeah, we have a bunch of flat Earth music.
No.
A lot of us work in engineering, like some form of engineering. We're all about the science.
So do you have any questions, Val? Generally right now?
Not really. I'm just kind of tired. I don't know for how long I've been talking with you.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I feel like we've explained a decent amount to you. You said you're going to go away and do some research. That's fine. So maybe let's see if there's anyone else in the chat. Yeah, you're maybe going to research it. You maybe do, you maybe don't. That would be entirely up to you.
Yeah, maybe I forget tomorrow, or maybe I remember in a week.
I don't think you're going to forget, because every time you go outside and think, it does seem very flat and motionless whenever I'm at the beach, you're going to remember.
I don't know. I go to smoke at the beach, so I won't be thinking about that shit.
Well, when you see that flat horizon, you're going to have to ask yourself, hey, is that flat horizon actually curved as a ball like they're telling me?
Well, yeah, I'd be thinking, well, if the Earth was flat, I would be looking more far away, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we can do.
You are, Val.
That's what we
You
test.
just don't
That's what we
realize
test.
it.
Yeah, we see way further than we're supposed to be able to if we're living on a big ball like they tell us, the size that they tell us it is. We see way further. We can see hundreds of miles.
Well, I don't know, man. I'll probably forget about this in a week. I don't know.
Good luck
I
with
just
that.
come to this server like 2 times per month.
That's fine. Listen, Val, you don't need to explain it to us. You're perfectly capable and entitled to do whatever you like with your life. But if you do want to discuss flat Earth and reality, we're here.
Yeah, you can also just listen to us on YouTube if you want to just listen to the conversation. A lot of the topics we've discussed with you are just a tiny fraction of what we go into, because the globe is just so defunct, it doesn't work. But if you listen on YouTube or just sit in here and listen from time to time, you'll hear other people bring up other things, and it'll give you a more complete picture, and then you'll see that the globe has no hope.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. Why are two YouTube accounts here? Is this on? Is
This
this
is
on
streamed
live?
live. Yeah, it's live streamed to YouTube
Oh,
and
oh,
multiple
that's
other
why
places as
someone
well.
said. Oh my god! I think someone clipped me when I was crying, laughing.
Maybe.
I don't
Well,
think
yeah,
anyone
you're on YouTube.
clipping you, Val.
So
We
say hello.
record and stream this just for so we can go. If people are going to claim, "Oh, I didn't say this" or "I didn't say that," we can just go back to the stream and call them out, prove them wrong. To keep
It's
people
also they say
accountable, essentially.
it's also they say you said this, you said that, and we can be like, no, I'll go back.
Yeah, we've got like tens of thousands of hours of just constant conversation about this topic because it is the most important topic of our time. Absolutely, 100%. Everything that is vying for position as the number one topic to be discussed in the modern day has nothing on this.
See, that's why I thought that you were just joking. You guys were just joking.
Yeah,
Like
because it's
I don't take anything seriously.
Well, this is
Maybe you
as
should
serious
start
as it
taking
gets.
things
This is
seriously.
cold hard reality. It's serious whether
Yeah,
you
no, I realize.
take it that way or not. This changes everything
Yeah, no, I
you think you
realize.
know about human beings on Earth. Why we're here, how we got here, how long we've been here for. All this stuff. This changes all of that.
After a while, you'll discover this is probably the most intelligent conversation on the internet.
Yeah, I would actually challenge you, Val, to try and find a VC anywhere that discusses science as much as we do.
Science servers are empty, bro.
Yep. Because they don't know what it is.
Science, math, they're all empty.
Well, they don't need to sit around
they think
and
science-
discuss science because they just trust it, which
Yeah,
is like antithetical to science itself.
They think Elon Musk's rocket videos are science. So that's why.
Well, they
And
tell
then-
me regularly that pigeons are doing science.
And then people will come in here, making claims for the globe, and then they say, "Oh, well, we can't prove anything. I could just be a brain in a jar." And we're like, "Come on, man."
Yeah, that's the other thing they say. If they're not saying like just observing something and making claims about it is science, then like nothing is science, and science proves nothing because they could be a brain in a jar. Like it's two extremes that are just so far removed from reality.
Just a coping mechanism.
Yeah,
If the
that's their
globe's not
cop-out.
real, then all of reality must not be real.
The globe is so fucking funny, and the spinning ball as well. That's why I was fucking laughing at the beginning.
Yeah, do you think the ground outside is spinning right now, Val?
Well,
Go
I
take a
don't
look
know.
at
Like
it.
I said, I
Does it
couldn't
seem
prove
like
it, but
So it doesn't seem like it.
no, it's not like that. Like I can see like outside and say no, it doesn't seem like that. But I haven't proven it yet.
Yeah, so
There's people
how
that
did
say
anyone
yes.
prove it? How did anyone prove it?
I need to do my research about that.
You know what's another crazy story?
I'll give you a hint. No one did.
You know, it's another crazy story. They tell you you're moving, and then the evidence for us moving is that you don't know you're moving.
Is that not a bit of a red flag, Val?
There's already physics and mathematics involved, like the gravity and stuff. That's why I said I first need to learn about it and then do my research.
See how they've convinced you that you can't trust your senses? That weakens
What do you mean senses?
your senses, your bodily senses that you have faculty over. They direct you in how to orient yourself and live in this world. And they're telling you that the ground is not moving unless you're in an earthquake or something, and then you'll feel the ground moving. So your senses are telling you one thing, but you've been indoctrinated into believing something else. That's all that's happened. We all were. So you've been taught to distrust your senses.
The globe is by the definition nonsense all over the place. The globe claim equals nonsense.
Mhm. So do you think that we are just floating in the universe?
We're not saying we're floating in the universe. It's just motionless. It's not moving or going anywhere as far as can be measured or detected.
Okay,
all
what
those
about
lights, all those lights above our head, those things are moving, but we're not moving.
Yeah, remember
like
when
the
I told you? Remember when I told you that if the curve isn't there, then the whole cosmic ladder breaks? That means that all of our ideas about how outer space works goes out the window. And so what we have is Earth is the floor of the world as far as we know it, and then we have a sky above us with lights in it.
Okay. I want to ask something. Two questions.
I said that the sun was moving. What do you see the sun moving?
I want to ask something first. Okay, so you said that the world is not spinning, it's not moving. So you said that the sun is moving, it's not moving. How do you explain the sunset?
Do you see the sun moving?
Yes.
Okay, I see the sun moving too, so the sun moves.
How do you know that it's the sun who moves and not the earth?
Because it's apparent. The sun moves.
So the starting axiom is you observe the sun move, and so
you can just believe everything that you say.
No, we're not saying just believe it. We're saying the starting axiom is you see the sun move, and now you need some kind of extraordinary evidence to prove that the sun isn't moving. Do you understand?
No, what I'm saying is you see the sun moving, you need to prove that it's the actual sun that is moving.
Yeah.
When you see a plane in the air, do you think the plane is moving or are you moving?
Well, it's obvious that the plane is moving because
you understand. Right. Hold on. Stop, obvious. You understand. Hold on, obvious. You understand that you're standing still and you know that thing in the sky is the one moving because you know you're not moving anywhere. Correct?
Okay.
You gotta add.
Right.
Hey, listen. You gotta add that there is no measurable, detectable movement of the ground below your feet.
I was about to go there.
Yeah, there is. So you gotta add. You gotta add the plus and plus. So there is no detectable movement.
Right. Okay. So you know that you're not. Hold on. Give me a second. So you know you're not moving, and exactly what Jesmsy says. We have no calculation. I mean, no, not calculation. No. Measurement of the ground moving, and nothing on Earth or anywhere could tell you that the Earth is moving, right? So then you see something on top of your head going from one place to another. That means, sorry, Val, you're talking over me. Sorry. So I did kind of pause. So I do apologize for that too.
You already said your point. No, I want to ask you.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you believe in gravity?
I mean, that's there you go again. With you going with beliefs. Now, they've been telling you a few minutes ago, it's not what you can believe on, it's what you can prove, right? So they have a thing called gravity, and they have two different types so far, maybe three, and one does not work the same as the other, but none of those are actually proven to be in existence. The only thing that we know is the effect.
Okay, I remake my question. So you say the gravity doesn't exist because the gravity is a key point to explain why the Earth is moving.
And gravity is a key point to explaining everything, supposedly, according to them. Rotation, the forming of it. But if the Earth is not a ball, right? We can't measure or detect any measurement of drop over distance. Where does gravity come to play?
So then, the Earth is not flat.
Right. The only reason why they put gravity is because they need something to pull you into the Earth, to be attached, so you to be upside down for somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that?
Yes, I got it. And
so if it's not a ball, you're not gonna be upside down. Do you need gravity to hold you into the Earth?
Okay, then what is below us? If the
I don't know. I mean, as far as they've measured or digged was about 7.58 miles. That's as far as anybody has gone.
And why if we fly from China why can we go from China to United States crossing the ocean? If
right, you're flying from point A to point B. That's it's just you're going from one direction to another.
Well, they actually don't
you do that. You do that over a flat stationary Earth, right? Because you never see the Earth going down. It just goes straight from one place.
They don't cross the ocean to go to China either. The safest route is actually to go north.
Right. And you don't want to see that drawn in a quote unquote flat plane, because that would just completely validate the flat plane.
You also have to add the variables that the aircraft. So the engineer that builds the aircraft, he wants to test the airplane at some point, and also his family one day might be getting the airplane. So he wants to construct this aircraft safely and that it works practically in reality, right? So the engineer takes into account that the Earth is not able, that the Earth is actually motionless and horizontal or flat to build the aircraft in the first place. And then the pilot that operates the aircraft also doesn't take the Earth as a ball. The opposite. So to do things practically, like air travel that you're asking about, you have to pre-assume that the Earth is motionless and horizontal.
And not moving. You don't expect the runway to run away from you. That's not why it's called a runway.
Okay, I have one example. Like, have you ever seen those? Have you ever seen an object spinning at full speed? It's not moving. Like it seems like it's still.
Okay. And
Yeah, shouldn't that apply to the Earth?
Here we go.
So,
What
sorry,
did I
would
say
that
earlier?
be an excuse as to why we don't feel any motion all of a sudden? So a reason as to why we don't feel or detect motion, right? Have you ever seen a ball spinning really fast to you? It looks like it's stationary.
It looks like it's a stationary.
Yeah. So that's an excuse to why it looks stationary. It's actually moving.
It could be used as
what? An excuse.
No, it's not an excuse. Well,
okay.
Yeah, it happens. Right? Let me show you.
Yeah, I also noticed that when I drive down the motorway, the cars either side of me, their wheels look like they're going backwards. Are they actually going backwards? Of course not. We can understand these things. We can also measure them, quantify them, identify them.
Let me ask you this. If you can't tell you're moving, how do you know you're moving?
What kind of question is that?
It's an external reference.
A logical one?
It's like, if you're existing, how do you know that you're existing? Or something like that. Does it make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a leap that you're saying, well, we're moving. That means you have to actually know that the Earth is moving to make that claim. Otherwise, you're making a claim that doesn't have no basis in reality, because everything we experience is completely stationary, not moving whatsoever, right? And everything else looks like they move around us. So how can you make a claim that the Earth is the one moving and not the things out there?
Yeah, like I feel the wind blow. I see the stars move. I see the planets move. I see the sun and the moon move. I know what motion feels like and looks like. So how do I know I'm moving if I cannot tell that I am moving?
Because you are just what was this word? Wait.
Listen, lady, there are landmarks on the ground, right? And the luminaries are there are luminaries aligned to the landmarks, places that you can go to, right? If the ground was spinning at multiple vectors like they claim, at multiple speeds like they claim, there will be no alignment to the luminaries.
Okay, but well, what I was saying, the Earth is spinning. Why don't we feel it? Well, physics explain that. Like I said, when something is spinning in a really high speed, it's not visible.
So it was a physics excuse. Okay, cool. So some excuse in physics with regards to a rotating reference frame. Okay, but the rotating reference frame is rotating, right? We know that it is. It just appears to us that it's not. We started it spinning, and it gets to a certain revolutions per minute where an optical illusion takes effect. That's cool. What happens if we attach things to this spinning object? Will they come flying off?
If the object is too big, way too big, and like the objects that you're going to touch to it are very small, well, what do you think that's going to happen? And also,
the motion of the rotation is going to throw the object off. That's what's going to happen, right? The rotating reference frame is going to create an angular dispersion of the object. It's going to go flying away.
That's not how physics works.
Okay, is there a special type of amount of size of ball that you need to make things that would go away come back to it? Does the ball need to be bigger now? Does the ball have special powers? Like, it makes things come back to it?
The gravity.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ease it out of you.
If you want to say gravity is the reason why things that are heavier displace lighter things above them, so it looks like heavier things are going down. Okay, cool. But if you're going to attach a definition to it, like mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass, now we're going to need a science experiment that demonstrates pulling inward towards the center of mass.
Science experiments won't demonstrate that, but mathematics do. And mathematics is a science, not a pseudoscience. Sorry.
Mathematics is a language. Right, you can use mathematical language to express things. Right. So, for example, the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. Now, the experiments that went into that and the mathematical language that express the relationship between gas, the volume, the temperature, the ideal gas constant, the molecular, all of this stuff is expressed through mathematics. It's not science, though. They're two slightly different things.
It's not like science, like physics or biology, but it's like
Yeah. That's kind of what we're getting at. Science has got a particular method. It deals with hypotheses, the natural world, what causes other stuff to happen in it, and the experiment that validate your prediction of it. Right? That's the scientific method. We don't do that in math. We use math to express. Right?
Yes, math doesn't use that method. Okay. But it doesn't use the scientific method, but it uses logical proof.
What? Gravity? Which one gravity are you talking about that loses logical proof? Which one?
The mathematics, do you want me to give you the formula? Because
Sorry, no. At the moment, I just want you to define which gravity you're talking about specifically. Are you talking about Newton's idea, like the mass attracting mass one, or Einstein's general and special relativity, bending and warping of space-time, and the mathematics and tensor equations that went into all of that stuff? So which one you're talking about? Then we go through the math.
Well, thank you. You just mentioned all of those. Like,
Yeah,
there's a lot of...
So which one?
There's a lot of proof. Like
Which
you
one,
said,
though?
there's... do you want to talk about one specifically?
Hold on, right? The very fact that I've pointed out two completely different sets of mathematics, all right, that express gravity in different ways, as in the causal mechanism and what is actually happening. These are two different things. One actually violates the other. So, which one of these two gravities are you going to be discussing? You don't know, do you? This is all news to you, right?
Can you hear me? Fuck. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to discuss any of that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of logical proofs that you just mentioned. That there's some formulas and
The mathematical logical proofs, but two different sets of math. Yeah, they can work within the mathematical boundaries that are set. Of course, that's what maths does. We're talking about logical proofs, like a logical syllogism, where we take two truths and add them together and reach a logical conclusion. What type of logic are you talking about?
You're saying that which specific method, like which one, Newton's, which one, but we are not going to talk about one specifically because...
yeah, I know, you've said that. I'm waiting for the logic now that you're going to use.
My point was that there's a lot of proof, like you said.
Like
well,
what?
It's not proof actually, but it's just...
Okay, it's not proof. So there's a lot of proof, but it's not proof. What do you mean?
I was correcting myself.
Okay, so it's not proof.
Not proof.
Okay,
I was
so
correct.
not proof then. Okay, cool.
Proof wasn't the word that I wanted to say.
Okay, so it's not proof.
No, it wasn't proof. What I meant to say is that there's see, you're laughing right now, and no, I was the one who wasn't taking you seriously.
No, not laughing.
Well, now that I'm taking this seriously, and I'm actually arguing with you, well,
I'm just trying to follow you, right?
Yeah, I just contradicted my word.
That's okay.
But
we're talking about gravity, right? For some reason, can't even remember why.
Oh, yeah. Oh, because of the words spinning, you said?
Yeah, because all of a sudden now the word's spinning. So this gravity is going to make us not experience it. It take care of all of the different forces to make everything equal wherever you go on this rotating reference frame that's going in a direction which physically would have different forces applied to it, which gravity would have to make its mind up whether it's going to deal with it or not. Yeah, that. You said it's logical. Okay, so where do we start with gravity then? In the idea that it's a ball spinning. Let's go right back to the beginning. What do we experience about the Earth?
Okay, the gravity, forget about the gravity right now. We're going to talk about it later. Why don't we feel the Earth spinning? Because the motion.
Stationary. No,
yeah,
we don't feel any, at the moment spinning. It's also going in a direction. So let's just say any motion. So logically, do we detect any motion? No. Okay.
No, of course, because the motion is constant.
Not of course. Not, hold on, my friend, please. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you understand that we're not going to beg the question that the Earth is a sphere and that it's rotating to then start making up excuses as to why we don't experience this. All right? We're just going to start logically right at the beginning. We experience the Earth to be stationary, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Cool. Okay.
But why?
So we experience the Earth to be stationary. Where's the logical leap that it's moving?
She asked, why does it feel like that? Oh, it's because it's stationary.
Yeah. Unless we can show otherwise, right?
Look, you're being like, well, we're not moving, so the Earth is not moving. But there's physics.
That's called logic. So, Val, use your logic and tell us how not moving equals moving.
Yeah, but you just be like, well,
not yet, Val. Not yet, but take a step back. You're saying he is incorrect when he says it's not moving because it's not moving. I want you now to use your logic and prove to us, by us witnessing not moving, that it is moving.
I just said because the motion is fucking constant. That's why we don't feel it moving.
It's not constant.
Circular motion is, it's circular motion. That's constant acceleration. You feel acceleration, so that's wrong. That's incorrect.
It's continuous acceleration and angular displacement. Like going around in a circle, different forces apply. This is where we started with the spinning ball thing, right?
When it's constant movement, there's no acceleration. Have you learned MRI?
Right. At the moment, right, I don't want you to beg the question that it is and give us an excuse as to why we don't feel it. I want you to prove that it is moving. At the moment, we all experience the Earth to be stationary. Without an excuse or begging the question that the Earth's a sphere in motion, how do we jump from the floor that stationary is actually moving?
Wait, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that question?
How do we jump logically from the Earth experience to be stationary is actually moving?
You mean stationary, like
not moving?
In the universe?
Not moving. Still. How do we go from we experience it to be still to it is definitely moving?
Oh, like the other way around. Well, the sun and the moon, like I told you. How do you explain that?
Okay, so
you're saying that the sun and the moon goes around.
Good. I'm glad we've got here. We've been waiting for you for ages. So yeah, we experience other things to move, right? Now you can be stationary and other things move, right?
Mm-hmm. And
so
by the way,
one choice. Hold on, there's more coming. Okay, all things can be in motion at the same time, right? Yes? Good. Or the Earth could be the thing in motion and everything else is stationary.
Okay.
Okay, so those are the choices that we've got. So how do we validate which one is true?
Look, I just wanted to say something real quick. It would be really, really helpful if just one guy talks, because if like four of you start talking, it's just okay. So, you said that it only can be one. Like the Earth is only moving, and the other planets are not. The other things in the universe are not moving. Is that what you mean? Like it only can.
Yeah, it's what I'm explaining to you is like relativity and stuff, right?
Okay.
Like back on the train, right? The train can be moving. You look out the window and you see the trees going by. Right now, you don't experience any motion. It looks to you like the trees are actually in motion, right?
Are you really
I'm trying to
going with
explain
this?
to you that you've got three
I told
choices
you.
when you look up at the
I told
sky.
you. That's why, because of the constant. I've already told you why, but you
No,
are
sky,
again.
not why. This is what happens when there's a failure to communicate. I gave you the three
What is
choices.
your question?
Yeah, I gave you the three choices. Do you want me to go through them again?
You
The
gave
Earth
me
is
three.
stationary. The Earth is stationary. Number one, the Earth is stationary, and the sun, moon, and stars are in motion. Number one. Number two, the Earth is in motion, and the sun, moon, and stars are stationary. Number three, everything's in motion. All three of these things will produce the same observable phenomena to you. So how do you validate which one of those choices is true?
Wait, let me think a little bit, because those are three choices.
What's the fourth one?
Well, the first and the second one actually doesn't apply to my theory.
But
Well,
we're
to the
looking at the
theory.
thing moving across the sky. So one, the Earth can be stationary and the thing can move across the sky.
Yeah.
Definitely talking about what you said.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply
So the sun moving across the sky. Hold on, we were trying to figure out. We were trying to figure out logically how we can prove that the Earth is in motion, right? We came to an agreement that you experience it to be stationary. We then finally started looking up at the sky, right? The sun moves across the sky. Therefore, the Earth must be spinning. No, I'm pointing out that the observable phenomena can be caused by you being stationary and the thing being in motion. What do you mean it doesn't apply? Honestly, I think that's just rude.
Jedi, the reason she's having trouble with it is because earlier on, 2 words, constant motion. She hasn't got around that yet. Okay, constant motion equals travelling in a single straight line, never turning. If you are on a sphere that is rotating, it is a constant change of vector. You are not constant motion, you are constant turning. So you would feel that. So your constant motion now nullified. You have 3 choices. You look up at the sun is moving. You look up at the sun, the Earth is moving. You look up at the sun, they both could be moving. Which one would you like to choose from?
Wait, what? They can all be moving. What are you talking about? And
when you look up into the sky, Val, before you jump to conclusions, Val, you've just exploded it. Val, stop talking. Before you jump to conclusions, if you look up at the sun and you say to yourself, gee whiz, the sun could be moving, that's possibility number 1. You could look up at the sun and say, gee whiz, the Earth could be rotating under the sun. That's possibility number 2. Number 3, you look up at the sun and say, gee whiz, they both could be moving.
It could be the 3 of them, dude.
Yeah. So how do we prove which one of these 3 choices is the true reality?
But I'm not. You're saying one of these three choices, but it could be the three of them.
So, oh my God! So stationary, the Earth is stationary and in motion at the same time. Could be all three. In the example, the Earth was
And
stationary.
everything else is
and
also
everything else.
stationary and in motion too.
That's proper crazy. At the moment, we're trying to reach the apparent logical conclusion that the Earth is definitely moving. From our experience that it's not. We're looking up at the sky and we're now trying to determine which one of us is moving. Is it that or is it us? Bloody hell.
Except looking at the sky, I have a better idea. What about
hold on.
the North Pole and the South Pole?
No. Right? This was you. We've been following you around for what, the last 10, 15 minutes. We didn't want to talk about gravity. You moved away from that. Trying to help you understand that every single time you're begging the question that the Earth is actually in motion and a sphere, trying to get down to our base understanding. Not for experience, you have to be stationary, and your claim that it's a logical jump, right? We can logically prove this, that the Earth is definitely the one in motion. I've pointed out the obvious choices to cause the phenomena of something to move across your field of vision. And for some reason, you now feel like you want to talk through me. This is just rude.
Come on, let me speak for a minute.
I'm still talking.
Just let me speak for a whole minute, and then you will understand my
shall I just mute you? Or would you be offended? Because, again, that's just rude. I'm calling you out because at the moment, you're not really being that great. You're interrupting now. We've followed you around for 15 minutes and now you don't want to talk about it. Why are you scared to get to the conclusion?
You're not letting me talk right now.
Jesus, this person's intolerable.
You said that you were following me for 15 minutes, but that's when I said the North Pole and the South Pole. But that's to explain my point. That's to explain the point that you were saying that the Earth is moving, the Sun is moving. Which one is moving? So
that's what we're trying to get out of you, Val. How do you separate 1, 2, and 3? You tell us how to separate that.
But I'm telling you that I'm not going to separate them. I'm telling that those three are correct. And my argument is that the time zones, the North Pole, there's...
Okay, this is all just things moving across the sky. Time zones, lines of meridian, they're measured by the sun's motion across the sky. So you're still going to have to prove which one is in motion. What is it you want to do when you talk about poles? Let's go through that one. Why did you bring up North and South Poles?
To prove the point that the Earth is spinning.
Okay, let's see if we can do this logically then. You said it was logical. We're trying to get some logic out of you. Isn't it worrying that you're failing to provide the logic you claim? Running from one subject to another and not reaching a logical conclusion with either.
But I already told you the conclusion. You just keep telling me, choose one option, this one. And I'm telling you, okay, I choose the three of them and I jump to another argument because that's how...
Sorry, that's just rude though. That means that it shows us... Hold on, I'll explain. That shows us that you don't understand what the choices are even there for. You choose all three. You understand that 1 and 2 contradict each other? How can you have a contradiction in a truth? That violates a logical law. The law of non-contradiction.
Which one contradicts each other?
1 and 2. Do I need to go through them again?
You mean that the sun is
in number 1, I'll explain. In number 1, the Earth was stationary. Number 2, it wasn't. Oh, that's a problem. How can you have stationary and unstationary at the same time? That's a contradiction.
No. Wait.
Huh?
I remember that you said that 1, 2, 3. 1 was the Earth spinning. 2 was the sun spinning.
Hold tight. 1, the Earth is stationary and the sun is moving across the sky. 2, the Earth is in motion and the sun is stationary. 3, everything is in motion. Like this is like 6 times now.
Okay, give me one. Excuse me a moment. I was just replying to Matt. What was the name? The moderator of this portion, Matt-Trix. I was replying to his question because he said the 3 choices of him was if the Earth was spinning, the sun was spinning, or the moon.
Who are you talking to? It's the same question. You just put them in a different order. I'm glad that you pointed out, but now you must understand that 1 and 2, whichever order you put them in, contradict each other.
It's not the same question. It's the mods. Oh, what was your name again? I'm sorry.
It's right.
exactly
You're
the
having
same
a conversation with me. You didn't want anybody else to butt in because you got confused. But now what? You're going back to previous conversations. Fuck.
Well, yeah, you are jumping. Like, there's a lot of guys talking, so I don't know which one to reply to.
I've only heard my voice for the last 5 minutes and yours. Matrix jumped in briefly.
Well, I thought you were.
I'm really like this. I don't know whether to actually disengage with you. I'm hoping that we're going to get to a logical conclusion somewhere along the line because you claimed it.
Okay, I was
So
replying
real
to
quick, Jedi and Lady. So just reset your conversation with Jedi and start from point A to point B and just follow through there. Don't worry about the past. Just start, reset whatever point you guys are trying to make. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like, okay. So I was replying to this other guy. So when you're asking me to respond to you, well, please, no one else should talk because then I don't know which one I'm replying to. I was replying to the other guy. But okay, can you said that the first one was, and by the way, I thought you were Dre's AI. The voice sounded kind of weird. And your choices was, if I remember correctly, the first one, the Earth stays stationary and the rest is moving. The second one, the Earth is moving and the rest stays stationary. And the third one, all of them are moving. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, and you said that. Forget about my answer then. None of them are like. I said that the 3 of them were correct, but forget about that. I was replying to
They're all logically correct, right? To cause the same phenomena to you making the observation, all 3 of these things could be happening.
No,
you could be stationary.
No.
The sun can move across the sky, right? You could be in motion and the sun can be stationary. Could cause the same phenomena of it moving across this field of vision. So they're all logically true. We're just trying to figure out how we conclude which one is correct.
Okay, can we conclude which one is correct? Well, I can give you my arguments and my point of views why the third one would be correct. And that way, the other 2 ones, I'd be saying that the other 2 ones wouldn't be correct. So I cannot prove the other 3 of them.
So how would you do this then?
Okay, the 3 one that all of them are moving.
Yep.
The Earth is moving because the constant movement, like I said, there's no acceleration when there's constant movement. And because there was this guy that said that there was acceleration. And also about the North Pole.
Do you understand why he had contention with? When you go in a straight path, it's not the same as going in a curved path, is it?
Oh, so your only argument is that, well, yeah, you cannot see the horizon?
No.
Proven by science.
No. You're talking about motion, linear motion, straight line. I'm trying to figure out that you know the difference between going at a constant speed in a straight line compared to in a curved path, like around and around, like on a sphere that's moving.
by constant motion, I mean that it's moving in a constant speed, not that it's going in a straight line.
But it's not. Do you not believe that the globe is orbiting the sun?
Okay, who I'm talking to right now?
The Earth is not flat at all. That's a complete bogus, statement.
I don't know. I'm talking to many. I don't want to.
I'm trying to help you understand that your claim isn't actually correct in the globe model. In the globe model, the globe is claimed to be orbiting around the sun and rotating. So when you have an object that's being rotated while going in another circle, you have two motions. So at one point on the outside of the equator, you would be rotating at 1,000 miles per hour plus the orbital motion. And then on the other side of the globe, after it's rotated after 12 hours, you're now on the other side and you're moving 1,000 miles per hour in the opposite direction you were moving 12 hours ago. That is a speed change of 2,000 miles per hour.
Okay, so your point is...
The point is, it's not a constant linear motion. It's two circular motions moving into and out of each other over a 12-hour period. This would lead to a measurable effect. We could measure this with accelerometers. We do not measure any of this.
Yes, but what I mean by constant motion is I'm only talking about the rotating, the spinning.
Yes, that's called cherry picking and taking your model apart and then trying to reify parts of the model when they don't actually apply to what we're talking about. We're talking about your whole belief system and how it operates together. We're not trying to reify it into existence by lying to ourselves.
Okay, so, well, in that, you're adding also the rotating speed.
Well, at the moment, we're trying to prove them without coming up with excuses and begging the question that they're actually existing. We're actually trying to prove them. At the moment, there's three choices based on our experience that it's stationary, and we're going to try and figure out if there's any motion. Other things are in motion. So we're going to have to prove it is in motion first to then come up with the excuses after. So, but we need to prove it's in motion.
Excuses. Okay, to prove, I will tell you, well, if you say this, you will say, well, how do you know that it's not the universe moving around? But this is my argument to prove that the Earth is moving, not to prove, but, well, if you look into the sky for a long time, a couple of minutes, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, you will see that the stars will be moving. So the Earth is moving.
Okay, so when I look up into the sky for 5 minutes, a bird and it moves across the sky, does that mean I'm moving? Because you just looked up into the sky and saw something moved. You literally said you saw the star, and now that's because the Earth is moving. I'm still waiting for you to prove this.
Yeah, notice how you didn't actually provide a logical argument. You made a logical leap. You saw the stars move, and then you assumed that the stars were not moving, that your eyes were lying to you, and that you were actually moving, but you had no evidence for that. You saw something contrary to that.
Okay, Jedi. So, yeah, the stars are moving. I see that the stars are moving. That's my point of view. But how do I know that that's actually happening? How do I know that it's not the Earth that is moving?
This is the question we've been asking you. Yeah, how do we know?
Yeah, and that's why I was telling you about the North Pole and the South Pole.
Okay. So what? We never really got to discussing that. So what do you mean by North Pole and South Pole?
Yeah, and just to clarify, you said that I'm jumping from subject to another subject, but it's because I need to prove my point. Like the point of
I'm letting you. Somewhere along the line, you're going to add another truth to this logical syllogism and reach a logical conclusion, hopefully. Let's see if it's within North and South. So tell me all about it.
That's the thing. Also, before telling you, you say truth, but I say arguments. You
Hold on. Logic, right?
Well, you speak as if you were telling the whole truth.
Logic is based on truth, isn't it? Logic is based on truth. Right, good. So we're going to at least somewhere along the line form some kind of logical train, logical syllogism, where we're going to take this truth and that truth, and we're going to maybe add them together and reach a logical conclusion. At the moment, we've got, we don't feel any emotion. Okay, that's true. We see things in the sky move. Okay, that's true. So far, they're in motion. I'm trying to figure out how we jump from this to your eventual conclusion that we're in motion.
Wait, sorry, I got distracted by the chat. What the fuck are you talking? Okay. I'm not telling you that. What? Can you repeat your question again, please?
Like, we're following this logic train, right? Now, the logic train has started with, we're trying to figure out what's in motion, right? You say it's the Earth. So the first point, our first truth, right, is we experience no motion. Second point of order, the second truth, is we see the things in the sky move. If we were to add those together so far, we're stationary and they're moving. We're going to need something else to start adding to this to reach the conclusion that we're actually in motion. So is it in the north and south, or you understand what we're talking about, right? Logic.
Yes, I just was trying to clarify something before that, but I don't think
that's fine. So north and south then.
Wait, give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Well, I didn't want to leave the chat. What the fuck? Give me 1 second.
Val, I heard you said something, but I couldn't. Was it a question or what was it? What happened with the combo?
Sorry, I was just getting my dinner. Who was?
Oh, you're getting dinner. No, it's Jamsey. I've been replying a little bit, but I'm just saying that. Are you guys taking a break, or is there any questions on the table, or what's going on?
Oh yeah, we were talking about north and south, correct? Jenny.
Well, the title had been brought up a few times. We'd never actually started talking about it.
Oh yeah. So about that. Well, my point was the north and I've seen people talking about this, but when you're in the north, like you look at the sky, the like the stars go to one direction, like, and in the south they go to the other direction. I don't know the words in English though. I don't know the direction. Like, there's a word for it, like clock.
Well, like clockwise, anti-clockwise.
Yes. Clockwise and anti-clockwise. Yes.
Okay.
So if that happens, then that could be because that's proof that the world is spinning, right?
No.
No, then why would it happen? Shouldn't they be moving in the same direction?
Why?
Because if they are moving in, contradiction directions, then
No, the question, why? Why would they have to move in the same direction?
yes, because if they are
that blows my mind.
If the Earth was flat, they should be moving in the same direction, correct?
No, if the Earth was flat, things in the sky can move whichever way they.
What?
I mean, it's obvious, right? If the Earth is stationary, other things, they can do whatever the other things do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Still waiting for struggling for logic still. Right, so I'm struggling. You said that this could only happen, this wouldn't happen on the flat Earth? No, they move.
Okay. Yes.
Cool.
Imagine this.
Mm-hmm.
You have a sphere, a ball.
Oh, okay,
and there's the north and the south.
Yep.
So in one side, the stars are moving clockwise, and in the other side, the stars are moving anti-clockwise.
Yep.
And that happens because it's a sphere, it's a ball.
I'm
But if
with
it
you.
was flat,
I'm with you. I'm with you. All right, in this hypothetical, all right, if this was true, I get you.
If the Earth was flat, the stars should be moving in the same direction.
Why?
Clockwise. Because it's flat.
No, the stars are in motion. You say they must by some kind of law that makes them go in one direction only, apparently. No, we observe at least two different motions. One in one place, one in another. Like, quite fittingly, that this place and that place is defined by the things that we see in the sky when we go there. So when we go to these two locations, we observe the stars in these locations doing what appears to be contrary to what we saw in the other location. Okay? So how do we jump from this to the Earth must be moving?
Okay, I get you. So in that case, you say that the sky should be the one moving and not the Earth.
Well, at the moment, we're just observing things in the sky. Moving across a flat Earth. That's the only thing that we're experiencing. You are coming up with what? We're going to try and add stories together to hopefully make us submit. At the moment, you're just pointing to a hypothetical story. if you had a sphere, you might be able to make the same phenomena. And that's cool and all, but we're still going to need to prove that the Earth is a thing that's in motion.
Yeah, but well, I don't. Should I draw this for you? Because did you imagine the thing that I just told you, like the sphere and everything? It shouldn't work if you flat was Earth. But well, so you mean that how do we confirm if the Earth is spinning, correct?
Yeah, at the moment we're just making observation. One, we need to prove the cause of the observation.
Well, for the Earth to be spinning first, the Earth should be a ball. And the argument that I just told you that the
No.
example you just gave you,
It's because of your lack of imagination, right? You don't seem to understand that the sky can be moving. But just because you keep repeating it and saying, kind of, it's a nice story for me, I'm still asking you to prove what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think I need to help you understand that what you're not giving a proof or an argument. You're using a fallacy. If the Earth is a ball, stars would appear like this. They appear like this. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That is an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. You already have your conclusion baked into your premise.
well, the South and North Pole argument was to what was the word in English? Like, I'm changing subjects just to respond the last subject that we talked about, like this one.
But do you understand Do you understand that I could say if the Earth is a unicorn, stars would appear like this. They appear like this. Therefore, the Earth is a unicorn. That does not make the Earth a unicorn, right?
Okay, but I'm telling you that it's
Yeah, you're telling us that, but it's
No,
not
it's not a proof.
It's a logical
It's a
fallacy.
claim.
It's an error in
so
reasoning.
in that case, why the North and the South? Okay, in that case, why? Why does that happen?
That's a lovely question. Because stars move.
Yeah, and they move in
Two different directions in two different places. That's nice.
Yeah, we're not here to. I told you this many times before. We're not here to give you a replacement cosmology of how the sky works. We're here to tell you that the foundation to your current cosmology has been falsified, and you can go check that for yourself.
Okay.
So, have we stopped searching for this logical claim that you were going to give us? Because at the moment, first truth, we experience it to be stationary. Second and third truths, we see things moving in the sky.
Well, I was just talking about the third one. I don't know about the first and the second.
Because this was ages ago, right? You said it was logical that the Earth was moving. Just look up at the right. This is why we're talking about looking up at the sky. Apparently, it's logical for you to jump and say that the Earth is actually in motion. And we've got lots of things that you've said that we're still waiting for the next logical syllogism. Sorry, the next logical truth, right? That actual true thing that when we add this to what we've already compiled, reaches the conclusion that the Earth is actually in motion.
Okay, so the question is Well, I remember that the question was which one of those three options was correct.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just talking about the third one, why the Earth is spinning, the sun is spinning, the moon is spinning, all this is spinning,
Mm-hmm.
and I was starting with the Earth. Why the Earth is spinning, and I was giving you all of those arguments, and I could keep going, but
You could keep
where
making
to end.
claims, and you could keep repeating some
Can't keep
stories
going
that you
anything. You
remember.
haven't given anything yet. There's nothing to keep going. You can't say I can keep going. All you've done is made up stories.
Yeah, currently
What
you've
states?
given us.
Like, let's go to
Sorry.
the North Pole and the South Pole and watch the stars in the sky. And
You watch the stars in the sky move, and then beg the question and affirm the consequent that you're on a sphere. We're trying to get the measurement and the proof that this is the truth, not you just
Well, you said
making observations and claims.
A logical fallacy is
observation.
not a sound argument or a valid reasoning. It is just error in reasoning. And so you can make those until the day you die. That doesn't make you right. But you can try to make an argument and we'll listen to you. But if you don't know logic, you are liable to actually make these mistakes over and over again.
Okay, you said that you're no. It's just you're contradicting yourself because. Let me talk, please.
Negative. Negatory.
Seconds, please. Hear me out, please. Look, you said that I'm not talking logic because I'm just seeing. I'm just talking about the observation and stuff. But you keep been saying since the beginning. Look at the sky. Look, we are here. We are not moving. That means the Earth is not moving. Well,
No,
that's
no, that's not what we're saying.
Sorry.
That's just a starting axiom. You start at
You're doing
what you experience. You experience no motion, and then you look for any measurements of that motion. And then what you find is they have pendulums swinging that stop sometimes when there's eclipses happening and there's anomalies, and they need magnetic drives to make them match what they expect to see. So it's very finicky. So that doesn't really work out. We find out that mechanical gyroscopes don't show any drift when moving across the surface, so the surface is not curved. They don't show any drift because they sit there because of rotation, so the Earth is not rotating. The accelerometers don't show any motion supposedly around the sun, in that if you account for the rotation, we would have speed changes which would be detectable on the accelerometers. The same thing happens when we have things in the air above the Earth. We don't detect any Coriolis when we should detect Coriolis, and the flat earthers discovered that in the 1600s. But that was suppressed, and then many years later, it was ascribed to Gaspard Gustav Coriolis. But it means that we can take accelerometers up and make them rise and fall, and we should be able to detect if the reason why we see no apparent deflection or Coriolis is because gravity is holding the air like Velcro and making it magically stick to the outside of the ball. We would be able to see this added acceleration that is allowing things to rise straight up and down without any Coriolis deflection. So we would see that added acceleration to the side, which comes from nowhere. They have no explanation for this. They have nothing to actually validate their excuses. So they try to ascribe optical gyroscopes and the drift within optical gyroscopes because Sagnac and Michelson-Gale and different tests that were done back in the day showed that the Earth wasn't moving. And so Einstein and Lorentz created Lorentz contractions, which allowed them to bend the ruler to create the deflections they wanted. So you end up with the Sagnac effect, and we have no actual verifiable experiments to validate the presumed cause of the Sagnac effect. And that is what they use in the optical gyroscope to show you 15 degrees drift. But if the Sagnac effect could pick up rotation from the Earth rotating. It would pick up the orbit, it would pick up the solar motion, it would pick up the galactic motion, and it would be insane. It doesn't. You don't have any rotation, you don't have any Earth curve, you live in a fantasy, get over it.
Okay, I don't know. I just started saying that you were contradicting yourself, and then you started chopping about everything, and you didn't answer.
Did you hear a
my
word I
point.
said?
Not a contradiction.
Yeah, I heard everything,
It's not a
but
contradiction.
What did I
though.
say?
you didn't respond. Oh, don't. The thing that you've been saying for the last
What did I say?
3 months. Don't make me say it all over again. Just hear me out.
Show comprehension. You don't have to repeat word for word. You just have to show comprehension if you understood that what the words that were coming out of my mouth, that you weren't spacing out in some emotional state, not listening to a word I was saying.
You've been saying the same thing that we were talking about for 3 hours.
No, he brought up a load of different stuff. What the hell?
Oh, well, I was here like 2 hours, 3 hours before, so we were.
Yeah, but you're deflecting a little bit, though. You can also admit that you don't comprehend what he said. You can also say that, though.
He said that if the Earth is spinning, then there's acceleration, and the acceleration then shouldn't be the gravity or something. And then he started jumping about, well, it's because you live in full of flies and air and etc. That's why I said you didn't respond to the statement that I said. That you're just no, it's not a contradiction. But you didn't respond to the thing that he said is not a contradiction because he didn't respond to anything.
When you charged us with contradicting ourselves, it's not a contradiction. We gave the 3 claims. We asked for the proof. We haven't gotten any. We don't measure any motion. It's not a contradiction.
Yeah,
Okay, but what is not a contradiction?
You clearly did not understand what I was telling you. What in basic terms, what I was telling you is the specifics of the so-called proofs for Earth rotation and motion, and how they don't work, and how we can measure or could measure if those motions were true. But we don't measure those motions, and so there's no reason to believe they exist.
Mathematics measure those.
When you beg the question that the Earth is a sphere rotating at speeds, we understand that within mathematics you can conjure up any type of geometry and make it do what we want. We just need proof that the geometry exists. At the moment, we need proof that the Earth is actually in motion. Still waiting for that logical train to fucking pull into station.
Okay, but first, can you please don't change the subject? See, like
not changing the subject, literally trying to clarify because it's getting ridiculous now. This conversation should have been over 2 hours ago, making it longer.
No, actually, we got over it, but then we started again. I don't know why. Then it was before
because
you
it didn't
showed
sink
up.
into your head. That's why you keep jumping to different random things. Your proof of ball spinning was constant motion. How have you validated, verified, or proven said constant motion?
Okay, look. If
Not okay, look. Have you done this? Yes or no?
Let me talk, please.
I am letting you talk. It's a close-ended question. It involves either saying yes or, you wouldn't believe it, no. Have you done anything to validate, verify, or prove this said constant motion?
Not me. Not me.
Excellent. So
what, do you want me to go to the space? Do you want me to? I don't know.
Who has?
No.
Not you.
No.
Okay, Val, not you. So who has done this?
That's why. Do you want me to name? Oh, okay. Look.
Well, you obviously
please,
know,
just let me
right?
talk.
You're the
Let me
one
talk
that
to
made the
you.
claim, Val.
Sorry, I'm going to get annoyed. Now, you obviously know, right? Now, you haven't been to space yet. We know that. So obviously, someone else has told you, right? So it's not unreasonable for us to ask who told you and what did they say.
Okay, can I talk now? Look,
That's what the
you're
silence is for.
oh my god, you're not letting me talk. You're changing the subject because the only thing that I
I'm going to have to
wanted
mute this person. This is getting ridiculous.
the
Right. I
see that's how
literally said that's what the silence was for, and now you're just going to go off and get fucking confused again. Can you just follow along?
that's how you debate. I thought you were serious.
No, we
I
are
thought you
serious. That's why we're getting frustrated with you. It's now like you're wasting our time.
No, but I'm telling you that you're
don't know personally. You've not been to space. You're relying.
Let me speak for 30
They're
seconds.
asking you who were they and what did they do.
I thought you were serious. Like I was talking to you.
Yeah, yeah, we are serious, right? You don't know personally. You've not been to space. You require second-hand information. We're asking you, what is it? What was proven to you by someone else? Fuck's sake.
Speak for don't let me speak. Like I was here talking with Dre's AI and
Can you just answer the question so we can
don't
carry
care.
on?
We don't care about the
And
meta stuff. Val, we don't need the 6-hour conversation. Answer as short as possible. You're saying you know information. How do you know this information? If you have not done it personally, someone else has. So who has done it?
well, I don't know. Do you want me to bring all the names?
You don't know.
I know the theories. The theories.
You are allowed to say, Val, you are allowed to say, I don't know. That is an acceptable answer. If you don't know something, you don't have to go waffle on. You can just say, sorry, I don't know.
Well, I was talking about the gravity. That's what Newton stated. I was also talking about what else? The constant motion. That's physics. And do you want me to? I know the theories. So, do you want me to name the people that created all these theories? Because I don't know specifically.
Not interested. Right? Be clear. Whatever the claim is, we want proof of it.
I was giving you proof.
No, you're claiming things.
That's another reason. I wanted to
again, right? You went on about constant motion. Hello? You went on about constant motion. The very simple question is, how have you proven constant motion? You keep saying things like this. All we're going to ask you is, well, have you proven that then? How has that been proven? Being as you haven't done it, you're requiring somebody else to have done it. So we're just asking you, for the love of God, to actually verify the claims that you keep spouting. Just repeating stories isn't validating those claims.
Well, you're not letting her repeat her japping. The irony, she said Drace was japping and she's the one doing it now. I mean, come on, lady. Get serious, though.
You're not even letting me talk right now. Like.
So what do you want
I've
to say?
heard you say that nobody's letting you talk.
Assertion?
For someone that's not talking much, you've spent 3 hours of doing a lot of nothing.
Yeah, I've heard you say nobody's letting you talk like 4 times in the last maybe 7 or 8 minutes, but you're continually talking.
I heard her say that in the last 7 or 8 hours.
Well, I just got
And
back
you've been
on. It's
deflecting,
frequent.
though. You've been deflecting. It's
I
like
guess
you.
the 7 or 8 hours means that I guess it's been talking the whole time.
You're not addressing what you're being asked about. You're trying to go to something else. It's basically deflection. Or maybe you're not comprehending what they're asking you. Because you're making claims, right? Or baseless assertions. Can you base your assertions with some type of demonstration? And you show the demonstration where you are basing your assertions from, or are you just making baseless assertions, and that's what you're here for? Because you should be a little bit of a skeptic, and you're here having this conversation at the moment, and you should be maybe considering what they've been telling you and question what you thought you know, what you think you know, what you believe, because you just say you don't know. If you believe something, what are you basing that on? And the guy's presenting information contrary to your belief, consider that.
Yes, but my arguments, the things that I'm saying, they say that it's not valid because it's only statements, it's not logical. But
Yeah, no,
they
demonstration. Yeah, you're saying something. Yeah, yes,
they
you're
are
saying something. They're asking you where are you getting that stain or that something from?
Yeah, Jamesy, she just missed most of that, brother. She was talking through you. That's probably half of a problem, is because she's complaining about not getting heard, but when she's talking through people, it's just destroying everything anyways. Val, we have got no problem.
I will say, my bad. I will say that she was saying something, that she was repeating the same thing, and I actually jumped in the middle of her sentence, so I apologize for that. But I'm making the point that it's been made again and again, that the things that you're saying, where did you got that from, and where is the demonstration for that? It's pretty simple, though. You should comprehend this. This is as simple as it gets.
Exactly. Please let me explain this. But you keep talking over me. Look, I say that. Well, I explained to you, but you said that it doesn't. It's wait. Oh my god, my mic is blank.
We say it's a claim that needs to be verified.
You can also, my lady, you can also concede that you don't know, and what you're saying is just a belief. You can also say that, though. You can concede that you don't actually have evidence or demonstrations for any of these. You can concede that.
Mm-hmm. And you said that observation doesn't work. No, because it's not logical.
What?
And
observation doesn't work. It is logical. It's in actual fact, it's one of the forms of logic.
What about the looking into the sky then? You said that was not an argument. You said that
hold on. I pointed out the three choices you've got from that argument. Like, for fuck, you're not following along.
Let me simplify for her, Jedi. Let me simplify for her, because I think that it's getting it got convoluted and she's being so confused.
You can go on YouTube.
Because she's thinking about the luminaries, right? The observable phenomena. She's saying, I'm observing this phenomena, therefore this and that. That's what she's saying. And you guys are denying that this and that because we can see the phenomena. But the thing is, lady, you have a misrepresentation, right? You have when you look at the phenomena, you're saying, oh, some people looked at it and they said this phenomena is happening because of this and this and that. And therefore, the Earth is this and this because of those consequences. This is a consequence of that phenomena that we are observing. The issue that you're having, that you only have a misrepresentation of the phenomena being observed. You don't have the cause of that effect. You only have the presupposition, made up story about the cause of that phenomena, and so you come into erroneous conclusions about the observation.
Okay, Jamesy, can I talk with you? Because I think you're the only original person I can talk with here. So can I only talk with you?
I will say we can speak. I'm opening my mic. I'm pushing through the guys a little bit because this is what we do here. There's a lot of people in here. Other people might want to jump in, but yes, we can talk. Other people might want to
Yeah,
jump in, and we cannot stop them completely. So it's okay. Don't get triggered. I get when people talk when I'm trying to talk and other people talk. I do get triggered a little bit, but I do it as well because it's Discord. So you have to, you know where you're at, and you know this is gonna happen. So if it happens, it's okay. No, don't worry. So yeah, go ahead. What do you want to say? Hello? Go ahead. Yeah, we can talk. Okay, let me
You're
know.
joking, are you, Jamesy? You finally cleared the floor for her, now she doesn't want to talk.
Maybe she got busy. I don't know. Maybe she's picking up food again. She's having snacks now. Because she said she was picking up food. Or maybe
Phone
she's doing
call,
the
maybe a
dishes.
phone
Because after
call.
you eat, you do the dishes.
Yeah, she'll be back. But well done, Jemsy. I'm going to let you talk to her for a while.
I'll try until I get hungry, and then I'll get cranky.
Is there a whole generation of young ones out there with sore necks because they spend so much time looking up to prove the ground?
Half of them are looking down at their devices and
On their
stuff, right?
phones,
iPhones and shit. They've all got hunchbacks.
Listen. I will give her some credit. She's been here having a back and forth. The logic is not completely there. Maybe she hasn't studied through logical fallacies. Maybe it's, she, just she's here having the conversation. Hopefully, she can hear the other side and consider what is being said instead of deflecting and just jabbing about whatever belief.
I'd be just
He
driving
said,
stake straight into this vampire. You got any proof of curvature? No, you don't? Well, all your other cool stories are now fail. Have a nice day.
"Yeah, that's the same."
And space is fake. Get over it.
She cracked me up when after Ray said all that, and she said he was yapping, but you just said you comprehend what he said, but you didn't actually, and he was yapping. I mean, it's a
Yeah, I was just like, bro, if you want your side's proof for a rotation, let's go into that. But she just didn't comprehend anything I was saying.
I think she have to consider the logic and her logic, and okay, where I'm saying this, I believe this. Why? Right? Ask that question. Other people are saying something contrary to my belief. Let me hear what they're saying and follow that logic through to see if it actually works or it doesn't.
It's very easy to get invested in this. Like, I think the only reason I managed to break free was because I was playing devil's advocate to all of my friends, my highly educated friends, so that I could get all the information and evidence that would satisfy the flat earthers. But that just doesn't work. Like, they don't have any evidence. There's nothing they have that can satisfy us. So it's just like it dies on its own. And it just takes the courage and the willingness to look into this and look at it with a critical mind, because it's really easy to just accept and believe things. since everyone's being silent, I'll play one of my songs. You can hear it on FE Radio, and you can now use /info inside that channel and get the lyrics and a link to my Bandcamp where you can find the song. Although I haven't fully populated Bandcamp, I'm working on that right now.
They say the curve is proven, the shadow told the tale, like no other answer could ever fit that trail. A claim looks strong when you don't compare, but logic breaks when alternatives aren't there. If one idea is all they choose to see, they call it truth, but it's not necessarily. A single clue doesn't seal the deal. You need the tests that show what's real. You say it's only the globe, but you never check the rest. You jump from one small clue to a claim that's claimed best. If you won't rule others out, then the logic falls apart. They point at ships that vanish, say the curve's the only way, ignoring how perspective can trick the eye each day. A tidy story feels like proof at first, but skipping steps is how weak logic gets rehearsed. They don't compare, they just declare, then act like nothing else could ever fail, when possibilities stay untried. That's how bad conclusions hide. You say it's only the globe, but you never check the rest. You jump from one small clue to a claim that's claimed best. If you won't rule others out, then the logic falls apart. False dilemma and the confident shout. If it isn't the globe, then nothing works out. Argument from ignorance, rides in disguise. No one proved another model, so they improvise. But absence of check-in is not proof at all. It just makes the logic small. They say the stars are spinning, so the globe must be true, as though no other frame could make that view. A clever phrase can sound airtight, but certainty takes more than sounding right. When a claim avoids a fair test ground, that's how fallacies wear a crown. Real proof stands when rivals fall, not when they're ignored, not checked at all. You say it's only the globe, but you never check the rest. You jump from one small clue to a claim that's claimed best. If you won't rule others out, then the logic falls apart. So if they say it only works on the globe, ask which options they truly probe. For any world can seem well known when the missing tests are quietly overthrown.
I thought that song was fitting, considering the conversation we just had.
You read my mind? How? How? Welcome. I don't know who, but welcome.
You got mail.
Grumman. Oh, he's a pilot. Grumman, how are you? F6, F5.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not a pilot.
It's a pilot and a rocket astronaut or
Yeah, none of that
engineer.
actually. Yep, none of that. I talked to him before. He's been in a panic a few times. Yeah, he's a good one.
He might be a dreamer. He wants to be a pilot and want to work with both of them. Oh, I get it. He has a YouTube channel. And his last video was 3 months ago. Flat Earth melts the fuck down in But rockets don't work on a globe, though. Grumman, how do rockets work on a globe, though? I mean, the magic globe. Ah, he's not listening. Zero. How are you, Zero? Zero. Zero speech.
Hello.
Hey, Zero, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Welcome to the VC. What brings you by to the Flutter Discord?
Thank you. So I was looking for help. I was trying to open a game in I don't know, in a voice room, and a notification popped up and told me that I don't have permission to create a game in this voice room. What is that?
Oh, you're a bad
Since
boy.
this is a Discord customer service, so we want to help you right away with that. The issue that you're having is that you cannot open a game in this room. That's because you might be. How long have you been in this server? How long have you
Thank
been
you
in
for
this?
calling Microsoft. This is Steve.
He's not having a Windows problem. He's having a Discord problem. So relax, bro. Go ahead. When did you join the Discord?
4 days. I joined 4 days ago.
4 days ago. So the issue that you're having though is that you're new on this server, so your participation is on the low level. You have to get to maybe to a low mid level to be able to do extra things in the server though. So you have to participate in voice channels, text, and you might get those eventually.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
Okay. So you joined the server 4 days ago. Your permissions in the server are in the low end, so you cannot do certain things yet. Eventually, once you participate and you are long enough period in the server, your tier will go up. You know, the terms that you get in the server will go up, and eventually you'll be able to stream, post images, that kind of stuff, and play the games as well.
All right.
That's what I think is happening.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, have a good one. I'm leaving. Bye bye.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. What about the globe? Does the globe makes any sense?
The what?
You know the globe.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
Oh, what do I think?
Who's that jumping in?
Someone asked. Let's entertain her since the other guy was leaving. But anyways, are you leaving, bro, or are you gonna stay talking to us? Because you say you might be leaving.
I was looking for help. That's it. I'm
All right. You have a good one. Come back later, and you have any questions, we'll be right here. Okay. We're gonna move on to the lady that's asking a question. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Go ahead, lady. You got the floor. What's the question again?
Go ahead, sir. You're up.
Okay.
If Earth is a globe, why is the top of Frankenstein's head flat?
We opened the floor for her, but what was that? Different girl or the same one? Oh, that wasn't Val, was it? Kind of sounded like her. A different
Yes, it was.
username? I didn't. It was the
No,
same one?
Val. Yep.
Oh, okay. That was weird. He came back and almost asked like a question that a newbie that wasn't here for 2 hours will ask.
Yeah, Val's back.
But Professor, the girl that opened the mic while I was kind of talking to that guy at the end of it, was it Val or a different user?
It was Val.
Okay. So her question, like a beginner will ask, like, do you guys think the Earth is FE, right? That's some flat, right? She asked that just now. And it's almost like she wasn't here for 2 hours.
It has to have been longer than 2 hours. Let's see. 7:45. It's got to have been around 4 hours.
She wasn't asking us, Jamesy. She was asking the other guy.
Okay. I get it now. It confused me a little bit. Go ahead. Hey Val, I see you might be back. Did you just ask a question like 2 minutes ago? She was deafened, but now she's not deafened, so she's listening. By the looks of her behavior at the moment, she might be busy to reply. So yeah, guess more music, Trace, or It looks like Drace is lighting up for me, but I don't hear anything. Mic check.
Fuck, you're right. I was being profound in silence on my own.
That wouldn't be the first time that you've done that.
Yeah, it's because when I put the voice mod up so I can play songs and stuff, I have 2 mutes, so I gotta remember to unmute twice.
That's what I was thinking. I think he was playing music, and maybe he's using those settings that something happened within the settings, and that's what's happening. But yeah, we're on the same page, bro. Thanks.
Yeah, I wish I could remember all of the beautiful things I just finished saying.
Can only imagine, bro. I can almost hear it in the ether.
Yeah, if Karma wasn't like half asleep. Are you awake, Karma?
I'm awake and
Did you hear what I said?
No, I was listening to
Yeah, bro. Just
no, she's listening to music. They didn't.
just put Karma. Just put Karma on the mic. We'll listen to her since you messed up. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, she's half asleep listening to music, so I didn't really.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We cast confusion on her.
Shout out to Karma.
She says hi to everybody.
Yes. Visit us sometimes, Karma. Speak to the ladies in here in this VC, the English hub. Would like to hear you sometimes. I mean, I'm saying we, but I would like to.
I'll try to drop by more often, okay?
Yes. Sounds good. Thank you. I don't know why, but Val, kind of like the voice tone, kind of like remind me of Karma a little bit. But, it would have been cool to have them speak sometime. Val, I don't know, Val sounds to me, sounds kind of like Northern Europe or something like that. That's what I'm guessing.
She sounds like a nice person.
Yes, it does.
It's just when you're dealing with CogDis or like you get kind of wound up, and it's so understandable because that just happens to everybody when you go through this kind of paradigm shift and thing. It feels uncomfortable, and so
He does.
So like you want to find some kind of solid ground to grasp onto, and we don't let you do that because we're like we already tried grasping at all those points, and we know where they break. And so it's kind of a rude awakening, and so we don't blame you for whatever happens. You can always come back the next day, and it's all good. We'll be fine. And that's one of the reasons why we've had trolls troll us for like years, because we are very nice and accepting of people if they are nice and like cordial, because we just want to have good conversations and go over the topic. We don't really want to have a confrontation. But sometimes it's kind of necessary, because when you are being very logically fallacious, when you are being very stuck in cognitive dissonance, and you're just throwing stuff at the wall hoping something sticks, sometimes you need someone to like firmly stop you and tell you no, so that you can calm down, and then look at things in a different way. Uh, it's just a part of the process, and it's nothing personal. People don't dislike you just because you used fallacies. Everybody does that. It's what's appreciated is the ability to recognize you did something wrong, the ability to recognize that yes, this reasoning is wrong. I'm going to correct the reasoning. I'm going to try to be more reasonable. And then you present more reasonable arguments. Like, that would give you a bunch of kudos and like pluses in my book. The people who don't do that and just keep just making sure I'm not muted again. Yeah, who don't do that and just like repeat the fallacies. You teach them how the fallacies work, and you're like, bro, this is fallacious because of this reasons. This is what the fallacy is called. You walk them through it, and they show understanding, and then next day they arrive and they use the same fallacies. It feels very manipulative, and so we kind of deal with that in a more harsh manner, but it's understandable to a degree because it's such emotion based. You're feeling your self or your self image getting attacked because the globe is part of that self image. We live on a globe. We are in this global. It's all tied into your personality, and so you kind of gotta decouple from that personality of like I am on the globe. This I am statements to being like, what do I actually know? Where do we know this from? What are we basing this knowledge on? How did they derive it? How did they measure it? It's all there. You can look, and they'll tell you, like, we measured this, we did this, and we're assuming this because we believe it's a globe. And it's a belief system that persists because it's been believed for so long. It's pushed through, like, the first instance, because nobody's talking, I'll just do this. The first instance of the globe idea came from Pythagoras and his idea that the gods were perfect, and therefore, because of his love of spheres, that the sphere was a perfect shape, and so because the gods are perfect and the spheres are a perfect shape, the earth must be a sphere. And he had a esoteric cult where he taught this secret doctrine to his cult members, and those cult members were rich, powerful elites, and they took control of a city-state, and eventually they got deposed. However, the remnants of that cult then spread all over Greece, forming new little cults, which influenced the rest of Greece and how Greece moved in the world. We get disproportionate records of how the Greeks looked at the world when we get told, like, the Greeks all believed the earth was a globe. We've known it for 2,000 years, but when you actually look into it, they don't believe that. They had vigorous debates about that. And it was the cult members or people associated with the cult members of Pythagoras who were pushing the globe idea. And we still use their fallacious arguments today, even though those arguments don't hold any water, and we can debunk them using our higher tech. We have very powerful lasers and very big aperture cameras and can see in different wavelengths. We couldn't do that back then. They were half-naked Greeks trying to reify their religious idea. And that's the basis of our current belief system. That's not good enough for me as a realist, as a critical empiricist, as a logician. That doesn't work. It needs to be logically consistent. I need to be able to verify it and repeat it and show that it physically can work. It just cannot be a faith-based system. That just doesn't work for me.
Everything you said, you should put it into your AI and just make it into a song. That's it.
Well, I'm writing a book right now because Candace Owens is like right over the target on certain issues, and I kind of want to give her the lowdown of where the globe cult came from. So I've been researching this a little bit, writing my little book, and so it basically covers from where the globe idea from Pythagoras came from, how it spread through the cults, through the ages, and through the aristocracy or the elites. It was like a two-tiered system of belief system throughout the ages until about the revolutionary times and about that time. Before that, it was basically the elites had their own worldview that the earth was a ball and all that shit, and that's kind of what we base our current view of history on, is what the elites supposedly believed at the time. And then a bunch of other issues exist in that, but I'm not going to go into that. But I'm basically tracking where the idea came from, where it spread, and how it spread among the elites. Meanwhile, all of the public throughout those 2,000 years believed the earth was flat. And they had a bunch of scholars and other people who argued for that. But most of that gets erased from history through the copying bias of the elites, because they are in control of copying and preserving the information. And so you can, if you copy only certain amount of information and let the other information just disappear, you memory hole it. And they've been doing this for like 2,000 years. And so that's shaped history to a large degree. And that's one of the reasons why Anatoly Fomenko and Isaac Newton, when they looked at history and tried to mathematically like see if this worked out, they didn't find it working at all. And they were like, well, this is mathematically doesn't work at all. And this guy is copied over here, and like, I don't know, but this doesn't make any sense. But that's our current history. That's our current cosmology. It's all based on this religious esoteric idea of the elites. And it wasn't until they kind of had the technological advancement to be able to debunk their own esoteric secret cult idea that they realized, wait, our idea was wrong all along. The public's been right. Well, that doesn't sound good at all. Then it seems like we're the dumbasses and we've been laughing at the public this entire time. I guess we should like try to flip this somehow. And that's what we got. We got a flipped world where we all believe, the public believes in this globe we're supposed to be on, but there's no evidence for it, just this fallacious rhetoric and 2,000 years of cult books and scripture. But all the ancient scripture and like the religions, they're all flat earth. That's all flat. And now they're like, well, ancients were super advanced. Well, they're so advanced they thought the earth was flat. What about that? It's just retarded.
So what you're tracking, what is the issue tracking to the original claim? When you say you're tracking, where are you from
I'm
the origin of it?
all of the claims and where they spread, and the elite cult systems in control at the place. Like I'm going in. I have a chapter on Constantine, the Roman emperor who made the Council of Nicaea and started the Roman Church. Like it's all tied together. It's and our whole basis is on this Greek lineage of thought. That's where the globe comes from. It comes from this Greek lineage. But everything else was just erased.
Okay, so that's the point that I'm like, good. It's like you're reading my mind. That's what I wanted to ask you. When you say it is erased, how are you basing that? Like, you looking through some missing files, missing.
The history tells tells you they did that. Like Constantine was he burnt so many documents, destroyed so much history to reframe it in his image. So they've been doing this for 2,000 years, reframing history to try to get more power, get more control. They used the Benedictine monks to falsify so much land. And like, oh, well, I'm related to this guy, so like I have claim on the land. Falsified their genealogies. They falsified so many things. And those, like, I'm just pulling the things into this book that we can prove from history, and because I'm using those things that we can prove from history to paint this picture, I'm not saying directly in the book, like certain things, but they're heavily implied just when you look at like the history in the right context. It's pretty obvious that this globe idea has just been part of the control mechanism within the elite circles.
Stop. Stop,
That is
please.
super interesting. Go ahead, sir. Someone was gonna say something. Go ahead.
Stop. Just please stop. Sorry.
Wait, couldn't comprehend what you said. Can you repeat it?
Continue, Trace.
I didn't hear what he was saying. I think it was.
No, it was a meaningless interrupt. If you want to go back on your thought.
I'm fine. I don't remember where I was going with that.
No. I like what you're you're digging into the history, and you're saying that a big chapter or part of the record has been removed from records or deleted and burned, and then this Greek idea has been pushed to no end until this day.
Yeah, and you can even see it within the church. The whole clergy were educated in the Greek cosmology, but they taught biblical cosmology to the public. So they had this two-tiered system of esoteric versus exoteric teaching. So they had one teaching for the public, one teaching for the elite. So you have a certain worldview if you're part of the club. If you're not part of the club, you don't understand what's happening.
Mm. You can see this to this date. Even YouTube, like what was it, like a week ago, deleted like 21 million channels. I mean, fell there. How much, many videos they deleted. People putting information in the internet. 21 million channels. That's a lot of hours. Go ahead.
That's one of the last chapters in my book, which was like, we're living through so much censorship today that compared to before is incomparable. People are censored real time. Like, you get shadow banned so that nobody sees your posts. They couldn't do that back in the day unless they killed you.
Unless they burned the whole library or all the record.
Yeah.
Like they did.
Yeah, repeatedly throughout history.
You can welcome English learner. Are you new in here? English learner. Welcome to the VC.
Thank you.
Hey, what brings you by? What brings you to the Ladder Discord?
I'm just curious. I want to know what you have to say. I just want to listen to your discussion, your conversations.
Okay.
To know what makes you believe that the Earth is flat. Just want to listen.
Okay. Yeah, we welcome the new people since we already spoke to a few people in the past hour, and now you're in here, so you're wondering about the VC. It's just basically an acknowledgement of the surface of the world, the way we measure it and navigate it and particularly use it. And flat, horizontal, it's an orientation or a description of the surface that lacks the curvature that it would require for it to be a sphere or a globe, like it's claimed in the books that you have read or the TV shows that you have observed, right? Seen the TV and the images, right? Seen that?
I can actually see things disappear from bottom to top when they move, when they go far away from you.
Yeah, that phenomena is observed sometimes and other times doesn't go like that. But the conclusion that you come into, are you saying that you checked all the variables in place and you came to the conclusion that the cause of this observable phenomena is because Earth is curving? Is that your conclusion?
It's just one of them. The other one is that.
What about the other ones? Yeah. Tell me about the other variables that you checked that are not causing this effect. Go ahead.
The other reasons that I believe that the Earth is a ball is that in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere, the stars move differently.
Hey, I like that, bro. English learner, I like that. But let's take it. Let's stay in page 1. Let's finish reading page 1, and then we can move to page 2. Okay? Let's take. Remember, you're an English learner, me as well. So if we jump without coming to a conclusion, if we jump from topics without bringing it to a logical conclusion, we're gonna be losing a lot of context, and you might be making some type of false logic to come to that conclusion that I'm trying to tell you. You said that you said that you observed a boat going away, bottom up, right? That's what you're saying.
I said that usually when things move away from you, they disappear from bottom to top. Wow.
Yeah. Well, anybody wanna address this point with him? I will continue, but I think someone opened their mic. Okay.
Even when you move away from a